to see if this mic's working. Okay, thank you. I'll call today's committee of the whole meeting to order. We do have some additions to the agenda, the particulars of which were identified by our CAO. Could I have a motion, please, to add the addenda items to the agenda? Councillor DiMuccio, Councillor Kerwin. All those in favor? That is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Being none, then we'll go to our presentations. Perhaps we can deal with our consent items in the event that there's anyone here who's wanting to determine what the decisions are on our consent items. Maybe let's deal with our consent items first. Are there any items that members wish to have dealt with separately? Consent items I'm referencing are items number 3 to 31, items number 39, 40, 41, 42, and 45. Item number 44 will be dealt with this evening in the public meeting. And just for clarity's sake, we do have some OLT, Operational Leadership, and SLT, Senior Leadership Team recommendations for items number 12, 14, 15, and 16. And the intent with the consent agenda is that the OLT and SLT recommendations be the consent items that are being considered. I have a busy queue. Councillor Emmanuel.
Just 28, Your Worship.
Excuse me, I can't hear you.
28.
Item number 28. 28, okay, good. Thank you. Regional Councillor.
26.
Item number 26. Councillor DiMuccio.
I would like to pull out item 30 and action items 32, 33.
Yeah, those are not consent items.
Okay,
32
sorry.
and 33
what
are
about
actions.
43 is consent, right?
No, 43 is not consent, is it? No, 43 is not a consent item either.
Okay, so we'll be able to pull those after.
They'll
Okay,
be dealt with separately.
Just 30 then.
Out of
Mr. Mayor.
process.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sponga.
19 and 20.
Okay, Councillor Kerwin.
Number 31.
Item number 31. Okay. Could I have a motion then to deal with all items with the exceptions of item number 26? Well, let me start. 19, 20, 26, 28, 30, and 31. Councillor Emmanuel, seconded by Councillor Vague. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Let's go forward then to our presentations. The first one is David Clark, Design Chief, Infrastructure and Development, York Region, and that's with respect to the VVNext Davis Drive and Yonge Street update. Mr. Clark. If you could have it chaired, please, David.
I will.
We'll hear you better.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get turned on here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and give you an update. We try to do that on a regular basis to let you know what's going on in the corridor. And obviously that now that hopefully the winter has lost its grip, we're going to be actively out in the corridor with a full construction season. So this is the agenda. We're going to give you a project update and talk about some of the milestones, just review some of the things we've been doing on the business support program, bring you up to date on the Yonge Street bundle procurement, which has been completed, talk a bit about our information sharing and all the things that we do to keep the community informed. It's a two-parter. Rachel Prudhomme is going to come up after me and just give you a few slides on an update on the placemaking and where that stands, and also the Tom Taylor Trail tie-in. So we'll have a kind of a full picture through this process of everything that's involved in the project. So as I think you know, things have been active in the corridor. We've been out doing a lot of work with respect to the utilities, and we're very happy to say that Newmarket Hydro is pretty much complete. There's just a few things to do, some stringing and some old pole removals, and they'll be 100% shortly. Enbridge the same with the gas, a lot of extensive gas work along the corridor. It's nearing completion, and we're working on the major bell duct, and that's about halfway through. But by late 2014, later this year, we should be complete 100% on all the utility work. But that, with the Newmarket Power and the Enbridge work virtually complete, we can begin our road work. We've also been doing a lot of retaining work along the corridor. I think you've driven along the corridor, you've seen all the work in front of the Bethel Church. That's nearing completion. I think we're pretty proud of it. It looks pretty good. I think the church is pleased with it as well. There's a big retaining wall behind the properties near Lorne, and that is virtually complete. A little bit of landscape work to do. And then you see some of the handrail details coming up at 26 Lorne. The very first ones are coming out. We were up to see them last week just to have a look at the installation, and we're pretty happy with how it's going. We've got one last wall to do, retaining wall to do in the Shoppers and LCBO Plaza there on the northeast corner of Davis and Yonge, and we'll be completing that this summer. So on to the Keith Bridge. Construction is well advanced on the Keith Bridge. We're expecting to complete the work on the Keith Bridge and the bridge itself by November. There's still a lot of traffic tie-ins to do on both sides, but the traffic lanes will be there. They'll be independent of the staging on each side, so we'll still have to work on either side of the bridge to stage the widening of the road and the tie-ins to the bridge. And the Tom Taylor Trail will be reopening by the end of the year, and we do have the ability to put some new signage out there while we get into the construction program to make sure that while we're still working there, it's clear what parts of the trail are open and how people can access it. Union Hotel, been a long story with that. We kind of got sidetracked a bit because of the very cold and first wet weather and then the cold weather that we've had with the frost going in probably more than 4 feet into the ground, which has made it very difficult to start with winter construction. So we deferred that work to the spring. We've given the contractor the authorization to mobilize, so that building relocation program will be underway shortly. It'll probably take us about 2.5 months to actually get the project done and move it into the permanent location, so that should be done sometime in the summer. We've been working at the eastern and what we call the eastern and western creeks. The eastern creek is over by the hospital, as you know, and the western creek just west of Main Street. The culvert work has been completed on the culvert over by the hospital, and we're actually going to be doing the road work, so the lane work will have to be implemented relative to where we are in the road construction, widening one side or the other as we go through the program. The Western Creek, the south side widening will begin in July. It has to wait for the season to be able to be scheduled, and we'll have that completed for this fall. The north side is already complete. So that work is, those works are fundamental to actually begin in earnest the road widening program, and that's the next stage that you'll see beginning this year. So the following, those segments will be widened from Yonge to Vincent on the north side, Keith Bridge to Bolton on the north side, and Bolton to Roxborough on the south side. So that's kind of the way we're going to be sequencing them out. And once the road is widening, then we'll come back in and do the road base, and we'll get the base layer of paving down this year. We'll continue to be staging traffic throughout 2014. It will still be guaranteeing the one lane, and then we'll be We'll be providing some additional left turn lanes where we can, depending on where we are in the program, from Yonge to Roxborough for the remainder of the year. But this year will be mainly focused on road and station activities. So you'll really start to see what's been a bit of a kind of a, I guess, more of a utility program become more of a road program, and you'll start to see the elements of the rapid transit system, including the boulevard treatments. So we'll start to get some of the planters and the paving stones, and the sidewalks will be installed in segments this year. And then in the Davis and Park side, we expect to have a full boulevard to be constructed on the south side this year. So you'll see what that actually looks like. In terms of the stations, the canopies are actually coming. So the first canopies, we're going to focus on the Longford at Davis station, where we did the realignment of Parkside. So we'll be focusing on bringing those platforms in the first sequence, and then we'll get at the other canopies and station structures later this year in front of the hospital and at Davis Drive. And then we'll finalize those going into 2015. So we'll have those well underway. And you should, by the end of this year, at Longford and Davis, begin to see what the whole thing looks like. So most of the elements will be there in place, although there will still be some widening of the road to be done in 2015 on the north side of Davis in that vicinity. So obviously, our priority has been, and you know, and that we've been very active in helping the community negotiate its way around all the disruptions that happen. Safety is obviously our very prime concern, both for pedestrians and vehicles and anybody who's in the corridor, and we try to put a lot of effort into making sure that that signage is in the right place and those routes are clear. And we've been benefited certainly from the feedback that we've gotten from the town and from the officials, just to point out things where we may need to do a better job. And so we've been working hard to try and address those concerns. So some of the 2014 milestones that we expect to achieve this year: 100% utility completion, the road widening, the Union Hotel move, and start the construction on the steel canopies. Complete the Keith Bridge and get some of the sections of the boulevard treatments in place along the corridor. And then we will use our communications techniques to keep the community appraised and apprised as we go along with what's being done. You know, as you know, we have a very active business support program that supports the commercial activities along Davis Drive. We've been actively working with our liaisons and our communication staff to make sure that we partner with businesses, and through the Chamber of Commerce we provide support for the users and the people who want to use the corridor, and make sure that we support them and add to their signage programs and their community engagement, and use our social media to do as much as we can to make sure that people know those shops along the corridor are open for business during construction, even when it looks pretty difficult. So on to Yonge Street. We're very pleased that we've had a procurement process going on for over a year. We had successfully closed the procurement with a report to Regional Council about 2 weeks ago to authorize us to award the contract. So we do have a contractor, design-build contractor. It's called Rapid Link, and it is a combination. The main players are Dufferin Construction and AECON, another constructor. So they will be doing the bulk of the work. They're very experienced contractors. They're doing work for Metrolinx in other projects, and so very pleased to have them on board. And they have the 3 segments to do. They have 2 segments to do in Richmond Hill, and the 1 segment up here in Newmarket, which is connecting the Davis and Yonge BRT as it comes across and turns the corner with the rapid ways down to just south of Mulock. So an additional 3 stations and another almost 2.5 more kilometers of the rapid ways will come in the next sequence. So the way that's going to work from a timing standpoint, we're right now awarding the contract. We'll be entering into the design phase, so we'll be working with your task force and your senior staff to coordinate all the design input. We hope to get potentially some utility work starting late this year, but the bulk of construction will start in 2015, and it's slated to end in 2018. Although the contractor has the ability to complete early, so there's no impediment to him to complete some of these segments earlier and hand them over. So that's what we've been focusing as we've been focusing on our construction programs, on our next steps with the Yonge Street program. We have acquired all the land on Yonge Street that we need to do the project, and as I said, with the dates, we expect to be completed by the end of 2018. That's the contractual obligation. So as you know, we have a very extensive information sharing and communications program using all aspects of the social media and our website to keep people up to date with construction bulletins and updates on the progress of our program. As you know, we have dedicated personnel, community liaison people, though they're here in the room with you today, Michelle, who's been active, as you know, all along the Davis Drive corridor, and Leslie, who's come on board to take on Yonge Street, and those will be our sort of eyes and ears and our go-to people in the corridor dealing with matters along the corridor and the coordination of our construction activities with all the owners and tenants who will be impacted and will need some assistance during our program. So it's really about partnering, and we've partnered, I think, very successfully with Newmarket. We've had a great relationship with your staff and with council. It's been a long process together, still more to come, but I think we have done a good job together of anticipating the needs of the community, trying to be out in front of issues as we see them and address them as quickly as we can if we find there are problems in the corridor. So I think that's working very successfully, and we expect that will continue onto Yonge Street, and hopefully, we hope, Yonge Street will be a little easier than Davis Drive. Davis Drive has been a significant challenge for all of us. So I want to thank you very much. I'd like to turn it over to Rachel Prudhomme, and she can give you an update or 4 or 5 slides, and then we're open for your questions.
Thank you. Rachel?
Yeah, just there you are.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council will recall that we have been working with the IBI group, and in particular Mr. Neno Kovacevic, who is a worldly person who has traveled throughout the world looking at different entrance requirements for projects similar to this. And what we wanted them to do was proceed with conceptual designs to incorporate Newmarket's branding and some wayfinding for specific areas that we find are markable areas within the project area. So the branding and wayfinding was specified for 3 different locations. The first one was Yonge Street at Davis. We also have Main Street at Davis Drive, and we also have Eagle Street at Yonge Street. So if you look at the slide that's on now, this is the Yonge and Davis intersection. We're approaching work on that one. Our design group is working very effectively right now to finalize some design principles on that particular intersection. We expect construction to be there around July 2014. So there are finishing touches being placed on the design, and I think Mr. Kovacevic was here at a committee of the whole not too long ago and gave a very detailed presentation of that, so I think council recalls what is going on there. On the southeast corner, we have a public art sculpture going in, which is the ND.
If you use the mouse, you'll be able to show the areas that you're referencing with the mouse.
Okay, south, right in here.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. There is that sculpture that's called, looks like an N and a D at the same time for Newmarket downtown. That is being finalized now. Different materials are being looked at for that particular sculpture, and we're working with several inside and outside stakeholders with that one, and we'll be presenting something to the Viva Next task force. This particular intersection is Yonge and Eagle. The Yonge and Eagle intersection is in the next phase of the Viva Next project, that one which David was just mentioning prior to my presentation about Yonge Street being in the design phase right now. It was just awarded, so we will be working very closely with that team to finalize the intersection at Yonge and Eagle. There will be public art and landscaping elements here as well. For the public art, I believe our community services is working very closely with the group to find an artist and a sculpture for that particular zone. And there are landscaping elements, and we intend to be working with adjacent landowners as well to see if we can provide enhancements such as seating areas and additional landscaping that are outside of our budget constraints. So we're looking at possibly street furniture, landscaping elements, and more public art if that's possible. Then when we get to the third intersection, which is Main and Davis, we are at that intersection right now, and if you look on the left side of that slide, you'll see a very majestic archway. That's not what we're designing for our particular area, but it's something that we looked at because it just simulates a very majestic gateway. And the big challenge in this particular one was for IBI to come out with something that would meld the old town feel with the very high-tech Rapidway design. So we have two clashing elements that arrive at the same spot. So we want to create the feel of that arch, but still want to be able to have the newness of the high-tech design that will be accompanying it. So in order to come to some kind of agreement on that particular one, we held meetings, we being IBI Group and senior staff here at the town, as well as our landscape person here. We held meetings with Viva Next Task Force. We held a meeting with the Heritage Newmarket Advisory Committee, and we also met with the Downtown BIA, our Business Improvement Group, and came out with a particular design that was suitable for everyone. So this is the arch that will mark the delineation between the new and the old town and the new Rapidway. And that was presented to Committee of the Whole on March 17th with some various options for the wording on the arch. Now, this is not the wording that was selected at that meeting, just to advise you. The wording that we selected was historic downtown Newmarket. So that's what will be reflected. We just don't have the new slide yet. Now, that was presented to Committee of the Whole on March 17th and ratified by Council on March 24th. And on March 24th, Council also approved the conceptual design, and we also retained IBI to complete the detailed design of those intersections. The other thing that we also were advised by Council is to look at the wording of the sign that will be on the interior of the downtown area, which is not really part of the Viva construction, but Council had asked that the language on the back face of the intersection arch be referred to our communications department so that something suitable would be put on that particular area as you leave the downtown area and enter into the Viva area. Here is a rendition, an artist's rendition, I guess, of what that intersection will look like ultimately. And you can see some seating areas. Seating areas in here, and some larger areas where people can congregate, and we expect to have cycling and people walking and people enjoying the natural heritage in the area, seating elements in the back as well. And I think we've already been through this with Council, so I'll pass through this one rather quickly. And finally, just to show the cross-section under the Keith Bridge, the reason this slide is here is to show you exactly where the new walkway will be going, right here underneath the bridge. And we are already well into the design of that particular element. So that ends our part of the presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any, and I'd invite David to come back and see if there are any questions for his section.
Okay. I have Councillor Sponga. Councillor Sponga, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two quick comments and a question. One is to Rachel, and thank you so much for the presentation again on the treatment of the intersections. And I was there for the presentation at the BIA, and I'm pretty sure that you didn't call the N and the D, Yonge and Davis, as Newmarket Downtown. I think you called that as potentially, I think Davis or something like that. But I don't have my good glasses on, so I can't tell who's in the audience. But for a moment there, the new downtown, it just kind of hit me there. The other question I had, the other comment quickly was for Michelle. Michelle, I didn't see you back there. You almost got away scot-free. But David mentioned you were down there. And unfortunately, the closest grocery store to beautiful Ward 5 and the old heritage area is in wonderful Ward 4. Brand new store that just opened. And I happened to go on the weekend to take advantage of the wonderful deals there. And George Street was closed, which is fine. It was signed well. But what happened is that I forgot about that. I was, adding up my grocery bill in my head, leaving, and I left through the George Street east entrance to the Old Dominion Metro Plaza there, and I drove southbound on George Street, and I quickly realized that the street was closed. I noticed there was no signs letting you know ahead of time that the street was closed, and so when you got there, you had to divert either left or right into the two parking lots. That wasn't a problem for most cars, except for one tractor trailer who was trying to get back. So I just wonder if maybe, and you guys are doing an amazing job, but just, a little attention around street closures and so forth. My question was for Mr. Clark. I noticed around Newmarket Plaza, and I know you guys sign it as 130 Davis Drive, but we all know it as Newmarket Plaza. There's the retaining wall, and there is the hydro poles, the new hydro poles. And I was just wondering, and I try to look back at some of the presentations, but I can't get a really good idea. What is the distance between of those poles from the actual curb of the road? How close are those big poles to the road? And is the sidewalk going completely south between the retaining wall and the new hydro poles?
That,
Clark.
yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That is the standard detail. The hydro pole goes in what's called the furnishing zone, so it's about roughly 2 meters back from the curb. So we have about 5.4 meters in the boulevard treatment, and the first roughly 3 meters is made up of what we call continuity strip, what used to be called the old kill strip, that that actually took some of the plow material and
So closest to the road.
Yeah, the closest to the road, that's the continuity strip. And then there's the furnishing zone, which has all of the trees and the planters in it. And the pole sits in that zone.
Okay.
And then the sidewalk is in the typical detail behind it. So, and it's 2 meters, and then the wall would be behind that. Now, sometimes there are conflicts that you need to work out with respect to individual poles, but that's the general theme.
So the sidewalk then would go between the retaining wall and the pole?
Yeah, yes.
Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, both of you. My question is actually towards Mr. Clark. Great presentation, very thorough. I don't see anything here, though, about financing, and I know that this is quite a topic of contention in the public. Will we know the figures for this project? I mean, I know that it was slated for $100 million. Do we know what the total amount is?
We publish overall dollars, and so we don't break down the dollars like on a per kilometer basis because it's relatively meaningless because of the way the system is designed. So when we say there's an envelope of costs for the project, it includes not only the cost of buying the land, there's the utility costs in there, there's the contractor's costs in there. So it's really a global number. So that's what we publish. So there is an estimate published for this, and it's inside our larger $1.755 billion envelope with Metrolinx. So
Do we
each
know
of
what
those
that
projects
cost
is
is?
assigned
Right.
an overall budget.
Right, so so do we know what that cost is, or is it just all grouped in one large budget?
Well,
'Cause I-
all of the Davis Drive as a project is all grouped into one budget. And then all of Young Street will be grouped into one budget.
Okay, but I guess I'm trying to find out, I mean, your opinion is that, you don't tally the costs individually, and I, beg to differ. I think that is important information, and I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where I can get those figures. I mean, obviously, you've got to have some sort of dollar amounts on all that, instead of tallying it all in one.
Mary Frances?
Have a seat.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to help a little bit, if you'd like, we can send you a copy. Every quarter, we publish a very detailed cost breakdown and all of our procurement activities associated with these projects. So the level of detail that we publish is available. It's actually on the web this week for our latest quarterly report, and you can see there the breakdown of the project by various project elements to the degree that we make it available, so property and so on and so forth. But so you can, we can make that available for you, send it to your office if you'd like, but it is on the web today.
Oh, okay, that's great. Do you know what it is?
It's called
No,
the
do you know what
quarterly
the
report. It'll be
Right.
under the Viva Next website at the region.
Right, but do you know what that figure is? That
Not off the top of my head.
Not off
There's
the top of your head.
$3 billion worth of numbers in my head, so I'd rather you look for that number and I'll be.
Right, okay, well, I'll
Yeah.
look for it. The other thing, and I know you probably said this in the presentation, and I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but the Davis Drive project, you said, is slated to finish at what point? What
End of 2015.
end of 2015? And the Young Street is slated to start at the end of this year, or?
It will, if there is some activity, it will be some preliminary utility activity. So we
Right.
may get something in the fall. We might see some utility activity, but it'll be fairly minor. I think the
Okay.
major utility work will be in 2015, and then the road construction type work 16, 17, 18. So finishing, the contract is to be finished in the end of 2018.
2018. Okay, so, and that's great. I just wanted to make sure that one project wasn't sort of continuing into the next, because those are two major routes, and there's not going to be any disruption. We're clear on that? Because-
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think from a public standpoint, what will be seen as a continuum between the start of construction on Davis Drive and the finish of construction on Young Street. So in this area, those two streets will be seen, I think, by the public as being under construction from, when we started in 2011 right through to 2018. So it's like a seven-year program up here in Newmarket.
So-
Now, there won't be a lot of overlap between the two contracts. As we're finishing off the Davis Drive, they'll be starting the Young Street, but
Okay.
it's still in one's mind. It's a
Right. And I can understand the
The
need of the
long term.
continuum, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I just don't want a scenario where we have two major arteries in the town of Newmarket that are going to be, there's a lot of traffic disruption going on at the same time, because I don't see the wisdom in that, but you're saying that's not going to be a factor?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Can't be ruled out, though. There will be progress starting on as we go south on
You'll
Young Street,
start
but
to
it is
see-
construction.
Yeah, you'll start to see signs of construction on Young Street, but nothing like in the order of magnitude that you're currently living with through on Davis Drive. What you'll see by and large, is rapid way service and what that feels like, and you'll have that to point out to as you start to get into the difficulty of living through a construction period on Young Street. Be able to point to that.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Yeah, the one question I just wanted to clarify, but the $1.75 billion Viva Rapid Way project encompassing all of York, well, the identified portions of the Rapid through York region on that phase is funded through Metrolinx in the province of Ontario.
Correct.
And currently, it's correct to say that that project is within budget.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no further questions? You have a big challenge ahead of you, Mary Frances and David.
It's all
And
good, though.
the one thing that I must say is the responsiveness of Viva Next. I know there were some situations that required your immediate response. The way that the teams responded and the way that the team is working together with the Chamber of Commerce and myself and our Economic Development Officer to try and ease the transition as much as we can certainly is appreciated. It's a major project. It'll have a huge impact on our community, not just now, but in the longer term, in our future. And so we'll stay dedicated to making it, getting it done, but doing it right is the important thing.
Thank you,
I
and thank you for
appreciate your
bearing with
efforts in
us.
that regard.
Appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Motion. Oh, Councilor Demuccio?
Sorry, I just had one more question, sorry. I have another budget and funding question. The dollars that were allocated to this project, does it come 100% from the province, or does York Region have any
So it's a 100% funded provincial
from
project.
Provincial. And what is York Region's role in this project? I mean, I know that they were working together. Can you just give me a quick synopsis of what the region's role?
So York Region Rapid Transit Corporation is the agent who's responsible for delivering the project on behalf of Metrolinx. It works
Okay.
very closely with all of our counterparts at the region.
Right.
We're responsible for property acquisition. Only the
Okay.
region has the powers of expropriation that they're
okay.
being used. So
Perfect.
property acquisition will be coming from the region. We work closely with transportation services. They're embedded in our team. They will be taking over the operations of this project. There are many sewers and pipes affected, so all of our colleagues, whether it's environmental services or transportation services, work closely with us on liaison with respect to making sure that all those pipes are up to date and so on and so forth. So it's a very integrated role.
Right, so you had to work with York Region Council, obviously, to get.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just one other point that you do know, that when the project, or just as the project's underway, sometimes and often, and yourselves, want to actually achieve some things, either to upgrade some pipes, or, do some work with, allowing for pedestrian lighting or whatever. And as you know, those are funded by the municipalities. So we've said, while we're opening up the project to all of this, if there are things that the municipalities or the region wants to do, they are actually added to the project, and they are independently funded. So it's 100% the project, and then those pieces can be added on.
Well, there are some projects that have come before this council.
Come to this council,
An
that's
example
correct.
was the connections on the water pipes that we discovered
Yeah.
need to be replaced. So we're capturing the efficiency of you having the ground open in the first place.
Exactly.
And then secondly, us doing necessary repairs for the longer-term future for our pipes and
Right.
That's
our
correct.
utilities. So this isn't just a road project. This is a major undertaking for
Indeed.
redoing Davis Drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion to receive. Councillor Manuel, Councillor Demuccio, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Our next deputation or presentation is Brian Wolf with the Regional Municipality of York, and he's going to give us an update presentation with the Upper York sewage system. Mr. Wolf.
Committee, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brian Wolf. I'm Senior Project Manager with the region. And with me today is one of our managers of engineering, Nick Colarusso. And we also have Mike Berbeau, who's our Director of Capital Planning and Delivery. In my presentation today, I'm going to give a very quick background of the project. I'm going to talk about the three key elements of the project, and I will focus in on the elements that are more interest to the town of Newmarket, and I'll wrap up with ongoing communications and next steps. Now, this project is following an individual environmental assessment process, which is a stepped development process. We started way back in 2009, and we are now getting ready to file the final EA report with the Ministry of the Environment for approval. And a lot has happened between then and now. Just as a reminder, the purpose of the project is to provide servicing for Newmarket, Aurora, and East Gwillimbury. Approximately 47 million liters per day of additional capacity is required to 2031. Now, the project did look at, focused in on two viable alternatives. One was to discharge down to Lake Ontario through a new sewer system, and the other one was to look at servicing within the watershed. And the preferred alternative was determined to be, through the EA process, to be a hybrid solution, which has all of East Gwillimbury and most of the growth in Newmarket serviced by a Lake Simcoe Water Reclamation Center. Some of Newmarket and all of Aurora will be serviced down the existing YDSS, which will require some modifications to the existing YDSS. And another very key element is the project-specific phosphorus offsetting program, which I will get into more detail just a little bit later. Now, the Water Reclamation Center is going to be situated, or proposed to be situated, on 2nd Concession, just south of Holborn Road. The outfall is going to go into the East Holland River at Queensville Side Road. Now, moving right into the YDSS modifications, it's not just to accommodate wastewater from the growth in Newmarket and Aurora, but it's also going to provide additional system security between the Newmarket pump station and the Aurora pump station. So what we're proposing to do is to put in a second new force main adjacent to the existing force main from the Newmarket pump station down to the existing gravity sewer just north of Aurora pump station. Similarly, the Bogart Creek force main will be twinned from the pump station over to the new force main, and there are going to be works required at both pump stations. Now, in some of the, what's included in the environmental study report is some mitigation in the Newmarket area. There's going to be a lot of no-dig technologies implemented. We're going to jack and bore under Davis Drive. There will be no impact to the newly completed Davis Drive. We're going to be directional drilling along Tom Taylor Trail. The staging areas are going to be strategically located to take into account social considerations, environmental considerations, and where possible, construction of the park areas are going to be completed during the winter months. Also included in the environmental study report is the coordination with the reconstruction of Kane Parkway. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to coordinate the town's planned reconstruction of Kane Parkway, and this is going to enable the YDSS, or the new force main, to be constructed via open cut. Now, the realized savings from this less expensive method of construction is going to be contributed directly to the Kane Parkway reconstruction. Now, on the phosphorus offsetting program, the Water Reclamation Center is going to be discharging approximately 168 kilograms per year of new phosphorus into Lake Simcoe watershed. So after numerous and countless discussions with the MOE, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be counteracting or offsetting that additional phosphorus at a ratio of 2 to 1. And what that will result in is there will be a net reduction of approximately 168 kilograms of phosphorus in the Lake Simcoe watershed. Now, how we plan on accomplishing that is there's going to be a total of 9 stormwater management improvements spread out between Aurora, East Gwillimbury, Georgina, and Newmarket. And the works at Newmarket are going to involve retrofitting 4 existing stormwater management ponds, and we're going to be installing 1 low-impact development technology. Now, I'm not going to go through these in detail, but I have provided them in the slide deck, so you can look at them at your convenience. But what these slides show is it gives some information on which ponds we are recommending to do the work at, what the existing conditions are, what we're planning on doing, and approximate costs. So there's one at Dorchester Street, there's one at Eagle Street, there's 2 side-by-side at College Manor and Renzu Court, and the low-impact development technology is going to be implemented in the industrial development of Harry Walker Parkway. Now, the environmental assessment is wrapping up, but the communications are not. During detailed design, we are going to continue communications with residents and businesses that are impacted by the construction, and certainly any property that we're going to need, we will talk to those people as well. I'm looking forward to construction. The standard regional protocols will be in place, advance notification. There will be a complaint management system, issues tracking, and local toll-free numbers provided. Now, the next steps, we are looking at completing the environmental study report right now. We're looking at the comments that are coming in on the draft report. We're hoping to file it by late May next month. We are proceeding with the detailed design. We're hoping to award the detailed design and construction engineering assignment at our June council. Once that assignment has been awarded, detailed design, permits, property acquisition is going to continue right through to the end of 2015, and we're hoping to get into construction sometime in 2016. And with that, I'll be happy to take whatever questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sponga?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. At what point, and I know there has been some level of consultation, public consultation, but very limited, I guess, from what I'm hearing from the residents that are impacted south of Davis, right through to New Lock anyways. I wonder, is there going to be an opportunity to, for residents around the area impacted, specifically around Carter, Oak, those areas, the office specialty building, and so Water Street, will they have the opportunity to input in terms of timelines and design? Will there be a formal public consultation process and perhaps a public presentation, council chambers and so forth? Not just in terms of the residents, but this is going to impact Ferry Lake, I assume, to a certain extent, our park. So just wonder, that's one question anyway. I have a couple more, Mr. Mayor.
In terms of the impact on the community, direct community, do you want to handle that, Brian, or could either Mr. Shelton or Mr. Prentice? Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, no, I can address that through you, Mr. Chair. We have been following a formal consultation process, and it has been quite extensive. We've had numerous public meetings. One of the slides I had up there in one of the blue boxes, there was over 80 points of contact with stakeholders and residents. But having said that, yes, we are going to continue communicating. We'll have, there's no set protocol. We can have whatever the town council believes is warranted. We're going to communicate in different forums. We will have public meetings. We can present to council at public forums, public meetings. Absolutely, yes. So we're going to be very aggressive in that moving forward.
Thank you, Brian. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I know our staff, our commissioners made several efforts when residents contact me directly in trying to inform the residents in terms of the latest developments and latest designs, and I understand that the final design isn't there yet, so you're somewhat limited in the information that you can provide. But I would really appreciate, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to our either our commissioner or CAO, whether we have any plans in terms of a detailed PIC where the public have questions in terms of what, I'll tell you, something in jacking is. It's one of the
Jack and bore under Davis Drive
processes, and the directional boring and all those things, and I can't provide that level of detail, that information. So I wonder if and where is it going to go? Is it going to impact the trail? One of my questions I was going to ask that I've had several people asking me is whether the vents will still be there or will they be replaced? So through you, Mr. Mayor, to our staff, will we have a town road commission?
I'll turn
Will
that
we
over
have a PIC that we'll look at those details?
Mr. Prentice.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly with Brian and the region, we can coordinate that type of information. We are at the stage where an EA is being filed, and so the route and the method and the system is more or less being recommended, and the staff of the town of Newmarket are supportive. And we have, I believe, resolved all of our outstanding concerns. However, there will be, I suppose, construction management plans, and much like Viva's implementation in terms of project management communications, there'll need to be a strong effort, as Brian has said, to make sure the public understand what will happen, when it will happen, and what can be done to mitigate any impacts on them. And that may be something that may flesh out in 2015 as opposed to at this stage. You will be publishing the EA report?
Yes.
It is published? right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I guess comments on the EA close, I think, eminently, do they not?
They've closed already.
They've closed already.
Yes.
So the future consultation will be on the construction plan and the mitigation of impacts. And as Brian said, they're looking at constructing off-season in the parks, and the methods that they're using are generally designed, they're very expensive, and they're designed to minimize the impact on the residents. But just like Viva, it'll take a long coordinated process of a couple of years to make sure that people understand what's going to happen and when.
So we've had some significant investments, as you know, at the Riverwalk Commons and along Ferry Lake, and so the design is so that there'll be minimal disruption there, and the pattern is going to minimize the impact on our parklands and our investments as well. Is that correct?
And that's correct, and we're hoping we can hold out on the Kane Parkway until this project gets underway. It's suffering in the most recent years, but that also will traversing that section will also require some communication because there'll be road closures and such.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. So I would suggest, and I don't know if it should be in the form of a motion or not, that somewhere between around the implementation stage, somewhere between the detailed design preparation and the tender award, and I'm not sure if that maybe should wait until the tender award and so forth, but that there be a PIC where some of those technical terms in terms of the excavations, the methods, and I'm reassured by the regional staff and our own staff that it's going to have the minimal impact, but nevertheless, Ferry Lake is the jewel of this municipality. So is the Riverwalk, and I think we owe it to the resident to show what the detailed design is, what the impacts are, and how we're going to go about it. So I don't know if, Mr. Mayor, it'd be just direction to staff, or if you need a motion that a town PAC be held.
I think it's a matter of due process in any event. I'd be satisfied with the direction, unless members of council feel that a motion is necessary. But I think a direction to staff that the public engagement process and PICs at the appropriate times would go forward, I think would be sufficient from my perspective.
So, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The other question I had was in respect to the Kane Parkway. So my understanding that we'd like to hold off, and I think that's prudent, holding off the works of the Kane Parkway until this is until we're undergoing with this project. What I was wondering is there going to be a shared cost, or is the cost of the reconstruction parkway going to be taken up by the region? How's that going to work?
Through you,
Go
Mr.
ahead,
Chair. Our original proposal for that section was to directional drill it. So we have had discussions at the staff level to coordinate the works. That will give the opportunity for that section to be open cut. So whatever the realized savings are between having to directional drill it and open cut it, those monies will be contributed to the Kane Parkway reconstruction.
So do we know what percentage of the construction of the parkway that cost avoidance would be?
We have estimates at this stage, but these are things that have to be worked out during detailed design. But we have made the commitment that the realized savings between the two methods of construction will be contributed to the town project.
So any additional cost that would be concurred by the municipality through you, Mr. Mayor, then would show in our own budget.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, the section affected on the Kane Parkway is probably only about a third of it that will be open cut as opposed to directional drilled, and so the cost of that difference between drilling and open cut will be something the municipality will realize and be able to contribute to the project. But the project, the last time we budgeted for it was, I think, a $2 million project. So you recall that we did an EA that was creating a 2-lane road with a bike lane that weaved out around the residence and then back into the other section and added more space to the park.
Well, I guess we'll see that in the budget somewhere between 2015 and 2018.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, for the presentation. I got some information I think sent through Regional Councillor Taylor to myself about the Bayview pumping station, because there's some signage up, and I haven't had a chance. I got it this morning. I haven't had a chance to read through it all. So there's signage up now about work that's being done. Has that been started already? And also, what's the completion date of that? And also, what would be, when you say modifications to the or is it new force main and modifications to the pumping stations, what exactly does it entail? Like, is it a building? Is it, because people are questioning what exactly is going to be happening there.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The works that are happening at the pump station right now are not related to this project.
Okay.
They are some just upgrade works, but they're not related to this project right now. What
Sorry, I'm hoping I can just elaborate a little bit on this.
Call in the experts?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mike Rabeau. I'm the new Director of Capital Planning and Delivery. So I was in correspondence with Councillor Taylor over the weekend. The works that are going on there right now are related to the East Gwillimbury servicing. So we're putting in a new linear works on Second Concession that are bringing flows down through the pumping station as a result of growth in East Gwillimbury. Ultimately, when we do develop the Water Reclamation Center, the servicing that's going in at the pumping station right now through that north corridor is going to service basically Newmarket, Aurora, and East Gwillimbury. That's the ultimate goal of the works that are ongoing right now. Anticipated completion is Q2 2015.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and is it an elaborate construction? Is there any sort of, and is there any digging going north towards East Gwillimbury? Will there be, you know, the section of basically it goes through a field and then
so there's going to be open cut construction through that corridor going up to Green Lane.
Okay.
It's going to occur in the fall. We're trying to alleviate the park season, the soccer season.
Okay.
So it'll be open cut construction. We have an existing easement there for a sewer.
Right.
It's really deep. These force mains will be further up. So that'll happen over the fall and winter and ready for spring 2015.
Okay. And then with regards to the YDSS, what exactly is the modifications that are done at both the two pumping stations? What would that be involved?
Yeah, yes, through you, Mr. Chair. There won't be any buildings. You won't be able to really see anything. It's going to just be valving, some mechanical works internal to the building that will be required.
Okay. And just to follow up, one more last question. The twinning that's being done along, I think is going down through an area, Lundy's Lane, the homes along there. I believe the twinning is being done in that section. You said the completion is going to be 2016. Is that what you're talking about? Is that type of construction? And have those residents been notified of anything happening as of yet, or not yet?
Through you, Mr. Chair, those residents have been notified as part of the EA process, but the works there are not going to commence until 2016.
Okay.
So we haven't even started detailed design yet.
Okay.
Once we do, they will be contacted and consulted with.
Okay.
If I can just add, for the majority of those works, back to Councillor Sponget's question, we're following an existing corridor in our rights of way and easement. All the works we've done with normal conventions, standard practice, better than standard practice, best practice, and we fully intend on further correspondence. So the idea around a session is very possible, and we can elaborate on some of the practices we're using and some of the controls we're going to have in place and some of the interruption that'll go on. That might be the ideal way to go forward.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerwin?
Yes. Whether it's you, Brian, or Mike, I would like to thank you and the region of York. I have a pumping station in Ward 2 at the end of Pearson or Hamilton. And I had the pleasure of hand delivering a letter to all the residents on Laundry and Gaston and Court and Hamilton and Pearson and Renzias and Harry Beer and College Manor with regard to the odor mitigation that you're going to be eliminating in that particular area of Ward 2. And the residents were most appreciative that this work is going to be going on, and it's going on in the fall, and will be eliminated by the end of 2014. And On behalf of the residents, they were most appreciative of the work that you're doing in that area because you're expanding the plant. So great cooperation between our planning department, Linda Travis, and the region of York, and me and you. So thank you so much. It's just a total improvement to the whole system. So thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Motion to receive the presentation. Councillor Emmanuel, Councillor Vague, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. It's good to have an overview, and as we get closer to the projects themselves, we'll have more detailed information that we'll be able to share with our community. So thank you for bringing us up to date. We have not had any requests for deputations, so we can go forward to the consent items that were to be dealt with separately, and we'll start with item number 19, I believe is the first one. I have a motion with respect to the recommendations, please. Item number 19 relates to the parking review of Millard Avenue, Forest Glen to Lorne Avenue. That's item number 19. So the recommendations are outlined in the agenda. It's deleting the no parking on the north side of Millard Avenue, Church Street to Forest Glen, and then adding no parking on the north side of Millard Avenue from Church to Lorne Avenue. So effectively, what the recommendation is here is that parking would be permitted, if I understand this correctly, from Lorne Avenue to Forest Glen on the north side of Millard Avenue. Is there a motion?
I have a contrary motion.
Okay.
In the motion, and I'll speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor, after. And procedurally, I guess I can make a contrary motion. The motion gets defeated, and then the recommendations can be moved. I would like to move, Mr. Mayor, that Schedule X, no parking in the bylaw, 93-62 is amended, be amended to reflect that parking be prohibited from Church Street to 297 Millard, which was the split option that had been asked by and agreed on by the residents. So that is my motion.
This is on.
I think I need to have a seconder.
We do need to have a seconder to get the motion on the table.
Clarification of the address.
I'll second it to put it on the table, but I would say that I have even inquired before with regards to this, the ward councillor. It would have been helpful to have this in advance. But I'll second it to put it on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaking to the motion as the mover.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Regional Councillor for seconding the motion. I'd like to clarify that the motion had initially, the report had come back to council, and I'll have to get some clarification through Mr. Mayor from either the commissioner or the director with the split option. I think it might have identified where that 297 was. And then there was a recommendation from staff, though, that not be adopted, and that the recommendation in front of us be adopted instead. The reasoning behind it was that there wasn't enough support for it in terms of the survey from our engineering department. As you can see, 9 people did not return or did not respond to the request. Now, since that time, I've had a meeting with the director on site, and the resident has managed to, one of the residents, and the resident was in front of this committee in the past, managed to get some letters from some of the residents that either had not or responded or changed their mind. But basically, if I can point your attention to the sheet that was provided by the director for today's committee of the whole. We have the residents at 315 where parking would not be allowed regardless because of the corner. 307, I believe, responded saying that they didn't care. And 303, the house is vacant. And 297 are the people that are requesting that we prohibit parking in front of their place. 300 has since replied as well, and I should say those replies were forwarded to engineering last week, and I think they are in favor of the parking restriction. And 304 is the cause of the parking issues. It's a multi-res, and they're limited in the number of parking they have when they have visitors, and as a result, vehicles are parked on the street. And there's a grade going down. If you remember the presentation by the gentleman, by Mr. Svensson, going down from 315 to 397. And when vehicles are parked on the north side, it's almost impossible for vehicles at 297 and 303 to make a safe right turn because they cannot see vehicles coming from eastbound Millard. So that's my basically my request for item 1. So is that there be from Road Millard side north between Church Street and 297 Millard be prohibited at all times, anytime, and then number 2 would stay the same.
Thank you. Regional Councillor is the seconder.
Thanks very much. I guess, to be frank, I'm inclined to support the recommendation in front of us simply because the ward councillor has been out to the individual doors and spoken with residents and seems to be finding what he feels is the best solution in terms of safety as well as in terms of what the residents' wishes are. Having said that, I really do want to reiterate that it would be helpful to, if there was that kind of consultation going on, to know the results of it before we're sitting at this moment, because it's a bit, and I've been engaged, I have asked about this issue before, and it would be nice to know before we're sitting here so I can actually try to understand it, because if I'm struggling with it, I suspect some other councillors aren't entirely sure what this means, but I will support the ward councillors' consultation with the public and proposed solution.
Okay. I'm wondering if I might have the benefit of the director's insight onto this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this stems from the fact that there was a bylaw existing that required that there be no parking on either side of Millard in that stretch, and that bylaw has been there for over 20 years. However, for some reason, we had no parking signs that were established along the south side of the road, but no parking signs had never been installed on the north side. Now, for some reason, and it wasn't Engineering Services that asked for it, but Public Works was asked to go out and put the signs on the north side back in, I believe it was April 2013. And so Public Works did go out and put no parking signs on the north side of the road where people had been parking because there were no parking signs, but there were no parking signs, but it was contrary to the bylaw that was in place. So we were just trying to address the bylaw and show that there was no parking on both sides. So that created a bit of an uproar on the street because people had been accustomed to parking along the north side. So once the signs went up, we started getting phone calls saying, why can't we park there? Why weren't we told? And I guess there was no consultation with the residents to let them know because it just conformed to the existing bylaw. So in June 2013, Council asked that Engineering Services do a parking review to see if residents were okay with upholding the bylaw as it was. So Engineering Services went out and did an original survey. And if you look at the sheet that you have, and maybe if we can put it up on the screen for our viewers who are streaming, the sheet that was handed to you today summarizes the results we got from the survey. Now, we did a report to Council on November 12, 2013, which is the first column you're going to see. There are 15 adjacent households that are being surveyed for this particular parking review. And out of those, 9 of them did not submit a return. 2 were against, and 4 were in favor of allowing parking from Lorne to Forest Glen on the north side only, which would include house number 297. So when we presented that to Committee of the Whole on November 12th, we received a deputation at that same meeting from Mr. Svensson, who suggested that there be a split decision instead. What he proposed was that why not allow parking on the north side of the road from his address, which was 297 Millard, and westward, but not towards the east. So this was referred back to staff, so we went and we did a second survey with the same 15 residents. And the survey question was, would you be in favor of the split parking decision? And if not, we would go with the original decision that was in favor of allowing parking, because that was what most of the residents wanted. So in that particular survey, we received 2 that were in favor. We received 4 that were against the split decision, and again, 9 that abstained from providing any feedback. Now, on Friday, we received some written confirmations of decisions or changes of decisions from Councillor Sponga, who went door to door and received certain feedback, and that changed the figures, as you see in the third column, from 4 in favor to 3 against and 8 abstaining. We got 1 new person that provided a comment. And it changes the split parking decision to 3, 4, and 8. Now, this is a very close count, and it's not that many. So I went out on site, like the councillor said. I did go out on site and looked at it. The only caveat is that we know that when there is parking along streets, it does tend to reduce speeds. However, engineering services will be coming out with a town-wide traffic mitigation policy and traffic calming in about 5 weeks from now, and we will address different techniques that we want to use to control speeds. So having said that, if it's council's wish that we do the split decision, engineering services has no problem with that. But we just want to alert you to the fact that we are required to provide a process to determine what the wish of the residents is. And our process indicated that there was a slight 1 person more who was not in favor of that. But there were so many people that did not reply, so we can assume that those people don't really care either way, and they're okay with it. So I will leave it into council's hands to decide what it is that they would like to do with this issue.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga?
Yes, and I would say that the split decision to me makes sense because the people that are actually in favor of it are the people that are from 297 east towards Lorne Avenue. And so those are the people that are in favor of the split decision, and so I'm quite fine with in supporting that request from the residents.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
So we're, just to get this straight, you want to change the recommendations, original recommendations from staff, from being parking all along one north side to just from the west side of 297 west to
East or west?
West.
Allowing parking west,
but there was parking all along there the whole time prior. Is that correct?
The bylaw was.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's
So
here north. I mean, we're talking between 1 resident, basically. It looks like. So, I mean, I'll support the ward councillor if that's whatever your wishes are.
any further questions? Councillor Mucho?
Thank you. Well, this is an important question because I know that sometimes, your role as an engineer is to provide recommendations to this council that really where safety trumps everything else. And from what I'm getting from this report, the recommendations you made have to do with, at least you mentioned how speeding was an issue in the decision that in the report you made. I'm just trying to figure out how you come to these decisions. Do you do it based on what the resident feedback is, and you just go with what residents say, or do you do it on the principle of your guiding principles of safety and all that sort of
Ms.
thing?
Pradam?
Just trying to.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have determined that there is not a safety issue in the area, which is why we would be all right if council decided to go the other way.
Okay.
I mentioned speeding because it's just a matter of the fact that when there is parking along a road, it tends to narrow the roadway so that traffic does tend to go slower. So it's not reflecting the fact that there is a speeding issue on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We have the motion before us. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Next item, item number 20. We have the recommendations. This is with respect to a parking review at Haskett Park, and it was an item that was deferred from December the 7th. Recommendations are that we delete prohibition of parking on both sides, Queen Street, and that we would permit, or no, that we would add that parking would be, there would be no parking on Queen Street. I wonder if we could just get the slide. Yep, it's on Millard Avenue as well. But it's Millard Avenue, Queen Street to a point 40 meters easterly, and on the north side and on the south side, it's Queen Street to a point 210 meters easterly, and that's Millard Avenue, and it's around the Haskett Park. I guess it's not going to be easy to get that on there. Are there any? Well, let's have a mover and a seconder with respect to the motions. Councillor Sponga?
I would like to move it, Mr. Mayor, the recommendations, but I would like to make an amendment. But perhaps I'll move it, and then if I talk to it, maybe perhaps we'll see if there's if council would like to entertain an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendations?
As they are.
Okay, Councillor Emanuel. Councillor Sponga speaking to the motion as a mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate again the effort of engineering cleaning up this bit of parking mess we had on Millard. As a result of not having signs and having a very successful venue for soccer fest, for regular soccer games, and I love it because I get to walk the kids, my son and the neighborhood kids, down to Haskett Park. It's great to see them use that park in that way, and we've made some incredible improvements to the soccer field in 2012 and 2013. However, again, here parking was not allowed there, and we had all our parents parking right there at the park, of course, to bring their kids to the soccer games. The only thing, and so I welcome this this amendment, but that the recommendations are suggesting for the parking regulations. However, we have to realize that if we look at the report prior for number 19, in the study of the report, it actually, and I'll take you to page, it's page 204 of report 14-23. And if you look down 1, 2, 3, the fourth paragraph, it says that, however, speeds on Millard are still in excess of the policy threshold of 55 kilometers an hour. And that is recognized by our staff. So the issue now with having vehicles parked at Haskett Park, both on the north and south side, brings about, I think it's great, commendable that we're cleaning up the parking bylaw here. But what we are facing is also young kids that are not necessarily playing. They're there with their families, crossing the park back and forth to get to the playground, which is on the south side of Millard, and the soccer fields are on the north side. So it's really creating a dangerous situation with kids darting in between cars there. And the parking, unfortunately, there's not enough parking in the parking lot at Haskett Park, and there's not enough parking even in the overflow parking at on Queen Street for Haskett. So a lot of vehicles are actually parked right there in front of the park, and you can't see the kids. And then, of course, we have our ice cream truck, and so it becomes really a very busy place. So I'm just wondering, and I don't have the solution. So I would just look at staff for either some sort of signage, markings on the floor, whatever we can put in place to try to ensure that people realize that 55 kilometers an hour going down that little track of road is going to, it's a very dangerous thing to do. So I'm not sure, but something should be done. I'm not sure what we can do, Mr. Mayor.
I'll let Councillor Manuel speak to it as the seconder.
I don't need to.
Okay. I wonder if I might invite comments from Ms. Prudhomme to see if any consideration could be given to signage that might alert people to the potential of kids.
Well, certainly I agree with the fact that it's an excellent venue and it is very highly used, and there are a lot of children around there, and they can get excited when they see the ice cream truck coming about. So certainly we want to keep safety as a top issue here. But I just want to clarify one thing, though. We have been doing some speed measurements in the area. We have some for 2013, several for 2012. I can tell you that, of course, there will be the odd speeder that goes past the 55 kilometers per hour, which is our operating speed threshold. But the vast majority are not speeding, and what we have found through our measurements, just so people feel a little bit more secure, is that the average speed is considerably lower than that. In 2013, on one measurement date, we found the average speed to be 43 kilometers an hour in a 40 zone. And that's over 2,200 cars that went through. And then on another date in October 2013, the average speed was 39 kilometers an hour in a 40. And we had 400 cars on that particular day. And in 2012, we measured several times, maybe about 7, 8, maybe 9 times. And every single time the average speed was lower than the threshold speed that we do have. So having said that, though, we certainly can look into doing some kind of signage or markings just to increase the chances of success in that particular area. I have no problem with that.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
Oh, I wasn't finished.
Oh, okay.
If I could just add to that, it's interesting. It's just last night. I swear to you, on my kids, as my wife and I and my son were coming back. We were driving eastbound on Millard from that intersection on Queen. That we were passed by another vehicle going eastbound. So if people are passing, and I can guarantee you, I was going over 40 kilometers an hour. I've sped through that track of road myself. It's just the way it's built. It's like a landing strip. It's just, natural. You can't help it. You have to keep your eye on the speedometer to ensure that you're not going over the speed limit. And I was passed. And interesting enough, there was a police officer parked in the parking lot, and had the discussion several times with the police, and they'll tell you that it's the most prolific place for them to get to set up radar and get tickets. So I appreciate if there's something we can do to set up, to put some markings, something, because it's a very dangerous situation, and we have that playground on the other side, so it's going to be just natural that kids and siblings are going to be going back and forth.
So, Councillor, are you supporting the recommendations with
I'm supporting the recommendation with
some signage that would alert people
absolutely.
to be careful? Okay, so, all right, good, thank you. Any further discussion, Regional Councillor?
Thanks. Yeah. Just before I start, I want to be clear. I don't speak through that section, but I guess is that enough? Can we pass this and just say some sort of signage, or does it have to come back? Anyway, my thought and my real question is, and I'm not an expert enough or know the liability enough, but could you not have one parking spot or maybe two there where parking was not allowed and was marked clearly on the, and then you have just a crosswalk hash across there, but not lights and everything else, but just something that indicates this is a place you should cross. There's no cars parked here for maybe 2 spots, or is that something that you'd have to set up differently from an engineering perspective? And
Ms. Burnham?
We don't actually support the hashed
Okay.
crosswalks, and neither does York Region, because they can cause a false sense of security in people crossing. So they're actually more dangerous. So, but we can certainly look at what it is we can do there, and we can put up some kind of sign, because there is a playground and a park there. So
I guess.
sorry. No, there are regulation signs that we can put up.
Oh, there are, okay. So then when we don't support those, I guess the thinking is that, I mean, it's got to be somewhat tied to liability, because then the alternative is that we're assuming that everybody's going to walk up to the intersection, cross at Queen, and come back down, right? But we know that doesn't happen. So we don't want to create a false sense of insecurity yet. We know 90% of them will cross in a way that's got to be, but it's tied to liability, is it, I assume?
Well, it's in our, Mr. Chair, through you, it's in our policy, actually, I believe.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga, final question, please.
Yeah, a final question, clarification though, but if we're programming the park on the north side for families to use for soccer games, and we provide a playground on the south side, and we allow people to park on the street because we know that the park is being used, then we have to take some responsibility in the fact that we are encouraging activities both on the north side and the south side of the street. The parking actually for the playground, one could argue that the parking for the playground is on the north side, and in order to access the playground you have to cross Millard to the south side. So in terms of liability, I think just the fact that we have a playground on the south side, a parking lot on the north side, and we program the north side, to a certain extent, I feel that we have a responsibility to ensure that that passage from north to south, that crossing, is safe and secure. So, and that I don't know how you would do. What are the standards? What is allowable under the regional warrants and so forth. So I would hope that staff could find some way.
So my question to staff would be: Are we meeting the requirements, the technical and engineering requirements with respect to safety? This road has been going through the park and the soccer field for a number of years now. So the question here is the way that we're modifying the parking. Are we taking the appropriate steps to ensure that the municipality has been responsible in what they're doing? Mr. Prentice.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I think the director has stated that we can look at different measures that can be made to warn the motorists and potentially direct pedestrians. The municipality did make the effort to construct a sidewalk on the south side of Millard from the intersection of Queen, so that individuals, parents, kids can walk westerly to Queen Street, cross Millard, and then head back into the park. And that is the proper provision for crossing a street. And in any case, there may be warning that can be provided and encouraging people to follow the correct route. It leads them to a stop sign where the traffic is controlled. But there are great risks at creating crossings where there aren't, where there's confusion or not clear rules of pedestrian versus vehicle right-of-way. But I think beyond that, there certainly would be things that the engineering department, as the director has said, could look at to draw attention to the potential conflict for both motorists and pedestrians.
Okay, thank you. And I'm wondering, Councillor, are you satisfied that that be a direction to staff that the appropriate signage be provided? Okay. Okay, good. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 26. Now, item number 26 is an information report, and I'm wondering if item number 27, which is recommending the bylaw be approved, was the item. And that's been dealt with, I believe, by consent. So Regional Councillor, I'll see what the intent was. And
no, thanks for the thoughts, but I was fine with just 26. It's still to be received.
Okay, good.
And you can still make other recommendations than receive. So, but actually, I'll move the recommendation to receive, and I just want to make a few comments. I don't actually have questions, just some thoughts on it.
Okay, Seconder, Councillor Emmanuel. Regional Councillor is the mover.
Thanks very much. I guess my comments really are, and I'm just going to flip to give me a second here. The item itself does go through the questions I've raised about environmental points and local procurement, and it refers to various issues, including international treaties. I guess my feeling on it is that I'm pleased to see that its companion report, which I didn't pull, but I'll speak to roughly as well, which is on page 287. It does comment that we're going to start to move towards to promote responsible purchasing, which encourages procurement practice which encompass social, ethical, and environmental considerations when acquiring goods, services, and construction. That first steps are described here. I would mention that the first steps are largely around the ILO International, and it talks about that's been adopted by Calgary and Edmonton, et cetera, which really talks to issues around child labor, forced labor, health and safety, et cetera, which I think is commendable. But it doesn't speak much to the environmental aspects that some of these same jurisdictions have embraced. And the City of Calgary has embraced a Sustainable Environmental and Ethical Procurement Policy, or SEEPP, which has quite an emphasis on the environmental portion. And I hope in the future we'll see more discussion around that side of things. I do know we do some things, but I think if you look at those procurement policies in other jurisdictions, they go far, far beyond what we're considering or the steps we take, where we say that it should be considered or such things. The issue around, I really do think there's a long way to go in this direction. I think it's my feeling, and I know others feel otherwise, but it's my belief that you're going to see some of the more progressive jurisdictions, such as Calgary, Edmonton, or some in the United States, such as Cleveland, are taking much more substantive steps, not only towards environmental purchasing, but even towards considering how local procurement ties in to environmental purchasing. I want to be clear. I don't support, putting local companies or procurement ahead of others. I don't support, the measures that we've talked about and discussed here with the Ontario Challenge around solar panels, et cetera, and having massive content requirements. So what I'm really more interested in is a policy, an environmental policy that will recognize in a very small way, I've often described a tie goes local kind of way, a small number of points or a small recognition for the benefit of supporting local procurement only insofar as you're close to a tying situation and it can help to alleviate that situation. And the example I've given where you'll have a procurement or you'll have a company coming from, let's say, Niagara Falls to do painting here over a local company when they've only beat that bid by hundreds of dollars on a $50,000 bid, let's say. And that kind of thing, I think, can and still should be addressed in different ways. If you'll bear with me, I'll just point out that the City of Cleveland in 2010 did put forward and it's called a quote-unquote buy local and sustainable law. The government of Nova Scotia in their sustainable procurement policy states in order to establish the best value of goods and service construction facilities offered, bids may be valued not only on purchase price and life cycle cost considerations, but also items such as environmental considerations, social considerations, delivery service, et cetera. Halifax goes somewhat further, but Halifax also speaks to this area for sustainable procurement in different parts of their policy. And they actually have here in the case of a tie bid, the procurement manager shall request the tie bidders to submit a final offer. If this is not successful and a tie bid still occurs, the contract shall be awarded to the local bidder, even though we're told that, and I don't know if we checked with Halifax, but that we would probably see people be afraid to bid here if we had a tie bid policy, which I find a little bit hard to believe that people, because it happens so rarely, that would actually cause people not to bid. So I think that there are other examples. San Jose has some very progressive policy in this area, an interesting policy, and Bellingham, Washington also goes far in this area, and especially as it ties into local procurement and the environment. So I just would say that I'm glad we're seeing some steps in this direction. I hope that we'll continue to this is something I've been interested in for a number of years, so I'm willing to see this through for a number more years, and that we can move towards a procurement policy that not only in terms of sustainability and other ethical considerations starts to look at some of those more fulsome policies in the areas such as Calgary and Edmonton, et cetera, but that I believe eventually, and you'll see other jurisdictions, move towards reflections of local procurement based only small number of points. Only something that would avoid that tie or close to a tie scenario being recognized. And the one area I would say that speaks to that is that our staff-initiated direction, which I fully support, was around the 100-mile diet, which we've seen actually promoted in videos and also in our Christmas dinner itself, and that policy is put in place and acted upon. Yet, if you read the report here, it would actually say that wouldn't stand a legal challenge either. But we somehow withstood that risk and in that area. So I think there's some room here to see that we're looking at some different directions when it comes to environmental and ethical procurement, and I hope that we can continue to monitor what goes on as change occurs throughout North America. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manuel?
Thank you. I agree this is sort of trending in the right direction, though I would like to see it trend quicker, and I think in a greater way that we could support local businesses. I don't think we should be so insular that we award local at any cost. I think it's, while this indicates in a tie, I think there are also what I would call ostensible ties. We had the situation a number of years ago where we had a local car dealer beat out, I think, on a truck purchase bid, and it was a few $1,000s, which in the scheme of things is not insignificant, but when it's tens of thousands of dollars in purchasing, I think there frankly should be some competitive advantage for businesses that have been employing people in our town for decades, paying taxes in our town for decades, been supporting sports teams for decades. I do think they should have a slight advantage. I'm not saying it's we should always go local. I know Federation of Canadian Municipalities, we were quite involved with the federal government on negotiating the Canadian-European Trade Agreement, the CETA. And one of the things that municipalities drew a very clear line on was you had Europe, their negotiators were actively arguing for open procurement that would really give us would permit municipalities to not give any advantage to local companies and organizations. And frankly, we were successful in keeping that language out of CETA. Perhaps what needs to happen is we need to be lobbying provincially through our provincial body, AMO, and nationally through FCM to ensure that we can have language that will give ties or ostensible ties, whether for environmental purposes or frankly just because it's, I think, the right thing to do. People who have employed people in your town, I think, should have a slight advantage, not to the point where it's costing taxpayers considerably more, but at the end of the day, it's also about local economy as well. I think that those are important factors that we should consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Nice carried. Thank you. Next item is number 28, I believe. Item number 28, and also item number 39 is a companion to it. So I believe that item number 39 is actually item number 28 with signed documentation attached to that. So we'll deal with those collectively. The recommendation here is that Council approve the 5-year single-source contract to supply the delivery of ice surfacers. And the particulars of that are listed. Can I have a motion with respect to the report, please?
I'll move the recommendations.
Councillor Hempin, is there a seconder for the recommendations? Councillor Sponga. Discussion, Councillor Hempin, as the mover? None, did you say, sorry?
None.
None? Okay,
Well, actually,
Councillor.
maybe I will make a comment. I'll say thank you to the staff for looking at this and reporting further on it. It was in front of us maybe about a month ago, and I'm happy to see that there's really very little to no difference between the, I believe it's the Olympic machine or Olympia machine and the Zamboni. So thank you for that report.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga is the seconder.
Oh, no. Same comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Thanks. I won't belabor too much, but I don't support this because this is an area where I think when you're replacing, albeit it's phased over a 4-year period, when you're replacing your whole fleet, I think this is, if any, the time that you consider going to RFP. And I recognize there is a desire to use the same system, same company that we've traditionally used, but there's one other competitor out there, and it's I pulled Halton Hills. They dealt with it in 2010. They were recommending the sole source of Olympia. And it's interesting, and I think this comes to perception, but there's the comment on 283 about quality of ice. And our reference and why we utilize Zamboni is that the hydrostatic transmission maintains the RPM of the gears even when the resurfacer slows down around the corners. This creates an even level throughout the entire surface area of the ice. So ostensibly saying it's better, yet in Halton's report, they say the Zamboni machines are hydrostatic controlled units and are not as easy to operate. This could compromise the resurfacing quality. So it's, I think it's sometimes in the eye of the user, and that's fair. And I just think, the notion that Olympia is not effective for quality of ice, I think you'd have to tell that to about half the NHL teams that utilize this. So in my mind, there isn't total justification for doing sole sourcing because I think when you're replacing your whole fleet, that's the time that you'd consider going down the road of a broader RFP. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hippen?
Yes, in the report it mentions that we have inventory of parts for these units, for these machines, for the Zambonis. Can we get an idea of what the value of the parts that we have for these Zambonis on hand are?
Mr. Prentice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I could not give a value. I think the point relates to the fact that whether or not you keep parts for different types of machines and whether the staff are familiar operating it and the mechanics familiar with maintaining and repairing them. But I am not certain as to the value of the inventory we keep.
Right. Again, I'm fairly satisfied. If I go by staff's recommendations and their analysis of this, we see that the average cost was about $100 difference. We see the efficiency of fuel of 3.0 liters in a 4-cylinder engine as compared to a 4.8 liter 8-cylinder engine. So I'm not a Zamboni or a snow clearing expert, and I'm going to have to rely on staff for this report and these recommendations, so I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga?
Yeah, I understand the comments of Councillor Emmanuel, but I unfortunately don't have the pages. I believe it's on my electronic agenda, but I believe it's page 284 under replacement. Replacements, and the last paragraph of that section speaks not to an RFP, and I know that would have been ideal, but to advertised a public bid for a multi-year contract, and with the options. And at this time, my understanding is it states here that the town only received one proposal, and it was from Zamboni. And in previous years, in 2004, again, the town advertised for a bid for one ice resurfacer, and again, at that point, only the only proponent, or the highest related proponent, I'm not sure whether Olympia responded or not, but the highest rated proponent was Zamboni again. So.
Thank you. I guess if the cost of the units measured within hundreds of dollars, and I'm not saying one or the other, it just, to me, I'd like to see that there be a real gain for us to make the change. And at this point, I don't see that gain, and so I'll be supporting the recommendations just to continue on with what we have. If somebody could show me that going into a different model would create some value for the municipality, then that's when we should consider that. But from what I've gained from reading all of these reports is that there isn't enough of a difference for us to consider that level of change. So I'll be supporting the recommendations. Regional Councillor and then Councillor Hempin.
I guess my question would be, what was different in 2005 that staff felt or recommended that we did go to a tender process? I mean, if the argument here is a solid argument, I would have thought it was a solid argument in 2005. So is there a reason why we did go to tender in 2005?
Madam Director?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner,
manager of
sorry.
procurement has indicated that he just can't recall what occurred back in 2005.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hampton,
Yeah,
final
last
comments,
comments for
please.
sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment was made. I remember looking at this again, like I said, about a month ago or maybe a couple of months ago. And we have this further report in front of us. And a comment was made that about 50% of the NHL arenas are using the Olympia machine. And I'm not basing my decision on this procurement decision or not. I'm basing it on this report. But here I see that there are 5 of the 30 NHL rinks use the Olympia machine. Thank you.
I want to win loss records.
Have the win-loss record?
Councillor Emmanuel.
Thanks. My comment at the last meeting was about, they both have about 50% market share. And I think most would agree with that, that in the industry. So I'm not speaking to, the notion that Zamboni has a higher quality of ice, I mean, when you've got NHL teams using Olympia, that argument's not, doesn't necessarily win me over. But, so I think that they're both about 50% market share, and surely there's level of comfort. I just think if we're going down this road, again, we're replacing the whole fleet. If you're not going to RFP at this point, you'll never RFP. It doesn't make any sense. So, because your argument, if you're only replacing half of them about parts, standardization of vehicles makes sense. If you're replacing 1, 2, I'd support sole sourcing then. But we're literally laying out the plan to replace the whole fleet. So if you're not doing it now, you'll never do it. And so I just think, while some can say it might be $100, I don't know. That's what you have a competitive tendering process to determine value for dollar for the taxpayer. That's why you have competitive tenders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Can I see the opposed again? 4, so it's 5-4 passes, right? Let's try. Yeah, I'll call it again. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Next item then is item number 30. We have a recommendation. That is page 254. This report, that's correct. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This report was circulated as an information report and subsequently requested to be placed on the agenda. And that's right. And the recommendations at that point was that it would be received for information purposes. And I'm just trying to get myself oriented here. I think it's page 254.
Page 254, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could I have a motion with respect to this report?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councillor DiMuccio in the queue. Councillor DiMuccio, I'll recognize you.
Motion and speak on it, Mr. Mayor.
We're going to move the recommendation
For
that
the
it be received.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a seconder that the report be received? Councillor Kerwin, thank you. Councillor DiMuccio is the mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the, I'd like to thank staff for this report. I have a few questions on it and a few concerns. Some of the things that I read in the report, and then I think a few days ago something I read in the Newmarket Era. There's some inconsistencies, but basically what I want to highlight in the report is the fact that my concern has to do with the Woodbine lands, and we know that the loan is not in fact being paid off until the sale of the Woodbine land. Is that correct?
Mr. Service?
Yes, that is correct. Once the Woodbine, they're paying interest only until such time as the Woodbine lands are sold.
Right. So, I was reading something in the Newmarket Era by, I believe, John Cudmore that was dated April 26 that states the club is working off a $2.8 million loan received from the municipality last year to help pay for the cost of the facility. I think it's fair to say they are not working off to pay the loan, are they? Are we receiving payments for the loan, or are we receiving interest for the loan?
We're receiving interest only.
So they are not paying the loan?
Not yet.
Okay, so the loan will begin to be paid off once the sale of the Woodbine lands, and I know the contract stipulates that if these lands are not sold in month 6, which we are approaching in May is month 6, then the town will become more aggressively involved with the sale of the Woodbine lands. And I wanted to talk about that a little bit because, and I spoke about this last summer, that the
Councillor,
Woodbine, yes.
If I may, that may affect the commercial value of the lands, and so if we want to have that discussion, that might be a discussion we should have in camera because it could affect the commercial value of the lands.
Right, Mr. Mayor, but I have nothing that would affect, what I
Okay,
have to
I
say
just-
is public information. and
Okay,
it would not
thank
affect.
you. I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that
Right.
we were
But we know that the property was appraised in 2010, and we know what that property was appraised at. And despite my objections, because I know that this council and the town of Newmarket has a policy that we do our own independent appraisal, and we bypass that, I believe that the Woodbine, I believe that the property was appraised at too high of a value, quite frankly. And I think I think that part of the problem, and this has been ongoing for years, is that those lands it's difficult to sell those lands because of the value. Now, we know this is farmland, and we know that we are now approaching May. If it has not been sold in May, obviously there are no farmers that are interested in this farmland this year, so I think it's suffice to say that it would probably not be sold. I believe that if we had our own appraisal, if we did our own appraisal here at the town, then we could get perhaps a more accurate estimate of what those lands are, and therefore we can get a little bit more aggressive with the sale, and we could also have, my recommendation would be to have an expert real estate person who's expert in selling farmland, who understands it, has experience. So the reason I'm highlighting the Woodbine lands is because we know that without selling those lands, we are not going to be getting any payments from the loan from the soccer club, and quite frankly, there's really no incentive for that board, for the soccer club board, to sell those lands, because what incentive do they have? They're just paying interest. It's a very easy thing to do right now. And so I guess I'm trying to get some ideas from staff as to what their plan is. And my own personal feelings is that we need to start with getting a separate appraisal of the Woodbine land. And I think it's in the Newmarket Soccer Club's best interest to do so, so that they can sell their property. We have it in our contract that the town is allowed to step in and be more involved in the sale of the Woodbine lands in month 6, which we are now approaching. This is month 5. And I'd like to know, I'd like to get a little bit more information from staff on if there's a committee set up or what the plans are to do so. And then I have some other questions about outstanding field fees. So if you can answer those.
Okay, number one, Mr. Service, to the extent that it doesn't influence the commercial value of the property, and I think that's a matter that needs to be discussed internally, and the extent to which you will be having a dialogue with the soccer club in accordance with the agreement might be appropriate. But again, to the extent that I don't want any dialogue to the extent that it affects the commercial value.
Can I just sort of ask a
Point of order.
Can I just, I can't entirely recall, but I believe I recall, but is the exact timing or the role of the town of Newmarket vis-a-vis Woodbine lands and the timing of that sale, is that in the public domain?
The timing, Mr. Sheldon?
Mr. Mayor, I do not believe that part of the agreement has been disclosed at this point in time for the reasons that you stated. If I could just try a response also to the councillor's request, and we appreciate the comments that were made. The report does talk about a meeting that is being set up with the CAO, the Commissioner of Community Services, and the Director of Recreation and Culture. I think that in terms of the property issue, it would be appropriate for staff to file a report with council following that meeting. And depending on the outcome of that meeting, it would either be a confidential report or a confidential report with some sort of information component that can be placed on a public agenda. So that would be within probably the next cycle of the Committee of the Whole process, if not that, the following one.
Thank you, and I think that's reflected in the report on page 258, that you will be meeting with the club and the agent. And it would be appropriate for that report to come, that information to come back to this council as an in-camera item. Again, the issue is around affecting the commercial value of the property. Mr. Shelton?
And if I have a point of order, though, Mr. Mayor, and we don't have the solicitor here, but I still don't understand what the criteria would be to have an in-camera discussion affecting the sale of the lands when we are not owners of those lands. We didn't buy the land. The town of Newmarket, there is no land acquisition.
No. First of all, the position that the municipality takes with respect to the disposition of land can have an impact on the commercial value of the land. I'm sorry. And the intent here is that the soccer club and the municipality come to an understanding as to what the best value is. And to me, I don't think that's a matter of public discussion. If I was a purchaser, I would love to sit back and wait to see what the municipality is doing, and that would certainly influence the offer that I would make on that property. So it does involve property, and it does involve commercial value of a property that we have an interest in. And therefore, I would see that as an in-camera item. And we can bring that forward on that basis, and we can have the benefit of our solicitor's opinion as to whether or not that would be an in-camera discussion. I believe it would be, but we can have the benefit of our solicitor's opinion at that point. Mr. Shelton.
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to add, and staff, if they wanted to address anything further in this topic, my recollection is that there is a bona fide independent professional appraisal that is in place. It was not carried out for the town, but carried out for the Soccer Association. But in response to the councillors' comments and concerns, that is something that would be considered as part of the meeting in terms of whether there should be a further appraisal, an update, or what have you. So just wanted to make that point.
Okay. Thank you, and that's imminent.
Okay, so if I may continue, and when is the date of that meeting that you're going to have the discussion with?
Our hope had been to have had that meeting already. However, with everything with post-secondary education, we weren't able to schedule that meeting. We are targeting a week from tomorrow for that meeting.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say in the report highlights on page 258 that the NSC is being advised by the realtor that it's typical for land to sit for a minimum of 3 to 6 months, but we're in month 8 right now. So is there a reason for such a delay? I mean, this is what your report says, but again,
Mr. Service,
I'm just concerned with
reflects
the
the market,
information
perhaps.
we're getting.
Go ahead.
That would be one of the topics that we would discuss with them in that meeting as to whether or not the price is appropriate.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that you said in the report that, well, we know that the commissioner was made aware last year, July 26, 2013, that the frontline staff extended $98,000 in unsecured credit from the Newmarket Soccer Club. And I've asked this in other previous council meetings. I'd like to know, and I'm going to have to ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Robert Prentice, how frontline staff is able to extend that amount of credit. I would imagine that extending credit, it goes to a manager and then to a director and then to a commissioner and then to council. And why was that process not followed? I'd like to know. I still don't have an answer.
Thank you. Mr. Shelton.
And this is about accountability, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask Commissioner McDougall to address that, but that is clearly set out in the report at the bottom of page 258. If the Commissioner would like to go over that, please.
Mr. McDougall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff's historic practice has been to follow up with community support user groups, and within their role, they were doing so. Given what we later found out to be very unique circumstances with soccer, despite their ongoing pursuit of following up, and due to soccer later identifying to us their financial cash flow challenges and their organizational change that they were going through, staff had continued to follow up and unfortunately were unsuccessful. And that is consistent with what they would normally be doing in terms of following up. So one of the things that we have certainly advanced very seriously on since this occurrence is that, and the director can speak in more detail to what he's been doing with the director of finance, but we've got some very advanced, new and improved, tighter controls and trigger points in terms of when things get escalated up to senior management. So perhaps I'd ask the director to comment specifically on the improvements been taken since that time.
Mr. Service?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. The past practice really relied on length of time period that accounts were overdue, and what we are incorporating is a dollar figure that serves as a trigger point as well, so that staff are aware that if the dollar figure goes a lot beyond their normal level of signing authority, that they would immediately notify the next level up, so that we were aware that accounts payable, are higher than is normal practice. And just to add to that too, I am also personally reviewing our accounts payables, accounts receivables on a monthly basis. I am looking at the entire sheet as well.
Okay. The new process, Mr. Service, when do you feel that you'll be able to bring that back?
As soon as possible. I am working with our treasurer to finalize that. We are already doing the review on a monthly basis. Both he and I do look at it on a very regular basis. I look at it on a monthly basis. So we will bring forward that report, though, within the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Colin. Here's the question, though. So you have a new process in place, but I read something in the Era over the weekend that concerned me about process, and I'm going to read that to you. As you know, the soccer season starts in May this month, or this next couple of days. And I believe Mr. Hansen was quoted as saying that we don't owe the town any user fees money, and that's correct because they paid it off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But they have not been asked to pay for fields yet, and I was under the impression that it is our policy that we do not rent out any fields unless we have payment in advance, and I know that for a fact because I certainly am engaged with other user groups, and that is their policy. So can you explain that? Because I really don't want another scenario that happened last summer to happen again, because really that's what got us here.
Sure, certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair. I also don't want the same scenario, so I want to start by saying that. I can't speak to what was intended. I do know that we have issued contracts, and that is our first request for payment. So when a group is issued a contract, they are expected to then start making payments. I can assure you, and I will say with total confidence, that I will personally be speaking with groups if they were ever to attempt to use fields or any facility without payment or without at least discussion of payment. There are some occasions where we may get to 1 to 2 week overlay because of volunteer groups not being able to get check signers, those kinds of things. But if those are very extenuating circumstances, and we are taking this very, very seriously this year.
Okay, so has the Newmarket Soccer Club booked fields for the 2014 season?
Yes.
Have they paid for those fields yet?
No, they have not paid for those fields yet. They will be
Why?
required to pay for because the contracts have not started yet. They have to make payment prior to the start of the contract.
Okay, but they're using the fields, are they not, in the next few weeks? Is that correct?
Yep.
And what is our policy when a user group books a field or a facility to use? What is the policy?
They must make payment prior to the booking date, prior to the actual use of the date.
Okay, so when are we getting their check for the use of those dates? I don't know what the schedule is for May, but when are we getting those checks, and are they going to be followed? Is the process going to be followed the same way the process is followed for all user groups?
Yes. The process will be followed the same way for all user groups.
Mm-hmm.
Our expectation would be that they submit the first check the Friday prior to the week that they start play. The start of play is a little bit up in the air because of the conditions of our fields right now. So that's part of the holdup, is that we can't finalize a contract because we don't know exactly when they're going to be able to get on those fields because of the extraordinary winter that we've had.
Mm-hmm.
So we will ensure that they have made payment the Friday prior to any use.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other, sorry.
Councillor, I have other speakers.
Yeah,
You get 2 more opportunities to speak as well. So
I just had to finish. I just had a few more questions, Mr. Mayor. It won't take very long.
I'll give you another 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. In reading this report, I'm assuming this is a quarterly update?
Yes.
Okay, because I read the report several times, and it looked like it was more of a query to questions that I had. And then, of course, when I read this article, I learned information that I didn't know that was going on with the soccer club. I didn't get any registration numbers. I didn't get if the rentals are in the high numbers, whether there were outstanding debts. And I think that the fact that there are, in fact, outstanding debts is something that I didn't know. And I was under the impression that those debts were going to be solved once we had this loan. And I'm learning here that it's not. The club still has, fees related to the York Region Soccer Association. So what else is going, I guess what I'm trying to say is I really don't have all the information. I would assume that a quarterly update would have included all that information, but I read about it in the paper. So can you just really give me a scenario of what's going on, outstanding field fees, well, we know that already, but outstanding fees to other organizations, and what their registration numbers are, et cetera, those sort of things. I mean, could we get a report on those things? That's what I wanted to know.
I guess what we did have an opportunity, Councillor, to submit questions to the director in advance, and had they been submitted, that information probably would have been included. And if there's some additional information, I'm wondering if, unless the information is at hand now, I'm wondering if you might follow up with the request to submit your further questions to the director so that they can be addressed in the information report.
Well, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I understand what you're saying, but I don't have, it's not my job to tell staff what to write in a quarterly report. I can certainly give them information, but I would imagine that those things that I brought up today would be things that they would naturally put in a quarterly report.
Thank you. You do have an obligation to submit the questions that you wish to have answered. Okay. And were those questions answered?
No.
They were not answered? Were they submitted to the director as we requested?
Those questions were submitted probably over a series of since we've gone
But in the
through
most
this
recent
process,
report,
Mr.
I think we asked
I
that
don't
you
recall
submit your
the
additional
specific
questions. So, it's awfully tough to have information available if we don't know what the questions are going to be, particularly if the issue is as complex as the soccer issue. But I will turn it over to the Commissioner of Community Services. But I am asking that if we are requesting that if you need information, you advise staff in advance that we do so in order that we can have a fulsome report that addresses the issues that we wish to see addressed. I think that's part of our responsibility as well. Councillor McDougall?
Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
He hasn't registered yet.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Which ward?
Commissioner McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to reiterate, in the report, it does invite, if there's any questions or any concerns between quarterly updates, we're certainly happy to take those. We would ask Mr. Mayor if we could receive any questions in writing, and then we would do an information report between quarterly reports so that we can keep council fully informed throughout.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are,
Okay.
sorry,
If
I may, there are some questions I can't answer, though.
Mr. Director, yes, go ahead.
Sorry. Just in terms of the outstanding debt, as part of the agreement, there were 4 lien holders that held liens on the property. Those liens were removed in order for us to secure the mortgage. And when they were removed, a payment plan was established with those 4 liens. They are making all payments necessary, and those payments are established within the loan agreement as well. They have made all of those payments up until this point, as per their agreement. 1 out of the 4 lien holders has been completely removed at this point. There are 3 remaining lien holders. The amounts owing to them are $25,000, $32,000, and $33,000 respectively, which represents half of the original liens. They anticipate having those liens paid off by October, as per the plan.
Okay, so could you write that in a report or an email? Is that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to follow that up with an email as well.
In all fairness, could we submit the questions in email, and then we can have the answers in email, and that way we can make sure that all of the questions are
Well,
dealt with
hold on. Point of order, Mr. Mayor, because now you're saying that the quarterly reports that staff writes are dependent on the questions that we ask, and you are not giving them any authority or any leeway to write what these kinds of what Mr. Service just said now. So I agree, Mr. Mayor, with you that we should enhance those reports by asking questions. But I certainly don't want to make that report dependent simply 100% by what this council requests. staff has to have some leniency and authority on this.
Thank you.
And I'm totally comfortable including that in all future reports. And with respect to registration numbers, those were not included in the summer registration numbers were not included in this report because it was too early to get a fair and accurate picture of summer registration numbers. In the appendix that Newmarket Soccer Club did complete themselves, they did indicate their total revenue that they realized in field rentals this season and the number of schools that they rented to as well. The intention in the quarterly reports is that we will give them the opportunity to attach an appendix so that they can speak to some of the things that they're doing directly, and I can follow up with them to make sure that those numbers are included in the next quarterly update.
Thank you. And just to clarify, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Service, that if there are any questions in the interim that are submitted to you, that you would submit a further interim information report on any information that's requested.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Regional Councillor.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to say to staff, thank you very much for all the detail that you've put into this report. I think it clearly indicates that there's a considerable amount of information that has been and is in the public realm in relation to many of the questions and inquiries people have had, including the original details of the soccer loan, which were outlined in that September 9, 2013 public motion that occurred immediately after the in-camera report. So I really appreciate the work that's been put into this and the amount of detail that demonstrates, along with I think it's really good to have the soccer club attachment, and they can add even more information, but I think people can find that there's a great deal of that information that is in the public realm. So I thank you for that. I think, though, that not everything is in the public realm, and as we know as members of council, not everything can always be in the public realm, and I would like to speak to that for a moment. I guess my concern is, I think we know we had a very learned integrity commissioner in the past to speak to us about how important maintaining in-camera information is, and how it's the decision of a council to disclose in-camera information, not the privilege of a single person. And so I would just urge all of council to be very, very cautious around that. I believe that there was some in-camera information that might have been inadvertently disclosed today. And that information, I believe, can harm the potential resale value of a soccer club that's trying to rebuild and that needs the support of the community. But also that it's kept in cameras so as not to affect the resale value. And so, and I know the media is here, and now maybe it'll get reported on, and prospective buyers will consider that, unfortunately, or may consider that, unfortunately. So I just think as a council we have to be very, very cautious and understand our responsibility about in-camera information and the impact it can have. And so finally, I'd like to thank the staff as well for the approach they're taking of trying to work with our sports organizations, including the soccer club, in a way that isn't punitive and that doesn't, that clearly is an approach that seeks to see them succeed, as opposed to an approach that seeks to see someone fail. And so I appreciate that immensely as well. I think we're getting a lot of information. I don't think necessarily it's something that we need to keep highlighting the struggles. It's clear from everything I've read here, the reports you've given us, that on every front they're making progress and they're hitting a lot of their goals. And so I think that's the message we should be seeking to share with people as much as possible, that this is a group that's rebuilding, it's making strides and it's making achievements, and hopefully we can continue in that direction and see a fully stable soccer club in the next season. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Thank you, Colin, for this report. Frankly, this report represents wonderful news. We're seeing soccer turn the table, and they're frankly getting on their feet from what was a challenging time. I think we need only look back in history why they're where they're at. And remember, halfway through construction of their building, it collapsed, and that put them behind the 8 ball. And what council has done is stepped in to help get our frankly most participated sport on its feet, so that kids aren't at risk of losing a season. And one thing I think that's important, I have a question, because this report that was put on this agenda is about a month old. So again, there's going to be information that is always evolving. One thing I read recently, this indicates that there were still some outstanding dollars from their previous arrears, but my understanding that is now they're no longer in arrears from the newspaper article. So if you can clarify that position, because that's even better news from this report.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. They paid their final payment on the 2013 outstanding fees on Friday, which was ahead of schedule.
That's wonderful. And again, to Regional Councillor's point, we need to be talking about the progress being made. I don't think any of us around this table wanted to see soccer lose a season. So the fact that they've now paid all the arrears owing to the town of Newmarket is great news. And frankly, that's one of the reasons I know I voted to step in and to help them. So they seem to be trending the right way. And one thing, if I can clarify, I think it's touched on a bit, but Colin, through you, Mr. Mayor, Colin, you attend all the meetings or the board meetings that you can attend, just so you're apprised. I just want to thank you for that. That's one thing I'm glad this council decided to do, is continue to have our staff be there so that we can see if any issues may be arising. I'd hate to be in a position if our staff member wasn't at that table. Just Colin, I just want to thank you for committing that extra time as well on top of your day-to-day duties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Namucho, our bylaws, as you know, provide speaking 3 times for a total of 5 minutes each. I've already permitted you to speak well in excess of 16 minutes, but I will recognize you one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I think it's wonderful that the Newmarket Soccer Club is doing what all leagues are supposed to do, which is pay off and spend pay for the facilities that they use. I would like to put my own 2 cents in here, and I would like to say that I think we need to know a few things. I'd like to clear the record, because I think Councillor Manuel stated that the soccer club would have lost their, I believe he said, what we're doing is better because we're saving a soccer season. And I think it's important to know that, the soccer club president now has stated, and we know this, that they were not going to lose their soccer season, and that all they had to do was simply renew their loan with their previous lender, and everything would have been fine. So let's clear the record for that. Their soccer season would not have been lost. We know that, and he admitted that himself. The other thing too that
point of order. Sorry, there's meeting in the room and the writing. That's absolutely incorrect. Thank you.
Well, you know what? Do you have evidence of what I said is incorrect? I will bring the evidence to you.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. At this point, let me just say something. There isn't anything accomplished going back over and over and over and over again. Why don't we make an assessment of what our situation is now, the steps that we've taken to administer this, to resolve this for the benefit of the municipality and for the benefit of the soccer club? Why don't we focus our efforts on making sure that that can be accomplished rather than rehashing things that either have been in or out of or said or not said? Let's make this a productive discussion. Let's talk about moving forward. Let's talk about the information that we need to protect the municipality and the interests of the taxpayers on a go-forward basis, and let's focus on that. And I think our energy would be well spent in that direction. And beyond that, I don't think that's productive anymore.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I quite frankly agree with you, and that's why I'm not the one who called the point of order, so I agree.
Thank you.
So if I may continue, I am actually trying to get questions. That is my job as a council member, accountability. So to continue, what I am trying to get accountable here is to the taxpayers. We have taken almost $3 million out of a reserve fund, and we are not even getting paid that money back. So when we don't have a reserve, when we've taken money out of a reserve fund and that reserve is not getting paid back, then yes, this will be rehashed over and over until I know that we have steps that we will get that money back into the reserve fund for taxpayers to be used for infrastructure. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. The notion that we're not going to get paid back is a bit of a stretch. I think we're fully secured with mortgage security on two pieces of property. I think we're getting a better rate of return on our reserves than we would have with the bank or any other investment item. And if you look at the balance sheet of many corporations, an asset, mortgage receivable that's properly secured by property is a good investment. So to suggest that we're not going to get paid back, I think is inappropriate.
I did not suggest that.
I just heard you, Councillor. You said we're not getting paid back.
We are not getting paid back right now. That is a fact.
We're not required to be paid. Councillor, we entered into an agreement to lend money over a period of 3 years that is secured by a certain degree of security and that requires the payment of interest. There is not one business that would make a mortgage available and insist on being paid tomorrow. The question is the soccer club meeting its obligation under the agreement and under the mortgage? The answer is today, yes. And if that doesn't happen, there are remedies contained in the mortgage document that enables the municipality to secure its investment. And therefore, to make a statement that we're not getting paid is inappropriate. Let's move forward like I said we would.
Again, I did not make that statement. The fact is, point of order.
I was here.
The fact is, I said that we are not getting paid, and Mr. Service said himself, that loan has not been repaid until the sale of those Woodbine lands, and we are not getting that. And quite frankly, Mr. Mayor,
Are we
I
going
don't
to
know
use the
of
queue?
any
Counselor,
business
yep,
or
Counselor.
bank that
Okay,
pays
enough, Counselor.
interest only and not
Order,
principal.
Counselor.
Never
We're
heard of that.
not making any progress at this point. Enough. So I'll listen to Counselor Hempel.
Okay, thank you. I also of the firm belief that the municipality will receive its money back, and we based our decision, or members of this council based our decisions on assets held by the soccer club and our securities for the debt that's outstanding. And to suggest that we're not being paid back, I know of many instances where vendors hold back a mortgage and interest is only calculated, and then there's opportunities to pay off principal. So to suggest we're not being paid back at all, I think it's a little bit irresponsible, in my opinion. We are getting paid 4%, 5%, I'm sorry, at the moment. We're getting 2% above the prime lending rate. Also, there was the suggestion of, when we had the point of order, I've lost my train of thought, sorry. This is I'll come back in a moment and I'll speak again.
Okay. Actually, I was going to call the question. The question is with respect to the motion to receive the information. And if there's any further questions, and again, I'll make this comment to all members of council, is that if you have any further information that you require, and again, my request is let's see if we can seek out information and opportunities that help us find a progressive solution, and that will protect the municipality and assist us in going forward. I would suggest that we send those questions to Mr. Service, and if there's the need for an interim report, then that would be initiated. That's been undertaken. Councillor Hempel, and maybe
Yes,
your
thank
final
you.
comments?
Yes, I just wanted to, sorry, there was a suggestion that the season wouldn't have been lost. And we've been hearing that they weren't, the soccer club, I'm sorry to bring
I'd
it
rather
back.
not go that.
I'm sorry, but it was part of the discussion, and, all right, out of respect for you, I will not speak about that then.
Thank you. Regional Councillor?
I can imagine the criticism open myself too, but I still want to clarify, and I just heard you say if a supplementary information report was needed, but I'd like to clarify that we're either going to get further, if people have further questions, they'll be answered either in the form of an email or at the next quarterly report.
That's right. An interim report, an interim information report, and that would be available to all members of council.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but I believe procedurally an interim information report can be requested to be put on the agenda. Is that correct?
At any time, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, I'm going to be blunt, and I'm going to be blunt, and quote me anywhere you want. I don't want an interim information report. And you can quote.
Mr. Mayor, I never asked for an interim.
I didn't say you did. I'm free to speak.
Councillor DiMuccio, I didn't attribute anything to you, and so it's not a point of order.
No, I'm not.
No, it's not.
No, you can check the recording. I did not.
In fact, it was me who had made the statement of an interim information report. Councillor, you're out of order. Councillor, you're out of order. It was I who suggested an interim information report, and so that comment is to me. I don't find it defensive or out of order.
Thank you. So if I can finish my comment, I'd just like to say that I think that we have quarterly reports where information can be shared on the soccer club. Any other information can be requested and answered in email and asked to be included or not included in the quarterly report as per the usual procedure. I think that otherwise we run the risk of, and I'm sure it wouldn't be intentional, but we run the risk of having this at every meeting, and it becomes a thing where the soccer club just gets dragged through the mud on a repeated basis, and I'm sure nobody wants to see that. So let's just stick to our quarterly reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of receiving the report? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Next item is item number 31, and I believe that's the list of outstanding matters. Could I have a motion with respect to the outstanding matters, please? Councillor Kerwin?
So moved.
Seconded. Councillor Sponga. Speaking to the recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to compliment council and staff on reducing the number of outstanding matters. Actually, we started with about 32 at the beginning of the year, and we're down to about 10 now. That's really healthy. We've addressed most of the issues. Just with regard to number 4, as this is the time of the year where the weather is getting better, I know it's going to rain all week, and it is with graffiti removal. And it says that there was 15,000 for 2013, and I assume the 15,000 was carried over through you, Mr. Mayor, to Rob Prentice into 2014. Specifically, what do we intend to do with that money that's been allocated for graffiti removal?
Mr. Prentice.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the $15,000 actually is used to retain a contractor so that where we are notified of graffiti, and that can be done through our web page or by calling the customer service center, we can respond quickly. There will be cases where, or more quickly, if staff are busy doing other duties. There are cases where we will respond where graffiti is offensive, and we may respond immediately, like within a couple hours. But that has assisted us greatly to have that contractor on staff. We've also been able to come to an agreement with Newmarket Hydro that if there is graffiti on their furniture, street furniture, we can use the same contractor and bill the cost back to Hydro. And so that should also help in 2014 to reduce the problem.
I like that. The major graffiti that I'm finding now, and it's universal throughout the town, and that is the graffiti on the red mailboxes that stand alone. I looked at about 30 of them, and 20 of them have graffiti on them. And that is becoming really offensive. Like they're putting graffiti over the graffiti, and volume is back in town on some of them. And I know that's a federal matter, but is there, and I know we have a machine that we purchased years ago that's in the operations department that can remove graffiti. Is there any possible way that we can remove the graffiti from the mailboxes and bill that back to the federal government? Because they are not reacting, and as you're well aware, there's conflict between the postal union and the federal government with regard to the phasing out of mail, and they will be putting in more and more super boxes throughout the town. So I think we have to be proactive now to let the federal government know that if they're going to put in more super boxes and more boxes where people have to pick up their own mail, they've got to be more diligent and responsible for the super boxes and the red boxes throughout this town, because it's just only going to increase, because in my ward most people still get mail delivery. So now they say they're going to phase out that mail delivery within 5 years, but what are they doing to remove the graffiti on the boxes that are already there? And that's what concerns me.
Councillor, I see that this is coming forward in May, I believe, so maybe your perspective could be addressed when this report comes forward.
Okay.
And it's coming forward, I think it's scheduled to come forward in May of this year, so next month?
Yes.
So maybe...
But I think at this point, because the offensive graffiti is all across the town on the red boxes, I think we have to start to address it, or you're just going to... When I took the course on graffiti removal, if you take it off right away, they won't come back again. That's what the report. But we're leaving this on there for months after months after months, and the federal government is not doing anything. Okay. Therefore, I think we have to do something.
Suggestions, Mr. Prentice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can try to contact the post office in the next couple of weeks. I guess the deadlines for that report will probably be within the next 10 days or so. So for that May meeting, we can see what information we can find out. They are one of the areas that we have a problem with. The post office does remove. I'm not going to say that they remove it at the rate that we do. They do have a program of removal. I've seen it happen. However, it falls behind certainly what our standards are. Right. But what we can take the liberty in that report of suggesting is council, again, I think they did last year, take a position trying to put pressure on the federal government. And we can write our report to give council the tools to try and pressure the federal government further again in 2014.
what is important to me is, and we have a page in the Thursday, the town, I believe, is acting absolutely responsibly. We are trying to remove the graffiti. As you've said, we have a graffiti abatement program. We've got a graffiti abatement committee. We've allocated $15,000 in the budget. I believe that has to be really spelled out to the people, and that the removal of graffiti on public utilities or post boxes is the responsibility of that public utility or the federal government. And people should know that, because one of the things I get the phone calls upon regularly, and I compliment Leslie Long in responding directly, but I think some type of communication should go out to the public on who's responsible for the removal of graffiti.
That could be considered by staff. Thank you. Councillor Smaga?
Yeah, on the same point, to you, Mr. Mayor, I think I raised it before. And my understanding is, and I just wonder if this report is going to look at it, or perhaps just a suggestion. My understanding is that East Gwillimbury actually goes out and removes all graffiti from utility boxes, whether it be federal, provincial, or local utilities, and then charges back. And they have the ability then to react much quicker that way, rather than wait for the responsible agency to come back and clear their fixture. So I wonder if maybe the report could take a look at that, if there's an opportunity. My understanding is right now, and again, I want to reiterate the arguments, the comments by Councillor Kerwin in regards to our own staff. I note that right now when graffiti is identified, if it is on private property, first of all it goes to bylaw, then bylaw issues an order. And I'm wondering if the order is issued as well to Canada Post, and whether that order has a 30-day span before they have to act on it. So, and now we have we had somebody from bylaw go out, look at it, document it, send out an order. 30 days later, we have to follow back on the order, and then one way or another gets removed. So there is a cost associated just with that aspect. I'm just wondering if the report can look at it, just us going out, removing it, and then charging back.
Okay, Mr. Prentice, is consideration?
Well, I think I'm not sure whether East Gwillimbury, they do many things well, but I'm not sure whether they're able to recover money from Canada Post. But you could take an approach that they may be taking the approach that they're just doing it. But we could suggest council could consider either options.
Okay, thank you. Good. And I'm wondering if the mover and seconder would accept an amendment. I believe last Friday that item number 1 was withdrawn before the OMB, so we could delete item number 1 on the list.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a friendly.
There's a couple of them today too.
Okay. Good. So they'll be deleted normally, but without any further reporting, we can deal with that. So all those in favor of the outstanding matters as amended? Thank you. That's carried. Next item. Maybe before we go into, no, we'll deal with. There's no correspondence or petitions, regional reports. Any regional items, regional councillor? Okay, thank you. Any notices of motion? Being none, item number 34 then is notice of motion. Councillor Emmanuel.
Sure.
What about 33? I'm sorry, actually, item number 32.
32, sorry.
Yep, item number 32.
I was going to move a motion for that.
Okay.
So it's seeking direction. So because this is referring to the budget process, I'll move it that staff do the analysis with respect to option 3 for the 2015 budget review.
Option 3. Am I reading?
1 seeks council direction on the option. The report on page 274 of 6 is the option that I would like to include, option 3.
What page, sorry? Page 267, okay, let me just. in option, okay, the, okay, I was actually looking at recommendation number 3.
Yeah, no, recommendation 1 seeks an option to recommend, and I'm including option 3 as that
Okay,
one.
thank you. Do I have a seconder for option 3?
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor DiMuccio. Okay. Councillor Emanuel, speaking to the motion.
Thanks, yeah, I think it's self-explanatory. This doesn't commit us to this, but I think we heard enough over this winter and over the years that it's at least worth that analysis, looking at full clearing of all sidewalks, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiMuccio is the seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think that we need to have this discussion. I know that it's something that I think ratepayers want to talk about, or at least it doesn't, it certainly opens the door for that. And I think it's fair to say that this is a service that would be very beneficial. We have a lot of vulnerable people that don't have the capacity to clear their own sidewalks for whatever reason. And I think that, this is really one of the things that the town is tasked to do. So I support the option.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin.
I think we have a number of questions. Option number 3 states that the cost of approximate cost of doing all these sidewalks in the municipality, the outstanding 35% is $250,000 to $300,000. I'm wondering if that amount also includes the option of number 1 of the growth-related sidewalks of the 20.2 kilometers and that $250,000 to $300,000. Or if it includes the option of number 2 for enhanced service around schools, transit routes, and I saw it at Main Street also. And I have a number of questions, so if I could get that answered
Mr.
first.
Aguilera.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it does include the specific areas. Option 3 includes going through those specific areas and giving priority to them, such as Main Street, regional roads, schools, and transit locations.
Can you speak a little louder, please? Mark?
Oh, sorry. Option 3 does include giving priority to areas such as schools, Main Street, regional roads, and primary transit locations as part of that. So in option 3, we'll look at doing a specialized service to those areas, as well as doing all the roads at once, so they get priority, and then the remainder would be cleared as well.
So the $250,000 would include the additional growth-related sidewalks of the 20.2 kilometers as well?
No, that would be a separate, that's separated from that. So that growth would be the extra 20 kilometers. The extra 20 kilometers would be in addition to that. But as mentioned, this is something we need to do a thorough analysis and just see where those numbers come out.
Okay. Also, in regards to the number of calls, so we see for the viewing audience, November 2010 till April 2011, calls regarding snow clearing on sidewalks were 84. From 11, it was 28. From 13, 111. And this past season of 323. I think I'm hoping that if the report that's going to follow, if it could maybe include areas that we're receiving complaints from that are not cleared, and specific areas of as suggested in the enhanced level, what percentage were coming from those areas also? Was it, I'd just like some more detail as to where we're getting the phone calls so I can make a better understanding on, make a better decision on the report coming forward. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Who seconded that?
Councillor DiMuccio.
Councillor DiMuccio, and they both spoke. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you. I'm glad that to see this report and the recommendation. I fully support the recommendation in front of us that has been moved. I think we're truly creating a very walkable community, and we've several times talked about the installation of sidewalks make it so much more an accessible community as well. And we also know that we have a very aging community, and very soon the majority of the residents in Newmarket, the seniors will actually outnumber our young people in Newmarket soon. So we want to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to walk safely and to do so 12 months of the year. And so I really support this. I think it's about time.
Okay, thank you. I think it's appropriate that we get the level of detail that we need so we can make an informed decision as we go through the budget process. And I think it should be part of the 2015 budget process. We've committed ourselves to our existing service levels for the current year, and that's reflected in our current tax rate. And so for us to consider it should be all part, and it is appropriately part of the 2015 budget process. So I will be supporting that. Any further discussions? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, I think we have one more. Action item, and that is with respect to the sidewalks from Savage Road to the Tom Taylor Trail, and it requires a recommendation of either A or B. And I would say to members of council, let's take a break after we deal with this and before we go into motions. Mover, what is?
I for the option A at this point, Mr. Mayor.
Option.
Because of the construction that's going to be going
I'm sorry, Councillor. Yeah, my apologies. I did not look at the queue. I didn't realize people were in the queue. So Councillor DiMuccio was in the queue, so I'll recognize Councillor DiMuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move for option B, that staff be directed to continue with the project of building a sidewalk that on the Tom Taylor Trail to Savage Road that connects those two, and that the additional funding of $145,000 be provided from our reserves.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Do I have a seconder for that motion? I'll ask a third time in terms of having a seconder for that.
I'm going to
motion.
second it to get it on the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiMuccio speaking to the motion as a mover.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quite frankly, I was a little bit disturbed that this was not seconded right away. You know, the municipality is tasked to build sidewalks. We are tasked to provide transportation modes of safety. Certainly sidewalks has been a contentious issue with this council for this term. You know, we had decided in the capital budget in 2013 that this was going to be an expenditure that we supported, and we all voted in favor of it. I do not accept the premise that we have money. I have some serious issues with this report. If, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask some questions to staff, through you to Ms. Prudhomme, about the report. Okay. I don't accept the premise that we don't have money, as you know. Can you just explain to me what our reserves are meant for?
Ms. Prudhomme? Hey. Mr. Prentice, yeah.
If I may assist, the attention of the report in saying the amount of money, the funding that we have is, we're saying that we don't have the funding availability in the 2014 budget as presently approved.
Right. Yeah. And so I understand that, and I understand that through your consultant that we needed a retainer wall, and these things happen. So we certainly saw that with the Old Town Hall. We saw a $1.4 million extra cost that we had to take out of reserve funds, out of funds. So I understand that these problems come up. This was a project that we had supported, and we saw the need for a retaining wall, and that happened. So again, my question to you was, what are our reserves for?
Mr. Prentice? Okay, Madam Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, just in very broad terms, there are reserve funds which are dedicated or allocated to certain projects, and then there are just general reserves. And I believe this report was saying that if council was going to approve option, what is it, option B, that it would be just taken from the general reserves.
Okay, so do we have money in the general reserves for this expenditure, or, I'm just curious to know.
Councillor, could I just clarify? I don't think it's suggesting that we don't have money. It's
Yeah, I know,
suggesting,
I'm
it's
trying to make
suggesting
a
that
point,
we.
Mr. Mayor. I know it's not suggesting that. I would just like
so
to have
why
these
are we
answers
arguing
on record.
Why are we arguing a point
Because
that's not being made?
Mr. Mayor, I have a point at the end of my questions are, and I'm trying to
You
get
can
it
get
on
to the
record
point then,
because
please.
every single resident in the area is going to know why we've gone in this direction, because they are relying on a sidewalk. So my impression is that this council will not be supporting the expenditure of $145,000 to build a retaining wall, and instead hope for some unknown date of what says in the report here, some unknown date of urbanization in an area that the York region has no plans of urbanizing. So that could be 20 years from now, if even that happens. So I would like to get on record with whether Ms. Prudhomme, who's an engineer, supports not having supports waiting, because her report gives us two options. Do you support people walking on a shoulder, or do you support people walking on a sidewalk? That's all I want to know.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'd like to know
Mr.
from
Neff.
this council, yes.
We're seeking direction from council on that, to that effect.
And I'm seeking your opinion as an engineer. What option you would choose, because that's going to go to all the residents there. They need to know.
Either option would be acceptable from a technical perspective.
I'm not asking technical, I'm asking safety.
That
She has
technical,
answered the question. Yep.
Technical
She has
is
answered the
based on
question,
safety.
Councillor.
So you would support, so you think that walking on a shoulder is safer than walking on a sidewalk in
I
that
think
area?
the question has been answered, Councillor. Okay, so
I asked yes or no. Would you support,
Councillor,
you
the
would support either
staff
or?
has said that they could support either option.
Right,
I don't know how many times you want to ask it differently, but the answer is that either option can be supported. So the question has been answered.
Right, Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Herpin.
I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. Sorry, this is my ward.
You're already at 5 minutes. Perhaps
This
I
is
can
my
come
ward,
back to you,
Mr.
Councillor.
Mayor, and you know, we had a resident die crossing the street last year, and I do take these issues of sidewalks seriously in that area.
That matter has
Mr.
been
Mayor.
investigated, Councillor,
Okay.
and I think it would be helpful for council to
Mr.
have
Mayor, you're
the
interrupting
outcome.
me.
No, Councillor,
Yes,
you're making a point about a tragic incident that has
And you
not yet
interrupted.
been investigated. Thank you.
Right, okay. So,
I have you at 5 minutes, Councillor,
Mr.
and our
Mayor,
bylaws, and I've permitted you to go beyond
I'll
your 5
speak-
minutes
I'll speak
before.
after.
That would be fine. Thank you. Councillor Hampton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, again, give a little bit of background so the viewing audience understands it, that council actually provided for the budget of 2013 for $100,000 for a sidewalk from Yonge Street and Savage Road to the Tom Taylor Trail South. The construction costs estimated for this provided by a consultant, a construction company, is now in excess of $230,000, requiring the municipality to add an additional $145,000 to provide this sidewalk. I do believe that we need to create as safe a passage as possible to this trail, but I do have some questions. It says that York Region is, however, planning to resurface Yonge Street in the summer of 2014 as part of the resurfacing work, and creating a 2.25 millimeter shoulder on the edge of the road. What were we going to be providing? How wide of a walking path or a shoulder were we going to be providing with this $250,000?
Ms. Burnham?
The design would be for a 1.8 meter wide sidewalk, which is a standard concrete sidewalk.
Thank you. Okay, it also mentions here the town would then would have the opportunity, when the resurfacing work or the region is doing their work, to build a proper sidewalk without needing a retaining wall. Do we have any idea of what the cost savings to the municipality would be if we did it at that time?
Ms. Burnham?
We haven't calculated it as of yet, but I assume it would be just the cost of the retaining wall, which would be about $145,000 in this case.
Okay. And if we partnered with the region, do we have any kind of estimated date when this may happen? So we would have the opportunity to put a sidewalk?
Councillor, do you mean as part of an urbanization?
Yes, and the road resurfacing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did meet with York Region, and they did tell us that they did not intend to urbanize that section, but that it was to be urbanized as part of a future Viva expansion. Now, whether the Viva expansion will go south of what we have on our plates right now, who knows how long that's going to take. So we don't really have an estimate of that time frame. That's why option A was recommending that maybe there be a bit of political pressure put on by trying to accelerate that through our council instead of just staff meeting with staff.
Thank you. So we know that Yonge Street is going to begin on 2015, and we've heard today that it will be completed by 18, so we're talking sometime after that. I believe we need a safe passage leading to our trail system, and I will be supporting the motion, option B.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, something I just became aware of today after reading the regional agendas for, I guess, this Thursday. And within the Region Committee of the Whole agenda is a report on, I believe it's called the Greenbelt Pathway, that will go east-west across the region. It travels across St. John Side Road to the Herb Mackenzie Marsh. We'll come north up the trail to the Tom Taylor Trail. And because there isn't a connection from Yonge Street further up Yonge Street, they're actually drawing a route that would come up through Foxtail Ridge, through the residential area on Savage Road, crossing the road at Savage Road, and then heading out on, that's not Savage Road, the other side, is it Persicini? To the John Smith Trail. So the region have, that is an area that the region wants to put a trail through, and they have taken the approach that they would put it up through our residential area and then across where the Savage Road lights are. So council, if they're considering the value of expending the additional money and the potential issue that the timing for another Viva project on Yonge Street south of Newmarket really will be unknown at that time. I thought you might just want to weigh that factor into it also.
Thank you. Regional Council. Oh, Mr. Sheldon.
Mr. Mayor, with that additional piece of information, I just wonder if Council would like to defer this into the next Committee of the Whole meeting.
Sorry, defer it until when? Yep, you're next in the queue.
Thank you much. I was going to speak to that very point when my turn came around. I guess what I would suggest actually is I think there's a number of moving parts here. Am I correct that the Viva extension on the Viva Yonge Street project doesn't end at Savage Road? It actually ends beyond Savage Road, I believe almost exactly in front of the Tim Hortons. Does that sound correct? So that would be extending into the area where this work's going to take place. Is that correct? No. This would end where?
This is Savage Road South Lake.
Oh, the South Lake. Okay. So, what I'm thinking is, and I was thinking before the information you shared, but I think that complicates it somewhat. I actually was thinking that I was leaning towards supporting option B, because I do think it's something we have to address. But having said that, I don't support deferring it to the next Committee of the Whole, because I think there's too much that needs to be done here. I actually think we should defer it for a period of 1 year, not 6 or 8 or 10 years, which could be the case if we just simply said until the region urbanizes. That could be who knows how long. We don't know. But if we defer it for 1 year, and part of this motion should be that we send a motion of council requesting the region to address this concern, the safety concern, and accelerate or the urbanization, and then give the regional representatives, whomever they may be, a period of time, because you can't do it in a month or two. You need a budget cycle at a minimum to affect change, and give the regional representatives and the ward councillor and whoever else an opportunity or a time period to, as was suggested, exert some political concern. Then we could revisit it. And I'll be frank, if we're unsuccessful in getting a reasonable timeline from the region within a 1 year period, I'll support the work that needs to be done. But I do think because there's such a duplication of work to have this happen, and if we could do the urbanization, which I think is a benefit of Newmarket, in other ways than the sidewalk, and get a sidewalk done properly, then we wouldn't be duplicating the work and the cost and throwing dollars away. So I think it's worth a real effort, and I'm not just saying, we toss it off a bit. We put a real effort into it. We make a motion to council now. We follow it up with some meetings. We start to work towards that issue becoming higher up the ladder in terms of budgets for next year. So I would actually, if we don't move forward on option A, I would be moving a motion that we defer this for a period of 1 year, and that we ask the region to provide, we urge the region to expedite urbanization and provide a timeline to the town of Newmarket as soon as possible, addressing all safety concerns, and then different people can get to work on trying to make that a reality with a 1 year period. If it doesn't occur, then I would fully support the work being taken place. But I think the dollar amount involved to not attempt to try to get it properly addressed and urbanized, have it done and possibly thrown away if the urbanization takes place, or that dollar's wasted, wouldn't be prudent financially. And given that our director has said that from a safety perspective, it's fine. And at this point, either direction, I think we'd be prudent to try to get that solution in place. And so, just letting council know that if we don't support option A or B, that I would be moving that motion to defer for 1 year with a clear part of that motion to the region to expedite and provide clear timelines on urbanization.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support the direction of Councillor Taylor. I think that this is an important area. It's a gateway to our municipality, and it deserves the proper treatment. I think...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. To speak on the deferral, does it not need a second?
There's no motion to defer. There's no motion to defer.
And I think it deserves a comprehensive look at it, and it needs a joint approach both from the region and the municipality. If you look at the picture that is attached to the report, this does not look like an entrance to Newmarket. So I think it's prudent to wait through a budgetary cycle and get the right political will from the region to look at this area and do it properly. So I would support that direction.
Thank you. Councillor DiMuccio, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. During the report, I'm reading here, it says, at this time, the region has no plan to urbanize this section of Yonge Street. And even though the plans for urbanization of this section of Yonge Street as a future transit rapid way were identified in an open house, no timelines for the urbanization have been given. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Prudhomme, we don't know if there is a plan to actually urbanize or put a bus lane in that section. We have no idea, right? Is that correct?
Ms. Prudhomme?
We know that it is on the table, but we have no idea what the timing would be. It could be 20 years, it could be 40 years, it could be 5 years.
Okay, so, but however, we do know that York Region is planning to resurface Yonge Street in the summer of 2014. So I think, would it be fair to say that the money and time and resources to resurface a road, that we can say that, urbanizing it and making it into a bus lane would be years down the road? Is that correct?
Ms. Prudhomme?
You could make that assumption.
Right, okay, thank you. So I will make that assumption, and again, I will move for option B. Now, in speaking about the deferral, Mr. Mayor, I don't support a deferral. Staff has already reported on this project. We've received information, we've received safety reports. We have all that information. To say that we are going to make sure that, we want to defer it because we want to, there might be duplication. I think it's safe to say, based on what Ms. Prudhomme just told us, that in 1 year from now, we won't be any closer to any decision made on a bus lane that is a potential bus lane that could happen, yes or no, 50-50 down the road. So I think that would not accomplish anything. I have all the information that we need. And, I finally want to say that, we have money in reserves for these kinds of emergencies. I don't think this is a big one, $145,000 for a retainer wall. It happens. We spent 1.4 million of our reserves, Mr. Mayor, for the Old Town Hall project. That was something, an emergency, a discrepancy that we didn't expect. We spent reserves for the Newmarket Soccer Club. We didn't expect that. We spent reserves for legal fees. We didn't expect that. In fact, those decisions were made very quickly in camera. That's what they had in common. This decision, this is what we're mandated to do as a municipality. We use reserves for things like projects like building sidewalks, and sometimes we get one of these things at a retainer wall or extra resources, whatever, it happens. And this, to me, is a very easy decision to make. To say that to say that the York Region might build a future bus lane after their resurfacing, their resurfacing project is a big deal. I mean, we're looking at years and years down the road, and even then, we don't know if that's going to happen. I live in this area. There are a lot of children that are walking down the street, Mr. Mayor, young children with families. I don't like to see that. It does not make the town look good. And this discussion right now that we're dealing with, $145,000, the fact that we are making such a big deal out of this when, we spent 1.4 million on the town hall, we spent millions on legal fees, we spent millions on a Newmarket Soccer Club loan. That, quite frankly, Mr. Mayor, says it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm inclined to support option B. The only question I have would be the sidewalk itself. Is it going to be set back from the road at all? Is that our plan? Do we have an idea of where it's going to be positioned?
Be through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Thank you.
It would be set back quite a bit closer to the lot lines and would be adjoining the retaining wall.
Adjoining the lot line, so you mean like sort of at the top of the hill it shows? Is that what you're saying? Like quite a ways away from the road? Where do you mean exactly? Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes. The preliminary design that we have now shows it maybe a few meters away from the lot line into the hill. So if you picture the retaining wall, you have a photograph
yes,
in the
like
report.
Sort of you see the hydro poles so close to there? Or?
Exactly. And the retaining wall would be a height of about 1 meter to 1.5 meters all the way through, but it's throughout the entire length of the whole sidewalk.
Okay, and then any future work that would be done in the future, whenever that might be, that sidewalk would more than likely stay in place, therefore? Or you don't know?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's not guaranteed because of the grade differentials.
Right.
If that's urbanized, we may want to raise the road because we wouldn't need any ditches anymore. So if the entire section is raised, then that sidewalk may be redundant and may have to be redone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, would that be a cost through us, or then it would be done as a project at that point, just like?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We are responsible for the cost of sidewalks on regional roads.
I mean, it's too bad that we don't have more information, sort of thing. I guess that's where I'm sort of, too bad we don't have more information of when, looking into the future and knowing exactly through that crystal ball of when all the pieces are going to come into place. That being said, I mean, we do have that trail system there joining into an area that's, our residents' homes, and I think I will be definitely supporting option B. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel?
I too will be supporting option B, but I also think it's important to know nobody here has spoke against doing this work. I think there were questions seeking more information or trying to avoid cost duplication, which I also think is an appropriate thing for councillors to ask those questions as well. There's no point, we shouldn't be duplicating costs, but for me, the safety imperative, I think, in my mind, makes option B supportable. And so I do hope that moves ahead, but I'll never fault a question for councillor for asking questions, process questions on whether there could be duplication. And this is partly what we're here to discuss, is to ask questions and get those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Regional councillor.
Thanks very much. I guess maybe the CEO is wiser than I am, but I guess I then would go back to maybe it's not a deferral. Are we able to get any information, more information by council on the issue that the Commissioner Prentice raised around the other trail connections and how that makes sense here or what we might do or do differently. And if we can, I think, and I'll be frank, in that time, I'm going to reach out to the region and see if I can get any more clear sense of what's going on. I don't, you know what, I'll support it for now and then try to do a little bit of understanding on this trail and try to understand from the regional side what timeline could be occurred, and then perhaps by council on Monday we can consider those two things, and if there's any new or significant information we can consider in other ways. But I just hate to see us with 1 year opportunity. I mean, I know this is important to many people or some people, but it's also been something that's been undone for many, many, many years. And to know that we could have, in 1 year, perhaps achieved full urbanization, which is a much greater look, as Councillor Sponga said, and it's what this part of our town deserves. And I think in some ways we take the pressure off to not have that occur. We take the pressure off to have that full urbanization occur if we put in a measure such as this. So at least in the interim, I'd like to get more information. I, for one, am going to try to strive to understand the timeline as best we can by council on Monday. And my only other question, it doesn't necessarily have to be answered, but what's that? Because that's a funny spot. What's that blue piece in the middle of the picture there by the town sign? There's something blue in there. I don't know. Anyway, that's fine. No, we don't need to answer that now.
Councillor Sponga?
My question to you, Mr. Mayor, is to Commissioner Prentice. So what we're hearing is that the region is planning on extending the trail as part of the Green Belt east-west connection, and that part of the trail is to go through the residential area in this area. And if I understand you correctly, your suggestion is to explore that and to try to have some cost avoidance, and perhaps that those funds could be brought over to this side rather than through the residential roads, and so that we could get some cost avoidance and have the capital invested in this area. Is that what you're suggesting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm pretty sure it's called the Greenbelt Trail. Uses mostly existing facilities and is largely along roads, so it is just following the road, and it is a bike path. So it is not necessarily the same as using a sidewalk. But there were no funds associated with it in terms of improving the roads within the subdivision on Foxtail or Savage Road. But without urbanization of South Yonge Street, I defer to the town engineer, a bicycle connection going up Yonge Street, unless it's within that strip that they're going to pave on the shoulder, isn't really a practical thing to do until it's urbanized and there's the platform and the type of facilities that are going to be available on Yonge Street in the Viva right-of-way, where there'll be a curb, then a bike lane separated slightly from the traffic. So there wasn't money associated with the creation of this new plan going east and west across the region.
Okay. And to you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to get some clarification from the CEO. As you were asking for a deferral for the next committee, the next cycle, was that to explore, to get some more information in terms of funding, or at the end of the day, that's what we're getting down to, it's the funding, right?
Yes, it was to get some information in terms of what's proposed to see if there would be some funding assistance.
Okay.
That's one of the main reasons.
So to the regional council point through you to either the commissioner or the chief administrative officer, is there an opportunity between now and next Monday council to try to get some of that information, and maybe that we can get a better understanding of whether that would be, that extension, that trail could be formed, be part of a future urbanization or not? Would that be sufficient times?
Mr. Sheldon?
Mr. Mayor, we could certainly try to do that. If council is moving to option B, I think in any case the direction could be for us to pursue that and exhaust that possibility.
Would there also be an opportunity to try through the regional representatives, I guess, to expedite the process of urbanization?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Regional councillor?
I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I just want to clarify. This obviously hasn't gone to tender, correct? And we don't actually know the actual cost of construction.
Mr. Prentice or Ms. Burdom?
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Will this come back to us at that point, only if it's above or substantial? I'm just thinking that the work through that on that hill, I have a feeling that we could be in for a surprise, but will it come back to us, or only if it's in excess of?
If, through you, Mr. Mayor, if council authorized additional expenditure to complete the project, it would not come back to council unless it exceeded the financial controls bylaw. And that generally allows that over a certain percentage, if we can, through underages in other area, can meet this overage, we just proceed.
But it's within a percentage of what's been approved here, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine, okay.
And I think we have a percentage and the CAO has a percentage above that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga, final comments?
Yeah, my
please?
final comment, a question actually. Back to my comments, this is a gateway area, and I remember that there was a study that came to us, maybe the CEO or the commissioner can, or the director refurbish my memory there. But we had a study on the gateways, and there were proposed treatment to the gateways of the municipality, and I'm trying to remember if there was some funding associated with that or not. Where are we at with that initiative?
Mr. Shelton.
Is there any opportunity to bring the two together here?
Yes. Yeah, I'd ask Commissioner McDougall to speak to that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sponga, you are correct in that this was a location where there was one of the three entry signs that was contemplated by council, it must have been almost a year ago now. And so there has been a small staff team working on options, and we would project a report coming back to council within the next couple of cycles on that. There is some funding sources that we've identified for council to consider, and so it would come forward as part of that report. For this particular location, obviously the position to be taken on that site would depend on, in part, to what happens with this report and with the sidewalk, because it would have to, if it were to be an entrance feature location, it would have to factor in any sidewalk or any future urbanization. So depending on what happens with this particular location, it could result in that one location of an entrance sign to be deferred until a later date. And that may have to occur anyways, depending on the resourcing that we've identified to date, because there is a gap subject to some further development happening in the community and more resources possibly being brought to bear for entry signs.
So there is no synergies, there is some synergies that can be captured between the two, but you're saying not at this time?
It could be considered. I mean,
it certainly could be considered. It's a matter of just aligning the resources for entry signs with the resource of this, but there would be synergies.
Mr. Prentice?
I think when I say that there were synergies, the sidewalk design contemplated a location for the entrance sign.
Okay.
It wasn't excluding that. The funding are two different.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we were to do the two at the same time, we may be able to capture some.
Yeah.
No? All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to support option number B because I've seen the region take a number of capital projects and defer them as a result of their financial forecasting and trying to manage the debts, and something that we've all supported. So I'm not optimistic. In any event, if the regional councillor is able to give us some insight between now and the council meeting, that would be helpful. But in the interim, I believe that safe passageway is a priority in my mind, and so I'll be supporting option number B, which is the current recommendation. No further discussion. All those in favor of the motion which supports option B, and that is to go forward. Any opposed? None opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Why don't we take a break? 10 minutes if we can. 15, and we'll come back at 5 o'clock. I'll call the meeting back to order now then. And I believe we've gotten through all of the items with the exceptions of motions. So we'll start with item number 34. Councillor Emmanuel.
Move my motion, then I'll speak to it after a seconder.
Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Regional Councillor. Speaking to the motion, Councillor Emmanuel.
Just asking for a staff review. AMO's taken a position on Bill 69, but there's concerns that this could affect municipalities considerably on requiring payments within 30 days, shortening the time periods where we can verify whether works have been done with our contractors. And this, frankly, with the amount of road works we do, capital infrastructure, frankly, this it should be concerning all municipalities. So I know some municipalities have passed resolutions. If staff could report back just a high-level report and whether they recommend a resolution that we could deal with that in an upcoming council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor is the seconder.
My only comment is I believe, but my memory may be failing me at this point, but I believe the region may have discussed this as well, and we might want to include those comments in the report back. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 35, notice of motion regarding official plan zoning bylaw amendments and advertising and notification. Councillor Emmanuel.
Move my motion, then speak to it after there's a seconder.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Sponga. Councillor Emmanuel is the mover.
Thanks. This is, first of all, our staff have done incredible work over the last few years, and our notices appear in newspapers with respect to planning notification. One thing I think we need to change, I recognize there may be limitations within the Planning Act on signage on properties, but perfect example right now, if you drive out to the Toth farm where there was, we had our public meeting, you know, I think our signs, frankly, are a bit archaic, and don't get me wrong, they're what other municipalities do. So it's not unique to us, but these, I think, signs that when you're driving by at 80 kilometers an hour, a tiny print, you know, the public notice, I think we need to look at changing either two ways. And I think there are best practices Toronto's starting to do where they actually show residents what it may look like, what's being proposed. They're more substantive. Or City of London, what they do is it's actually super simple. It's in large writing. There's a zoning bylaw amendment, contact City of London for information. Either go simple or go more detailed, but with bigger. I think we need only cite Schlesser Square as an example. What they did, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it was to generate interest sales-wise potentially, but that hoarding that they put up, or that trailer, if you will, showing what may be there, got more attention than we do on most applications. And so I think this is an area where I think we could do a better job, but I think most municipalities could do a much better job. And just asking staff to report back at an upcoming meeting, no urgency, but to improve the notification process.
Thank you. Regional Councillor, the seconder? Or no, who seconded that? Councillor Sponga seconded that.
Yeah,
Thank you. Any further discussion? Might even give consideration to just parking a bulldozer on a site. That gets attention pretty quick. But I think that's a good suggestion because there's a lot of people say that they didn't realize what was going on. Good. Okay, all those in favor? None opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Good. New business. Councillor Bay. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Councillor Sponga. Sorry, Councillor.
We've heard that 55 kilometers is not speeding, but to a lot of the residents and people who live on that street, they realize that report over report, years of...
Councillor, maybe a seconder first.
Oh, yeah. No, actually, no. I will move the motion that, I'm going to surprise you now. I will refer this motion to the forthcoming or the upcoming traffic mitigation report study townwide, and I'll refer this specific pilot project to that report.
Okay, I think that's a good fit.
There you go.
Okay, so we're okay. That's seconded by Councillor Emmanuel.
Having said that, can I speak to it now?
It's a referral, I guess. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Very briefly, I think that I'm hoping that sooner or later we can give some relief to the residents west of Warren on Millard. There's concerns with speeding on that particular street.
Thank you.
How about that?
All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Now, item 43. Item 43, I believe that was a notice of motion, but shown as a resolution. Councillor DiMuccio?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. It's meant as a resolution, and it's pretty self-explanatory.
Okay.
This is great news for our community, as you know. Can I speak?
Move.
I'd like
We need
to
a
move it.
seconder.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Seconder, please.
Yeah.
Councillor
Oh.
Sponga? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like I said, this is a feel-good resolution, and I'll just read it. We got some great news in our community through its DoorTech manufacturing plant. Magna Closures has announced plans to reinvest in the town of Newmarket through $1.5 million of expansion and plans to hire 75 workers. And so I think that, this council should welcome the news of the expansion of DoorTech manufacturing and calls on leaders in business, government, and labor to continue to work together, rallying to preserve and grow employment opportunities in Ontario's auto manufacturing industrial sector, which remains critical to our local economy of our community. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the seconder? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item number 44 is a PowerPoint presentation. We'll deal with that this evening, but there is still a couple of other items, I believe. New business, item number 37. Let's deal with item number 37 initially, and that was initially intended to be part of a closed session if required. I believe that we can address those items in public session, Mr. Shelton. So if you could provide us with an update, that would be good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the property matter, there is no need for a closed session. In fact, we did not get to the point of entering into an agreement with the property owner, which, as it worked out, was good from the perspective of consideration and so on. But I did want to take this opportunity just to talk very briefly about the post-secondary initiative, and that is that although our bid was not successful, there were some other successes, and we do have staff in the organization that are feeling a little bit disappointed, but they're also, I think, buoyed by the fact that there was a real coming together of council, staff, and community members in both towns, which really led to a lot of excitement, energy in the organization. Got you thinking about longer-term strategic goals, as opposed to a lot of the daily stuff that all of us have to face. So that one, we will keep our eye on it to see how that one moves forward, and we will draw from that the positives that have come out of it, seeing a lot of people rise to the occasion. What I did want to point out is that an information report was filed with council members today that sort of summarizes the whole I guess, journey from May of 2007 on the post-secondary process, and it takes us right to current day to indicate how members of this council and NEDAC and so on were proactive in identifying that as a strategic initiative, and in the longer term it still is a strategic initiative. That information report will be filed on the web. And what I might suggest is that the video, a lot of good work went into that. The video could also be filed there for any member of the public that wishes to see, what did the town put forward as its proposal. So I think with that, that's about all I was going to add at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'd also like to thank staff for all of their hard work and their commitment to the project. And not just the project team. I'd like to thank everybody, because there were a lot of people who stepped up to pitch in so that the project team could focus on the priorities and the short timelines that were in front of them. So I know that it was a super effort on everybody's part, and I want to thank them for that. I'm disappointed with the decision to consider a more southerly location. But what is important is that York University, or that we do have a university campus in York Region, and that will be better for York Region, including Newmarket and Aurora. So there still is some benefits that I think we can all look forward to. Both Mayor Daw and I spoke with the president, and he indicated to us that York University's longer-term plan is to look northward, as provincial funding permits us to do. And a lot of great work has gone into the project, and I think it's appropriate that we post the presentation on our website together with the comments of each of the presenters. We have a great story to tell, and we should give our community an opportunity to hear that. And now also is a good time to say, what's next? Because now we know what we're capable of doing. Let's see if we can find a project that's up to the skills and talents that reside inside this municipality. Councillor DiMuccio.
Thank you, Bob, for that update. So and you're right, this was part of our strategic plan, and you said that this council was working towards that since May of 2007. That's correct? Okay. And that would have probably included trying to identify lands for a university since 2007? Or would that have been part of that strategic plan? And since 2007, we would have had to identify lands?
On that, during that journey, there were efforts taken to look at properties. At the time, not knowing the model that would be looked at, whether it would be greenfields, an urban model, less bricks and mortar model. There were some unknowns, but there certainly were efforts in that regard.
Right, okay. When is the, well, there's no, I mean, we're not in camera because there's no more land acquisition discussion anymore. When do the details of that become public? And do they become public?
Mr. Sheldon.
Yeah, if I may, in terms of details, maybe if you could be more specific.
The
If it's
details,
location.
the discussions we had in camera that were, you know, part of the discussions because it had to do with land acquisition, when does that become public now?
Yeah, those, well, in terms of the location, that is out there.
Right.
In terms of those details, I would think because they didn't go anywhere that they would not come out.
But they didn't
were
go
part of-
anywhere because there is no land acquisition anymore. So because of that, there's not a necessity to make that information in camera anymore. So I'm trying to find out when we can make that public.
Yeah, I think I would need, if that is something that council wanted to even consider, I would need some legal direction on that. But I would think because they were negotiated with a third party, that those would forever remain closed.
Okay, so if you could get back to me on that with our solicitor, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Regional Councillor, maybe before you speak, I do want to say that in addition to thanking our staff, we also had a very, very active community collaborative working group, and I think it's appropriate that we thank the Regional Councillor for chairing that group. So having said that, Regional Councillor, please go forward.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'll be brief, but I just want to say it was it was a disappointing day to find out that you know, that we didn't make the short list. But I think you know, as Mr. Shelton's alluded to, there was a lot of wins there, and I think the two towns worked collaboratively in a way. And I've even heard from councillors in Aurora who weren't that immediately involved, but have said to me in the last few days, you know, they really feel like it set a new bar and a new standard and a stage for things we can continue to work on together collaboratively. So I think the potential that it creates for Newmarket and Aurora to think bigger and to work together, and Newmarket and other municipalities, you know, in the region, including the N6. So I think that was a real win. And I think the experience that staff had, I think, was a major team builder. And I can only say that I was absolutely blown away by the effort staff put in. Not only staff who worked insane hours past midnight on multiple days, but other staff that would then cover their workload so that they could focus solely on moving this incredibly important priority forward. So I think it was a really, really positive exercise for the town, regardless of the outcome. And I really want to stress what the mayor said, that you know, it's still York Region is still going to partner with York University, and is still hopefully very likely to receive the support of the province eventually. And I think it's important for us to support that, because that's going to be great for our communities. The only thing I really want to say at the end is regarding the comments, just that the lands for the university, you mentioned that, well, there was discussions about different models, but there was also discussions about, it wasn't all about a university for us. So we weren't looking for lands for a university necessarily. It was for possible learning centers, community college, very different models. So we did look at lands, but they weren't necessarily germane. We didn't know there was going to be a call out for universities nearly that early, so we weren't looking for that kind of land model. And the second one is I do hope when staff looks into this, they consider seriously the confidentiality issue in terms of a third party with regards to the details of an agreement, because I think if we were to violate a confidentiality in that way, there'd be others that might hesitate to enter into those kinds of discussions with us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emanuel.
Thank you. And on the one comment the regional councillor made, I think we all see the value in having a university in York Region. While we weren't successful, I know that Mr. Mayor, a press release was issued to yourself and I think Mayor Daw in support of regional, whoever the eventual winner is, but maybe at the appropriate time, whether it's resolution of council, we should be supporting the eventual winner as well. And it's unfortunate it's not going to be in Newmarket, Aurora. I think we all need to, I think frankly all towns in New York Region should get behind the eventual community that's picked because we would all benefit ultimately, and certainly our students would as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm disappointed, and as I said throughout this exercise, I much would have rather seen it close to downtown Main Street, but nevertheless, I'm sure that support got behind the decision of this council to pursue this opportunity. I'm sure it would have benefited Aurora and Newmarket regardless of its location. I am not, so I also see the benefits in having it in York Region, having a university in York University campus in York Region, but I tell you, York Region would have been a much better place if it wasn't actually Newmarket. That's the way I see it. The reason why I wanted to speak is to thank staff, first of all, because I know how much work they put in this, but I also wanted to say that these type of initiatives take leadership. And to take the political will to go ahead. And us as members of council, I think we rallied behind regional councillor and the mayor in this effort, but I'd be remiss as a ward councillor, as a councillor of this, member of this council, if I didn't congratulate both of you, regional councillor and Mr. Mayor. I've done this privately, but I want to do it publicly for the amount of work and the effort you put in. You really represented us well. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Motion to receive the verbal report. Councillor DiMuccio, seconded by Councillor Emanuel. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay. I'm still adjusting to the new format. New business. Okay, Councillor Bay.
Thank you very much. I know it's a long day, so I'm going to be try to be brief on this, and I guess will be direction to staff, but it is important that we capture it. I've been meeting with the residents of Atier Road, and Atier Road, for those who don't know it, it's kind of the middle part between Kingsmere, between Isbridge and Stonehaven, there's been an increase, a great increase on traffic on Kingsmere. And there's also a separate school, a Catholic school, situated there, Notre Dame School. And between that area, on that long stretch, there's not a single stop sign. And we're just getting more and more traffic there. Part of it I'll attribute to the growth in Copper Hills, and some of them are coming through there either for the school or for other purposes. Certainly the continued success of the Magna Center and all the facilities we have there. There's just been a huge increase in traffic. So members of council may recall that a number of years ago I came to council asking for a stop sign at Atier. There is already a stop sign at Atier, obviously, going on to Kingsmere, but making that a three-way stop. The residents are getting quite concerned again, and I'd like staff to go back and review that situation again and to see if it warrants a stop sign. I think you'll find that because of the proximity to the school, the increased traffic, and the fact that there is no stop sign on that long stretch of road, so it's not like we're asking for a stop sign at every corner. We're just asking for one stop sign to break that up a bit. So I don't want to really make this a motion at this time, so that's why I have brought it up in new business. And you can guide me. Is this the appropriate place, or should we jump back to notices of motion?
I guess you could do a notice of motion. Are you satisfied with the direction to staff? I understand that we're dealing with a report coming forward very shortly, which is around traffic mitigation. I wonder if it could be part of that.
If it can be a part of that, but as long as it's, and again, I'm not too sure what's going to be in your report. Looks like you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Mr. Prentice?
Report, the director may be able to clarify it, will deal with overall standards and policies, but if you're looking at a specific study
Yes.
at an intersection, you should pass a motion directing staff to do that. I think that's the normal process you follow. You could do that now.
Okay, so if my colleagues will indulge me, if we can jump back in our agenda just a moment, so I can move that we have staff
Investigate the feasibility.
investigate traffic study for Kingsmere, and particularly with a stop sign being at Kingsmere and at Tier Road, and that's approximately the center of it. And again, I'm going to stress that's the only that would be the only stop sign on that long stretch of road.
And that's seconded. Okay. I had Councillor Sponga seconding that. Did you want to speak to that, Councillor? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried.
Thank you very much.
Councillor DiMuccio?
Mr. Mayor, I have two items. I really hate to rehash this, but there was a comment by Regional Councillor Taylor earlier which called my integrity as a councillor in question, and it needs to be addressed. It was implied that I divulged in-camera details pertaining to the Newmarket Soccer Club, that there were no provisions in the loan to call the loan within 6 months, and that the agreement stipulated that the town can become more active participant if the lands were not sold after 6 months when the property was listed for sale. And there was, the councillor called into question that I was divulging in-camera items and that it would affect the sale of the lands. I would like to alert staff and this council to Community Services Information Report 2013-36 authored by staff member Ian McDougall and Colin Service, who were here at the time and did not clear the record. There are no provisions to call the loan within 6 months. The agreement does stipulate that the town of Newmarket can become a more active participant in the sale of the lands after 6 months from when the property was listed for sale. I would like to clear that record, and it's unfortunate that there was an implication made that I divulged something that was in fact not only a public report but is also on our website. Thank you.
Thank you,
My
Councillor.
second item has to do with freedom of the city. I know that we had discussed this earlier through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. McDougall. Could you just remind me what the plans are again, because I have a suggestion here.
Mr. McDougall, update on freedom of the city?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Councillor DiMuccio. Yeah, I know it was raised at a recent new business as well, and so we did follow up at that time with the York Queen Rangers, and they had some suggestions in terms of appropriate timing. It was around an event that could coincide with the visit of Prince Andrew, right. And the ball is in their court at this time. We're waiting to hear back from them because they had to go through and consider some of the logistics of that, and when we hear back from them, then we'd be prepared to come back to council with details in terms of possibilities moving forward.
Okay, so I would, and that's great. So, and that's exactly what I was going to say. I would I would hope, and I would really hope that you would push for this, because this is a huge opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Prince Andrew is going to be here. I think the timing is right, and I also think that if you think of the tourist dollars, if you think of the advantages for our economies for that day in the town of Newmarket, there will be people that will be visiting the town from out of the town, maybe even out of the province. So I would certainly hope that we can work with the town of Aurora and the Queen's York Rangers. And if you need my help, please let me know, because I do have contacts with the Queen's York Rangers. So hopefully, could we get a report the next council with where that's going?
Next council or next committee?
Well, probably the next council, Mr. Mayor, just because we're looking at June. When is the next committee?
What's a reasonable time frame, Mr. McDougall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, we can certainly follow up again this week with the Queen's York Rangers, but again, the last conversation was with them in terms of where they were at. It ultimately involves, their involvement in terms of moving this forward. So we could certainly circulate an update to members of council once we've talked to them, but it would be subject to where they're at in their planning process. So we can do that within between now and council, just a quick update.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smonga?
Yes, a couple of items, Mr. Mayor. One is, I wonder if we could get some information through Mr. Prentice's commission. I'm not sure if it's engineering or whom, but just some information on the future GO service and whether through the downtown GO is proposing double rails or a switchback, and as it is related to full service, I guess, coming online, I think, within the next 5 years. And perhaps, and I understand there might be some, the second item might be related to the first one as well, I'm not sure, but also some information on the regulated crossing at Water Street. Two other items, Mr. Mayor, quickly. One is, I wonder if I could get some indication from our engineering department as to when the downtown parking task force is meeting again. I've asked this several times, and it seems like there's some miscommunication, I guess, or I'm not sure, between the BIA representatives and staff, and perhaps the consultants. So if we could get some dates around that, because even as recently, there's been a lot of emails and a lot of discussion around what future long-term, mid to longer-term parking solutions are for the downtown.
Mr. Prentice, now that we have a university, priorities reprioritized, maybe?
I know, Mr. Mayor, the director is working with the consultant on the BA Consulting, which did our study, and we did have a meeting some time ago. I believe it would have been 2013, where we received a draft terms of reference. There was a number of questions about them, and they were sent back to BA and theirs to submit an updated proposal for a long-term parking strategy study, and then bring that forward to the parking committee. So,
just for information, just to add some information to that and to the urgency to move forward with that, there are a number of new restaurants that are being proposed. There are right now vacant properties that will turn again into generate more traffic in the downtown. And whenever we have these establishments opening, commercial establishments, the one thing to realize is they don't necessarily cater to the immediate residents within a kilometer. If anything, restaurants and bars have actually catered to the greater community of Newmarket and outside of Newmarket. So the need to really start looking at long-term solutions for parking is now, not just because it's an election year, but because we have so many successful establishments right now that are bringing so many people downtown. This year, the farmers market is going to grow in terms of visitors. The Jazz Festival is growing. We have a number of new events happening, so we really have to start getting our head around it. So sooner the better. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, not sure if this be through licensing or bylaws, but I would like to get some information on the process of permitting a change of use at the property at 294 Woodlawn Court. There's some confusion whether this is there's actually a provision and application for ADUs or whether it's being operated as a boarding house, and I'd really like to get some information on that, pending having to request either that or request for the item to be discussed in closed session. So maybe we'll wait to get some information on that. Maybe.
Have Legislative Services investigate.
That's it.
Provide us with an updated report. Regional Councillor.
Thank you very much. I listened to Councillor Demucho's comments carefully and without interrupting, and I hope I'll receive the same treatment. I just want to point out that the report that she's referring to does say that the agreement, the soccer agreement, does stipulate that the town can become a more active participant in the sale of the lands after 6 months from the property is listed for sale, which she repeated. It then goes on to say, as this specifically deals with the sale and acquisition, this is the following sentence, as this specifically deals with the sale and acquisition of land, the manner in which the town becomes involved would necessitate a closed session with council. I won't repeat the words that were used, but I suggest if you check the record, you will see that perhaps there was references made to the manner in which the town could become involved, and that's what I was concerned with. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Councillor DiMuccio, yep, I'll let you respond.
I'd like to once again clear the record of misunderstanding here. Regional Councillor Taylor, and I would be more than willing to play back the tape because now we are live streaming, said that when I mentioned that the town, he pointed out a point of order while I was speaking and interrupted when I said that the town of Newmarket could become more involved after 6 months of the contract, and that is when he made a point of order, and that is when he stated that I was divulging in-camera items. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, hopefully we have that behind us now. I have a couple of items myself. Item number 42, I know that was adopted by consent, but I did want to make some statements. This is a report with respect to shared services for IT, and I just wanted to make the comment or the observation that this report, although it was adopted by consent, is perfectly aligned with our strategic priorities. And I want to commend the senior management team for pursuing this under the guidance of our respective CAOs, initially with Aurora to build a foundation to add to that based on what we've learned in that project. And maybe this might be a good positive outcome of what we've learned in the university initiative. I believe that shared services is the next significant step in creating value for our taxpayers, especially when we see what we have been able to accomplish through the N6 partnerships, but equally important, what we've been able to accomplish in our dialogue with Aurora in their recent 6 weeks. So I encourage staff to continue the focus on seeking those opportunities. I also want to thank Jamie Boyle for organizing and the Town of Newmarket staff team for their presence at the South Lake Run for South Lake. I think we had a great turnout. I think it was a great day. And as far as the participants go, it's been South Lake's very best year ever. And I'm sure that the pledges, when they're finished on May the 15th, will attest to that. So again, thank you for everyone who's supported our hospital on a day when you can be doing plenty of other things, and for being there. I do want to recognize that Councillor Vague, Councillor Hempen, Councillor Twinney, and Regional Councillor were there to represent this council. Next item then is with respect to, if we go to page 120, the national homes, we've included an awful lot of details around the draft conditions of approval. And what I would like staff to consider over the next little while, and I think that it probably would fit within our review of delegated authorities, is to give some consideration to establishing a template for those agreements and then reporting to council only those items that vary from the template. So if we're agreed on the template, then we'll deal with the variances from those templates. And I understand that it's important for council to see what those conditions are, but there's a lot of legalese there, and there's a lot of things that better minds than mine would understand as to whether or not it's in the interest of the municipality. And I'd like to see if we could find a better way to do that. So there's a number of items that I might have missed just as a layperson in those. The next item is with respect to what we went through today, and we were talking about Millard Avenue, and we had a map, but our viewing audience didn't have the benefit of a map. And so I'm wondering if we have maps or graphics that might be part of the reports that we provide for those to be available, so that we can actually put them up on the screen and people who are watching the streaming can actually have the same perspective that we have. So, yeah. They can't see the maps now?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we toggle between the camera and the...
Okay, never mind. So that was the third item. So it didn't display on this screen, so I didn't think that our viewers could see that. But if that's available, that's great. So as long as we know that. So that's the end of my comments.
Whatever's on the presentation motion slides here can be shown.
Okay, but the maps that were attached to the parking reports, they were toggled to the... Is that right?
Motion to adjourn, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Motion to recess until public meeting. Seconded by Councillor DiMuccio. Any comments with respect to the motion? All those in favor? It's carried. Are you sure that those maps are available? I'm thinking... Sorry.
Anything that is shown in the presentation
It'll show red.
ready to go?
platform allows that. No? No, we thought Marion gave the correspondence. We
So that just needs to be received.
Yeah, we didn't receive any, like,
So you're just going to
deputation.
see at the end of the PowerPoint.
Both of these?
Who wants to speak? Yeah, I think this is the compendium that sort of includes that.
Yeah.
Does it?
He's going to read out the process of the meeting and just say that, the presentation will be made first, and then...
Probably going to be Tony Warren doing it. Marion's speaking quite naked.
Okay, so presentation by staff and the town's consultants. And then members of the committee can ask questions. Okay. So do you want to take out the by staff and just be the town's consultants?
Okay. Okay.
I know, she came in to give me the stuff. I'm like, thank you.
Get away from me.
Okay. Okay. I'll call this Committee of the Whole meeting to order. The one item remaining on our agenda for today is item number 38, which is the Newmarket Urban Center Secondary Plan request for feedback, and also item number 44, which is a PowerPoint presentation. The purpose of this meeting is with respect to the proposed Newmarket Urban Center's secondary plan. And while this is not a statutory public meeting, town staff, our consultants, and members of council are present tonight to hear from any member of the public on the latest draft of the secondary plan. The Committee of the Whole will not be making any decisions tonight regarding the secondary plan, but will refer all written and verbal comments to our planning staff and our consultants to consider in a report that will be brought forward to a future Committee of the Whole meeting. If you wish to be notified of subsequent meetings, or if you are making a presentation today, please complete a form with your name and address and submit it to the clerk's staff, as this will help us contact you in the future. The format for tonight's meeting will include a presentation by the town's consultants on the latest changes to the draft secondary plan. Members of the committee will then have an opportunity to ask questions of clarification, after which members of the public will have an opportunity to comment or ask questions of staff and or the consultants. I thank you for your participation and interest, and I'll call on Jason Thorne then to give us a presentation. Jason.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thanks very much for the opportunity to present on the draft of the secondary plan that you have before you. I'm going to go through just some of the highlights that are of the policies in the plan, focus a little bit on some of the changes that have taken place since the earlier draft from the fall. But first I can talk a little about sort of the process that we've been on to develop the secondary plan. It began with sort of a visioning exercise a couple of years ago now. And we've been going through several rounds of consultation on first a directions report and then an earlier draft of the plan. And this is the public meeting, as you said, before the Committee of the Whole, and this goes before Council for adoption. Just as a reminder, the study area for the secondary plan is what we call the urban centres, which comprises three sub-areas, if you will. The provincially defined urban growth centre, which is generally at Yonge and Davis. The Yonge Street Regional Centre as defined in the region's official plan, and the Regional Healthcare Centre. Since the earlier drafts of the plan, there have been a few boundary modifications to the study area. Those are shown on this map here. They include some additional lands around Walter Avenue to add some depth to some of the parcels fronting onto Davis. Some additional, a small increase on the on the west side of Yonge, south of Davis, and some additional lands at Patterson Street, as well as a change to reduce the boundary slightly at Queen Street, south of the hospital site. In terms of the forecasted population, we look at the policy permissions that are presented in this version of the plan. and forecast that forward to a build-out scenario, so not necessarily tying this to a particular date or a particular year, but as the urban centres are built out to these policy permissions, looking at an estimated population of about 33,000 people and 30,000 jobs. And just to put that in perspective, we've shown that on the graphs on the right in terms of the forecasted population for the town as a whole. What I just want to point out is on the bottom graph, what this means is a gradual shift. It's kind of hard to see on the slide there, but the dark blue is growth outside of the urban centres, which is the lion's share of the population growth that's been happening in the town presently and in the recent past. Gradually shifting to the town's primary growth area being more in the urban centres, which is the green area on the bottom graph. So the policies of the plan are grouped in several chapters, and as I said, I won't go through each of the policies in each of the chapters, but I'll hit on some of the highlights. So Section 5 is related to land use. These land uses are the same as in the previous drafts. The vast majority of the urban centres is this dark purple designation, which is mixed use, permits both residential and non-residential development. We also identify along Yonge Street in these hatch-marked areas some priority commercial areas, and I can speak about those in a moment. The one exception to the mixed-use area is the area on the hospital in pink here, which is designated as a major institutional, which would be for non-residential uses. And then we also have some special policies related to the shopping center area, a couple of identified potential school sites, as well as an overlay of parks, natural heritage systems, and floodplain and hazard lands. In Section 6 of the plan, we identify 6 different character areas. These, again, will be familiar to people who have been following the process. They're generally unchanged from the earlier drafts. And these character areas just relate to some different typologies within the urban centres, and each of them has some differences with respect to some of the permitted uses and prohibited uses. And we also identify in the plan we take that 33,000 people and 30,000 jobs projection for the urban centres as a whole, and break that down into where we would expect to see that growth in each of those 6 character areas. So as you can see, there's character areas like the Yonge and Davis area, which is forecast to receive the lion's share of the growth. There are some areas like the Yonge Civic area around the region's offices where the balance will be towards more jobs, and other areas such as at the north end of Yonge Street where there's a greater focus on residential development. I mentioned some of the retail policies. Within a number of areas, one of the key policy objectives in the plan is to maintain the urban centres as a commercial hub, as a major commercial area within the town. So toward that end, there would be requirements for ground floor commercial on any development in some of those priority commercial areas fronting onto Yonge and Davis. And outside those priority commercial areas, any development fronting onto Yonge and Davis being designed and built in such a way that it could at least be adapted over time to incorporate non-residential uses on the ground floor. Generally a target of about 5 square meters of retail per person, which again makes sure that that mix of residential and non-residential is maintained at each phase and each stage of the urban centre's development. Affordable housing is another key theme of the plan. At least 35% of the new residential units in the urban growth centre and regional healthcare centre would be required to be affordable, and outside of those locations in the urban centres, a minimum of 25% affordable housing, and retaining the existing affordable and rental housing stock. A couple of the major issues from the consultations we've been having over the last several months relate to these 4 issues here. So I'll speak a little bit more about each of those in the next couple of slides. Schedule 4, this is Schedule 4 from the plan, which identifies the minimum and maximum heights and densities within the urban centres. These have been reduced in a couple of the areas compared to what was in the previous fall version of the plan. You'll see here the minimum maximum heights ranging from a minimum of 6 and maximum of 17 in the highest density area, which is these few areas of dark orange, 4 to 12 stories in the yellow areas, 3 to 8 stories in the dark blue, and then in the light blue, which is generally the transitional areas between the urban centres and the surrounding residential, minimum of 2 and maximum of 4 stories. These height limits would apply on a site-specific basis, so each building within a project would have to fit within these minimum and maximum heights. We did introduce some instances where you could have minor reductions to those minimum heights in some circumstances. That's primarily to account for situations where you've got transitions to low-rise development, where you've got transitions to parks and open spaces where you might want to have portions of buildings that, for example, in the yellow area fall below that 4-story minimum height. In addition to the heights, we also have minimum maximum FSI, which stands for floor space index, which is a measure of the massing of development on a site. These have also been reduced slightly from the fall version of the plan to correspond to the reductions in some of the heights, ranging from 2.5 to 3.5 in the dark orange, and 1.5 to 2 in the light blue. And these minimums and maximums would apply on what we call the basis of the density designations. So within each of these within the yellow area overall, you'd have to meet those minimum maximum FSIs, and they can be balanced against different parcels and buildings within that area. As in the fall version, there is a provision for bonusing, which would provide for increases to those heights and densities that I just spoke about at the discretion of the town, subject to the bonusing provisions of the plan, which include the bonusing justification report, and in that report would identify what benefits the proponent would provide in exchange for the density bonuses. And on the slide here, I listed a couple of examples of what those things might be. Support for cultural facilities, public art, inclusion of structured parking, streetscapes improvements. This is just a partial list. The plan itself spells out the full range of benefits that may be provided in exchange for increases to those heights and densities. But there are limitations on what those increases could be, and that's what these last two columns of the chart that was on Schedule 4 indicate. So, for example, in the dark orange high-density area, which has a maximum of 17 stories, at the town's discretion, with bonusing, if that proponent would provide one of these public benefits listed above, they might be allowed to go as high as 20 stories. And similarly, that would also correspond to a potential increase in the floor space index. There are also some interim development policies introduced into the plan. These are really to recognize that there are a number of existing uses, primarily large floor plate, single-story retail uses that do need to be able to evolve and grow a little bit in the interim period before a parcel is fully redeveloped and fully built out. So what the interim policies state is that you could have single-story development, which is obviously development lower than the minimum heights and densities, as long as that development doesn't increase the gross floor area of the existing building by 10%. It's short-term in nature. It doesn't preclude the longer-term build-out of the site. So this is intended to provide some flexibility for some of those existing uses that are on those sites today. There's a number of policies related to urban design, and I'll start first with some of the policies around just general massing in built form, that all developments has to be accessible to people with disabilities in accordance with the Access to Ontario's Disabilities Act, that it has to fit harmoniously into the planned context for the site, limits on shadow and wind packs on adjacent development, buildings that address the street, breaking up long facades through architectural features such as recesses and colonnades and awnings, transparency of ground floors, discouraging driveway access on Yonge and Davis are a few of the urban design policies that exist to make sure that you're not just getting the heights and densities that are desired, but making sure that those buildings and developments fit well into the context. This is a new area that has been introduced in the current version of the plan as well, introduction of policies around angular planes. And this is in addition to the maximum heights, maximum FSIs. There was a lot of comments and concerns about the impacts that development might have on existing low-rise residential areas, particularly around the periphery of the urban centers where it abuts existing residential areas. So what we've introduced is a policy that states that any new development, in addition to being limited by the maximum heights that are in the plan, they also must fit within what's called a 45-degree angular plane. And what that means is, and this is sort of a scenario here on, I can't remember which street this is. Monkswood. Yes, Monkswood, sorry, yes. And so this would be the new development facing onto Davis Drive. This would be sort of the rear of Davis Drive, and this is some existing low-rise residential on Monkswood. The idea is that a 45-degree angular plane, so a line drawn at 45 degrees would be drawn from that adjacent parcel, and the development could also not exceed this height. So in this scenario, you'll see we've got this is about 8 stories. It falls within that 45 degrees, therefore it meets those provisions. Here we see something a little bit different. This is for any development that shares frontage with an existing low-rise residential area. We're proposing a 22-degree angular plane. And you'll see what happens here. This is, again, a theoretical scenario on Walter Avenue. This is development facing on Davis Drive. So here, although the maximum height permitted is 4 stories, what you'll see is when you create a 22-degree angular plane from the existing residential on Walter, it means that you can get 4 stories, but the 4 stories gets pushed to the frontage at Davis Drive, that you couldn't get 4 stories, if you're following my mouse movements here, you couldn't get 4 stories at the back of the parcel because that would be breaking your angular plane provisions. Some specific design policies related to high and mid-rise buildings, making sure that these buildings are providing amenity spaces, both internal to the buildings and external. Limitations on blank sidewalls. Any buildings that are taller than 6 stories would have to be set onto podiums in order to, again, minimize shadowing and overlook impacts on the street. Transition to low-rise uses. For residential towers, the goal is to have thinner towers. So for the taller buildings, they would be thinner rather than bulkier, so looking at a 750 square meter floor plate. And spacing between towers. So where you have adjacent parcels with taller buildings, you'd have at least 30 meters spacing between the towers so you can continue to have sky views between those buildings. With respect to the block and the block structure in the street network, the goal is to have short walkable blocks to minimize where possible the walking distances within the urban centers and also between the residential development, the existing residential development, and particularly the commercial uses on Yonge and Davis. So we've tried to break the study area up into short walkable blocks. Also looking at a street network that provides alternatives to Yonge and Davis for traffic circulation. That includes a couple of ring roads, one around Yonge and Davis, which is highlighted in blue, one around partial ring around Yonge and Mulock. Where there are private streets, private laneways to service development, these would be designed and integrated to facilitate traffic circulation. There's a strong emphasis on, as I said, making sure that your walking distances between some of the existing neighborhoods and the stores and services on Yonge and Davis are as short as possible. So where the blocks don't provide for a 400-meter or less walking distance, we've identified some locations where these red dots are, where some pedestrian mews, or sort of pedestrian shortcuts, would be protected for through the development. On transit, the plan carries forward the regional target of 50% mode share for modes other than I think I got a double negative in there. Modes other than single occupant vehicles during the peak period, during the rush hour. Calls for a mobility hub station area plan for the Newmarket GO station to look at a range of issues such as access and egress into the GO station, development potential at the GO station, potential grade separation of the tracks where they cross Davis, and then also looking at requiring transportation demand management strategies for any non-residential development and any residential development greater than 10 units. And those strategies would be part of a proponent's application to the town and would identify what they're proposing with respect to initiatives like car sharing, providing for bicycle parking and bicycle amenities, providing transit incentives for the new residents, those types of measures. There's a goal in the secondary plan of providing for 0.7 hectares of neighborhood parks for every 1,000 residents, which translates into approximately about 23 hectares of what we're calling neighborhood parks and urban squares and plazas, either within the urban centers or immediately adjacent. And several neighborhood parks have been identified. North on Yonge, one at Yonge and Davis, one associated with the Mulock Farm property, Davis Drive, Holland River, and the Savage Road area as well, identified as neighborhood parks, which would be the larger parks in the urban centers. And then as well, a series of open spaces that are largely in conjunction with the floodplain areas have been identified as well. With respect to community facilities, this would be something that have to be monitored over time as the area grows and as new residents start to move in. is looking at when the thresholds are reached for new community facilities, recreational facilities, whether those are developed inside the urban centers or adjacent to. There has been the need identified potentially for up to 2 additional public elementary and 1 additional separate elementary schools in the urban centers to accommodate growth once it reaches build-out. Given the urban form of the urban centers and the limited land available, wherever possible, incorporating some community facilities with public and private developments so you have sort of your development is as land efficient as possible. There are a number of culturally significant buildings and landscapes in the urban centers. These would be conserved and protected as part of new development. The Mulock Farm property in particular has been identified as a priority for protection as a future park. The gateways, the entrance points into the urban centers have been identified for special design consideration as well as potential public art to identify sort of these entranceways into the urban centers at the north and south entrances at Yonge Street, on the east side of Davis Drive, and at the interface of Main Street and Davis Drive, the gateway into the old downtown. Number of policies related to servicing. The secondary plan continues to call for the protection for the possibility of burying the hydro lines in the future. So up to an additional 5 meters of boulevard will be required on Yonge and Davis to accommodate the potential future burying of these facilities. This is area that could be considered as part of the parkland dedication, and also noted there this area would be still considered part of the parcel size and for calculating density, which affects the achievement of those minimum maximum floor space indexes. Finally, on implementation, just a couple of highlights to note. One is that there's a series of policies related to making sure that new development is phased with the introduction of the required infrastructure improvements. That includes water, wastewater. That the town zoning bylaw will be updated to implement the policies of the secondary plan. That the town may consider the introduction of a development permit system, and that the town may establish as well a design review panel to review and provide advice to council on the urban design merits of individual applications. And I think that's it.
Thank you. We have an opportunity now for members of council to provide questions of clarification. Councillor Emanuel in the queue. Councillor Emanuel?
Thank you. Thanks, Jason. 2 quick questions. The transportation component of the report only references the mobility hub area study to be done around the GO rail station on Davis Drive, but it was one of the items that was discussed at the Glenway OMB hearing. And it was quite apparent that there's probably a need to have a study done in relation to that. So if I could find out if that will be now included, the need for a study.
Jason?
It's probably fair to ask our staff, maybe, or not Jason, he wasn't involved in the OMB process, but that was one of the things discussed at the board, and I suspect that we might want to reflect some of the conversation that took place at the board.
Mr. Nethery.
Mr. Mayor, through you, council is aware that we will be doing the mobility hub study, which is centered generally at Main Davis in that vicinity. There's also the active transportation plan component of this exercise, which will be looking writ large at transportation issues. Beyond that, there certainly is the opportunity to identify and conduct additional work beyond that if it's necessary.
Thank you. But perhaps it could be clarified, but I got the impression from, certainly because the evidence given on both sides, that would be something that the town is expected to do through either this, because this area, that specific transportation hub falls within the secondary plan, that perhaps we can clarify through our solicitors, but my understanding, having attended every day of the hearing, there was significant discussion about that. So we'll just leave that, but I believe that should be considered. Another question, it's more just, is it possible to get the copy of how the calculations were done, or the raw calculations on the density blocks and how they yield the projected population numbers? And then I guess included in that would be the area associated, the size of those blocks in the secondary plan. Would that be possible to provide that to members of council?
Ms.
Mr.
Todd,
Mayor.
go ahead.
We have a spreadsheet that does set out how the areas are calculated out. I don't believe, though, they're based on so much as blocks, but they're certainly based on the densities that we're projecting. So certainly we can share that with
Yeah, sorry, I
members of
wasn't
council.
referencing specific blocks. Rather, I recognize it'll probably be global. That the medium high density probably represents X number of square meters, and then there's a population based on the heights and everything. How you calculate that, I suspect that's how you arrived at population projections.
Yep.
Be helpful to have a copy of that, and if there are questions, I can meet with staff.
Yeah.
Those are my only two items. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regional Councillor?
Thanks very much. Great presentation as usual, and it's been a long journey, and thank you yourself and staff for all the work that's gone into this, to get us to this point. I've got a few questions, but I'll try to be relatively quick. I think a lot of them are straightforward. The population figures that you offer on slide 12, or is it page 12 or page, the Yonge and Davis numbers that you actually highlighted, 13,000 residents, 11,000 jobs for the Yonge Davis area. Was there much of a discussion around, I mean, because these are population figures, some of them involve targets, intensification targets, and regional, provincial plans. Was there much discussion around, when I look at that character area, obviously the bulk of it, in fact, I would guess over 50%, 60% is the Upper Canada Mall. Was there much discussions about the ability for those numbers to be realized, or where we'd be at if the mall chose not to redevelop, which is quite possible for 20 or 30 years? Was that a discussed, or was that a concern or a thought?
Jason?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Generally, what we were planning for was, and those numbers are based on sort of what is the ultimate build-out. So we didn't really try to necessarily peel that back and try to say where are we going to be at in 10 years, and 15 years, and 20 years. With the exception of the Provincial Urban Growth Centre, which does have density requirements that have to be met by a certain date of 2031, and the mall site lies outside of that.
Outside of that, yeah.
So, the way the analysis was done, with the way the numbers were run, you can certainly look at what happens if a certain block, whether it's the mall site or some other block, doesn't develop, or develops, much longer in the future.
Okay. But as Councillor Mannion mentioned, there's probably some projections, population projections based on certain areas, and if that weren't to redevelop, I guess that. Would you be able to, in a future email, break that out, what that difference might be in some of the 2051 population target, even if that didn't occur?
Yeah, we can certainly, as Marion said, those numbers aren't done
necessarily
at like a parcel level or anything like that, but sort of at a larger block level. But certainly that analysis that was done to generate the global population employment growth can be provided in the spreadsheet that we've done.
All right, thanks. So just quickly, the mobility hub station plan that was just discussed, and if I missed the comment from the councillor, and this was already mentioned, I apologize, but just when you mentioned the kind of things that looked at in that kind of plan, would that kind of plan also consider a look at relocation or co-location, or would it go that broad? Would it look at the feasibility of that location, period, in the longer term?
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure in terms of the co-location of.
Well, co-location maybe being with another transit hub area, but forget that idea. Would just a look at that area plan, that station, would that consider relocation at all? Or in your experience with other studies? Like, does it start at that fundamental level? Is this the right place? I guess is the simplest way to put it.
For the transit mobility hub.
Yes. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, with the mobility hub study, one of the considerations in that study is how do you, or how do we, as we plan forward, integrate the bus station and that GO train station, whether they should actually be joined at some point at one location. That is part of the analysis that we've identified within the mobility hub study criteria. So if that's what you're aiming at.
Yeah, I guess I don't have necessarily a goal of an outcome. I'm just curious. We'll look at that question.
That question is listed as one of the criteria to be considered in the mobility hub.
Not just how they'll be connected, but maybe that one would be better
it's the connectivity and/or whether it should be co-located.
Co-located, that's
It-
great.
It's,
Okay.
it's the whole gamut, as far
Right.
as I'm
That's
concerned,
great.
have to be considered at that, when we do the mobility hub study.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify too, because I just think there's a lot of people here, but clarify that we are currently engaging in a legal review of the secondary plan in relation to OMB challenges, and to make sure that our language and our treatment of policy is as strong as it possibly can be to defend what we're trying to put in place. Is that?
You, Mr. Mayor, yeah, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Two more here. Two more. The hospital area, around the hospital. It's right now. I think you said there's one spot there that's institutional, which is the hospital itself. Correct? If I can find the page, but I guess the question I have is, I mean, I know we're late in the process, but would there be any reason why we couldn't try to consider and identify an area around the hospital, or even get more specific with certain properties to co-designate them or change their designation, so that there's an indication or a signal for potential institutional use beyond a hospital, and to be specific, post-secondary use in that area, so that we can start to plan for, protect for potential post-secondary opportunities in and around the hospital.
Sure. Through you,
Jason,
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
it certainly is identified as a permission, as a permitted use, and it is identified as generally an employment node within the urban center. In terms of specifically trying to choose a parcel or identify a parcel and suggest that might be the location for something like you're talking about, the secondary plan doesn't provide that level of detail, but it certainly contemplates that as a potential use in that area.
So it contemplates it. So you go through a different process, or could you conceivably not necessarily pick a specific parcel, because I think we're not there yet, but just take an area, I mean, on Davis Drive, not into residential areas, but on Davis Drive, and say this is also potentially / institutional in the future, or is that not something you would normally do?
It's not something you normally do. You have to provide a certain land use to it today.
It can't be a code. Because we put green spaces to areas that we don't necessarily know will be, for sure, that nature.
Right, but you would have to sort of say in the secondary plan today whether or not a post-secondary use is permitted, which it says it is, but if you're going to prohibit residential use, you would need to be able to say that in the secondary plan today.
All right, well, maybe I think just as we can get maybe more feedback from staff and from yourself on how we might start to think about that in the area, so that there's some sense of that use in the future.
That as well. Major institutional, or not major institutional, but post-secondary educational is permitted everywhere within the hospital area, including within the major institutional area. We've identified it is permitted in both within and outside of.
Okay.
The
in
major
the entire area that's designated as the hospital character area?
Yeah, the Regional Healthcare Center is generally within that whole center. Post-secondary educational facilities are permitted. They're also permitted within the major institutional.
Okay.
So we've covered it both within and outside.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then the last question I have for you, I was interested in the 35% affordable housing, 25% of affordable housing. It's a pretty important topic in the community of ensuring that we've got affordability housing in the future, and this is reflecting the region's official plan. And I'll apologize for not knowing the region's official plan line by line off my head, but does the region's official plan calls for 35% in the urban growth center or in intensification areas? Where does it specifically call for it?
Go ahead.
It says, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Taylor, it says within the regional center, which is the same as the provincial urban growth center, and intensification areas.
And so we've chosen, that's what I'm just catching on here, we've chosen to interpret the healthcare area as that second part, and intensification areas.
That's right, and that was done in conjunction with the region. We had a fair amount of dialogue back and forth in terms of meeting the intent of the regional plan.
Yeah.
And because we don't have what we call intensification areas in the true sense, but the regional healthcare center was seen to be approximate, yes. So we've used both the Regional Healthcare Centre and the Provincial Urban Growth Centre as the higher priority for the 35%.
So I guess the question I would ask, and of you, Jason, though, is would it be also fair to say, there's some questions out there about how these targets could be tough to achieve, certainly by the building industry. But wouldn't it be fair to say that that a 35% affordable housing target as defined by the region would be easier to hit in areas with higher density?
Through Mr. Mayor, not necessarily.
No?
You can integrate those affordable housing units into 4 6-story buildings as you can in a 20-story building. So
Okay, sorry, let me rephrase. Correct, but wouldn't you probably yield a higher number of affordable units or options for residents in a higher, in greater areas of intensification or higher density?
you'd achieve a higher unit yield in an area that is forecast for a greater magnitude of residential development. Yes.
Yeah. So I'll leave it here. It's an important topic. My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I've just these are important to me.
Have you attend?
Okay. I guess the question I have then is that picking that area, it's not necessarily that I'm opposed to the idea, but I wondered if you considered the Young Mulock area only because the major portion of the higher density area in the hospital precinct is the hospital itself, and unlikely to see residential development, leaving a very tiny portion to take on that 35% and the goal of trying to get a yield of affordable units. Whereas if you go to Mulock, which is already a bit of I call a bit of a pedestrian and transit emerging hub. There's more pedestrian and transit action there than most anywhere in town, and there's greater area there that would probably be rebuilt into residential, yielding more opportunities, options at 35%. Was that considered, or could we consider that as also an intensification area that we added as the 35% concept?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
It's worth thinking about. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sponga.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions. I remember a few of them actually. We'll start off with transportation study. One of the items that was recognized in consultation was the need for another link, east-west link. I'm trying to find that slide. Bear with me, and if you know where that slide is that shows the fine grid of streets, please, Jason, bring it up.
Page 317, Joe.
I'm going by our agenda here, electronic agenda. Okay, here we are. There was our municipality, I mean, we benefit wonderfully from the rail line, but it does cut the municipality in two, basically. And there are very few east-west connection opportunity. One is at Eagle Street, the next one is on Queen Street, and then we have Davis Drive. I think that it was recognized that there was a need to eventually by 2051 or whatever, full build-out, to identify another east-west connection. This plan does not show it. Is there any work being done on that respect, or have we abandoned that? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Marion.
Marion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, back to Councillor Sponga. Where did you think that this other option was?
I remember when we looked at the, I'm not sure, but somewhere between Davis Drive, it was either between, I'm looking at here, Queen and Eagle, whether it be pedestrian or further north between Queen and Davis Drive. Are we looking for another east-west connection there at all?
Well, between Queen and Davis Drive, we certainly have the proposed primary collector. Perhaps, Jason, you could...
Jason, could you highlight that with the mouse?
Highlight the one that comes starting at the Chapters light south of the main intersection, and then it goes across and joins in with Calgain, and then straight through to Maine.
So it wouldn't go across. Would we have another crossing, what I'm getting to, at the railway, east-west crossing at the railway tracks?
It doesn't go as far as the railway, that particular road doesn't go as far as the railway tracks?
Will we be looking for another connection, east-west, over the railway tracks or under?
It hasn't been identified to date, Mr. Mayor. as a key linkage at that point. As you know, crossing the railway track is always the trick from an expensive point of view. We have Queen crossing the railway track, and then, of course, the whole mobility hub will be looking at a potential grade separation at Davis and the railway.
So we're not looking at any east-west connection right now over under the tracks?
Not at this time.
Not at this time, all right, thank you. The other one I wanted to ask is, based on the design review panel, at what point would the design review panel be put in place? Right once we adopt the secondary plan, or as we start rolling out, or application starts rolling in?
Marion?
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think once the secondary plan's in place, that's when I think we have to start thinking about the design review panel. Nothing to prevent us from dealing with it in advance of that, I guess, because we are wrestling with a lot of urban design issues as we move forward with our current applications. But I was seeing it more once we work our way through to the approval of the secondary.
What I'm trying to get to is we have a couple of applications that have been approved for the corridors already, or in the process, or whether those applications will be submitted to, subjected to a design review.
Marion?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's merit in attempting to pursue that sooner rather than later, just given that we are wrestling with a lot of these urban design issues as we speak.
Thank you. The other one quickly is if the population count right now, based on the reduction in height and densities, were shown as 30 and 33,000 and 30,000. 33,000 people, 30,000 jobs. Is this substantially different than the fall draft?
Marion, go ahead. Let's just leave Marion.
All draft, let me flip back to it again. I think it was 31 and 30, but let me just see if I can find that.
I went first, Marion. It was 32 and 30.
32 and 30.
So it hasn't varied much.
It hasn't varied much. It's a difference of 1,000 population.
Okay, that's great. The other question I had, again, in terms of densities and heights, and I think, again, I want to stress the opportunity, the importance of, as Regional Councillor has earlier, the importance of the affordable housing element of this. Is affordable housing and or rental housing an opportunity for bonusing?
Marion?
Yes, we've identified rental. Let me just flip to the bonusing provisions. Bear with me a moment, Mr. Mayor.
I have it, Marion, if you want.
You got them?
Yes, sir. The bonus provisions have two of the items that would be public benefits that could be in exchange for bonusing are provision of affordable housing units beyond those required by this plan, so exceeding the 35%,
okay,
or exceeding the 25%, and in addition, provision of rental housing, which is guaranteed to remain as rental for a period of not less than 20 years, would both be bonus eligible.
And that would be recognized in the declaration of condominium, or how would that work?
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that could be done. Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask you, and when we talk about affordable housing, with the 35% to 25% or over and above, are we talking about social housing, or what is the definition of affordable housing?
So,
Jason,
it's defined both in the town and the region's official plan. There's a calculation for it. It's not necessarily publicly owned housing, social housing. It's just housing that has an affordability price point, which is based on the regional market. And in the town of Newmarket, it is
400,000 and change for ownership and for 1,067 per month per rental.
I'm glad I moved here 20-some years ago. The other question I had quickly, I'm trying to go through them. Mr. Mayor, just one or two more questions, that's it. Interim development policies. Right now, the interim development policy allows for another 10% platform or first or two stories. There are some areas, some commercial areas and some, you want to call them, I don't know, it's called brownfield or gray fields where there's no commercial development yet. Are the angular planes and the provisions of the plan apply? Do they apply to that? So if we're now going to build, let's say, a new, and I hate to use this one on your phone, but let's say we're to build, there's some vacant land that perhaps we could redevelop on George Street that is adjacent to the back of some houses on the east side. Would the angular planes for the new interim development policy, the angular planes that are identified under the secondary plan apply to the interim development policies as well?
Yes. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the short answer is yes. The interim development policies are generally in place to permit development that is lower in height than the minimums.
Right.
As opposed to, you can't exceed the maximums even on interim
so you're saying
basis.
a 22...
So
22-degree angle, right.
It would still apply. There's no exemption from the angular plane, but the angular plane wouldn't really be a factor when you're talking about building a one-story
Good point.
building.
Okay, last question. Is the land on Parkside that was gained as a result on the west side of Parkside as a result of realignment with Longford? I don't see it here designated as green space. It's probably because it would be like a tiny little green dot. But what is the use associated with that?
You answer that, Mayor?
Ms. Plant?
That area, Parkside and Davis, that would be just mixed use. We had, you just, oops. It's just mixed use in that area. It's not,
No, I'm
and then of
referring
course
to the
we have
west
the
side of Park.
priority.
Sorry, I'm referring to the west side of Parkside, where the street used to go right through and now it jogs, and there's
Yeah.
about a half an acre or so that has been added to the, I believe, 130 Davis Drive. Is that going to be redeveloped eventually, or is it staying green space?
Well, it'll depend as the development comes forward where we decide to ask for the green space. We could continue to ask for green space. At one point, we had that as a park, but we took it off to allow for flexibility in terms of where that green space could potentially be located. But at the moment, it's mixed use with, I believe I can see there's priority commercial as well. So I think that'll come out through the development application processes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I have you at 10 minutes there, and
That was
I'm
it,
making,
Mr.
I'm
Mayor.
making the assumption that 5%, half the time is responding. But I still have about 5 people in the queue, so we'll be well into an hour and a quarter before we actually hear from the public. And with council's indulgence, I'm wondering if maybe we could hear from the public, and then we could come back to the queue and ask questions of clarification later. But I think I'd like to focus on the purpose of the evening, and that is to hear from the public first, and then we can clarify. So if council would indulge me, I'll call on people to come forward with some questions. So is there anyone here who would like to make a statement, add some comments, and or put forward some questions that staff would be able to respond to, if not this evening, sometime before we submit the last report? Is there anyone who wishes to speak? If you could raise your hand and come forward. I know that we don't have any official requests for deputations. Okay. Please come forward, give us your name and your address, and we'll apply the 5-minute deputation rule and hopefully hear from as many people as possible this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Gordon Prentice, 217 Harrison Drive. I wasn't intending to speak at all. But let me just ask one question about transportation and the GO rail station and the GO bus terminal. As Councillor Emanuel said a few moments ago, this figured hugely in the Glenway hearings. And the lawyer for Marionville stated there was absolutely no possibility that the GO bus terminal would move from its present location. And in answer to Councillor Emmanuel, and also I think to Councillor Taylor, we heard Marion say that any mobility hub study would look at co-location. I'm putting words into Marion's mouth, but that's what I read into it. And that's just hugely significant, because the whole Glenway decision, I don't say it turned exclusively on that, but it was a really big factor. And I would like the Council just to reflect on that. I think it's probably too late in the day to influence the OMB, perhaps a letter to the adjudicator. I don't know. My other point on transportation is this. We hear from provincial politicians that we're going to have a GO rail service running throughout the day, and that would require twin tracking. And I just wonder if the planners, because they've put a lot of work into roads and new roads and where the new roads will go, I just wonder if there is anything solid, practical work that's been done on getting a second railway line in, and whether that would fit within the existing railway corridor.
I believe Mr. Prentice has had some conversations with GO Transit, might be able to respond to
And
that
my
now.
final point, and then I'll go back. And my final point is that we see in the secondary plan and the September draft the proposal for a new park and drive GO railway station at Mulock. I think this is hugely significant, but I don't recall there being any substantive talk about it and how it's actually going to work in practice. And that just surprises me, because it is just immensely significant. Not just having the railway mobility hub at Davis and Maine, but this entirely new GO rail station in Mulock. So those are just a couple of observations.
Thank you. Mr. Prentice?
Sorry,
Through
the
you,
other
Mr.
Mr. Prentice.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that what the senior planner said with respect to the mobility hub was that co-location was one of the things it would consider. With respect to GO services in the town, GO has been working on an operational plan for a couple of years now, and they have been aiming towards more frequent service. All-day service was something that was only recently mentioned at a provincial level, and it didn't specifically say which lines. But they have looked at expansion of to all-day service, and they had a target in there, I think their last plan, of 2020. So it's some years off, and in those plans, double tracking isn't always necessary. It may be in some lengths of the railway corridor, but not through every location. So it doesn't necessarily mean double tracking. The station on Mulock has been in GO's plans for a number of years, certainly as long as I can remember, so it has shown up on their long-range plans for a very long time, and as do others in the regional official plan, as do others at Bloomington, and so they are very long-range plans, and their specifics around them at this time are not very clear. They're general long-range plans, so they're not. They don't have specific sites or specific dates.
Well, I'm bemused by all that kind of stuff. Something's been floating around in a long-range plan for all these years, but I think the Council's got to be very, very specific, and if it's got in its draft secondary plan a proposal that's been on the back burner for decades for a new GO railway station, then it's got to show in the plan how it fits in and how it's all going to work. And my final comment is this, that in the transportation study that lies alongside the draft secondary plan, there is explicit reference to the possibility of relocating the bus terminal onto the Upper Canada Mall site. So someone somewhere has been talking about these things. And I'll finish where I began. I think it's just absolutely scandalous that we've had a decision on Glenway which was perhaps based on a false premise, which is only now coming to light.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to please come forward, give us your name and address? see what they say.
Gary Waters, 81 Rutledge. Just more of a clarification, just to get the numbers right. I'm a developer coming to town. I buy 100 lots. I'm selling houses today, which we all know in Newmarket are going for $700,000 to $800,000. Of those 100 lots, I have to sell a house for $400,000. Is that the criteria, or 35 houses? Is that what I'm understanding? At 35%?
Clarification, Mr. Nethery?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess number one is that we're talking about the secondary plan only, so it's that area along Yonge, that area along Davis Drive. So these will be intensification areas. It's extremely unlikely that you would see any kind of ground-related single-family dwellings, which would be in that range of prices. So it is including built form that will probably be medium to mid to high-rise buildings that might very well be rental or could be condominium. And I think the point the regional councillor was making earlier was that as you get into those higher densities, the prices tend to be a little bit less. So no doubt the market will have will exert pressure in these areas as well. But the point is that it would be easier to achieve some of those threshold prices within more intensified high-rise development than it would be, say, in a ground-related, 1989 subdivision.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who has any questions? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Give us your name and address.
It's Jonathan Coates, 29 Walter Avenue, Southside. So I might be fairly underprepared. I haven't had a chance to call the planning committee. As for Walter Avenue, the south side, page 20 of the, it says the 2 to 4 stories in that 22 angle. Sorry, the question I have is that is the council wanting to maintain those houses along the south side of Walter Avenue, or are they wanting to take those over and make that entire a development for commercial use or some other?
Mr. Nethery? Okay, sure. I believe that's on page 20, is it?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the speaker. Yes, the idea is to allow for the development on the south side of Walter to be part of a development block that would front on Davis Drive. There's a fairly narrow strip of land there now, and it's really not particularly viable as a development block, being so narrow. And that area was expanded to create more viable development blocks in keeping with increased density along the transit corridor.
So is the town, I guess, going to purchase those homes, or how is that? Sorry, how is that going to work out?
Process.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the houses exist now today. They'll exist until someone is willing to develop that area as a block. So sometime in the future, someone may approach the individuals that live there now and offer to purchase and amalgamate those parcels to create a developable block.
Okay, so it won't be the town contacting the individual, it'll be a private.
I would expect it to be a private developer that will find it interesting to develop.
And at what, when will they be allowed to do that? At what beginning stage can they do that? Can they do that now, or is it only at 2015, 2020?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, until the secondary plan is in place, the existing houses on Walter are within a stable residential area. So this secondary plan would actually amend the existing policies. So you wouldn't see any, I wouldn't expect any action until and if the secondary plan gets approved with that expansion area, including the houses on the south side of Walter.
As long as the property is yours, it's your decision as to whether or not
Yeah.
you sell or develop, or we have to recognize the ownership is privately held.
Okay, so, sorry, just at what, sorry, at what point could a private sector come in, like, once the secondary plan, like, I don't know how long this stuff usually takes. My apologies on that.
So the process in terms of the secondary plan, we could just outline that briefly. We certainly intend to do that at the end of the evening as to what the next steps might be. Okay, but it's in terms of time, just a general timeline.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're hoping to bring forward a report for adoption in terms of the secondary plan in May, so council can take a position on that and either adopt or modify. Then we forward it on to the region for final approval. And because this is an election year, I don't expect the region to be in a position to approve until early into 2015. Okay. And so, you know, depending on whether there's appeals or not, you know, it's hard to predict, but it'll be within the next probably 2 years.
Okay. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who has any questions or any comments they wish to share with council? Things they'd like us to consider? Raise your hand, please. Go ahead. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Ann Martin, and I reside at 355 Millard, and I own a property on Main Street. And when you were discussing, and I'm really enjoying the discussion this evening, it's very informative. Thank you for arranging it for us. When the ring roads were mentioned on Yonge and Davis, is there going to be a ring road at Main and Davis? Is there a proposed ring road solution at Main and Davis, or do we think it's not going to be required?
Ms. Plante?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there isn't a ring road proposed at Main and Davis, no. That area, we do have the Simcoe Street that comes across generally in that area, but no ring road proposed.
Also, the east-west road that starts at Chapters and runs east, south of Davis, is that going to fall on existing roads?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's really a new road completely. It follows essentially, if you go to the back of the development block, that fronts between Davis and I guess Monkswood. There's an existing laneway through there
behind
the plazas. So picture
with the
that.
speed bumps?
Yes.
Oh.
Picture that as a public road.
Really?
And then the development would then be fronting on Davis itself. You'd have higher density out on Davis with it stepping back toward the back of that property.
And so when you get to the first north-south road, you cross over and you go behind the plaza, the next plaza.
Yes, it would follow the, perhaps, thank you. It follows the entire area along. You can see it through the...
So that takes us out to Parkside? Would I be correct in saying that? And then where to from there?
Calgate to Lauren.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, Joe?
Calgate.
Calgate?
Yep.
The street behind the apartment?
Oh, I see, yeah.
It's up on,
Yeah.
It's up on the screen here.
Really? So is this going to become a road for sure, or just,
it's all part of the planning process.
Is it
And
really?
as it gets redeveloped and as opportunities present themselves, those are things that we'll pursue.
and does
That's
then
the
that
intent.
become Simcoe? Now where are we now?
Up to as far as Main Street North, I think the map provides for. Okay?
Ontario Street?
And it does join into Simcoe.
I see.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Thought I saw someone raise their hands in the second row. Please come forward. Yep. Go ahead. Please come forward. Okay. No. Come on down. There's an empty chair down here, so we'll have you here quickly after this gentleman. Please come forward. Yeah.
I wasn't going to speak as well, but seeing this toy here, I thought it would be
So I'm Shane McDonald. I live on 49, or own 49 Walter Avenue. And we already discussed...
Can we flatten that somehow?
We already discussed these properties here are going to be, I guess, rezoned. My property's on the actually other side of Barbara, behind the Petro-Canada station. That's now an empty lot. I'm just wondering if, I guess I have two comments. One question, if we can consider including those additional properties on the, I guess it would be the west side of Barbara in the rezoning to support possible redevelopment of the Petro-Canada station. And I guess my other comment is I'm finding out about these angular tolerances that you guys have developed, would seem like a good idea. And what is the process if you're not designated as designated as commercial or something that's going to be redeveloped, but yet a developer is approaching you because obviously the more property or the more width he can get, you know, the likelihood of a taller building exists because of the angular constraints. So if I don't have those properties, or if those properties are not considered to be changed in the amendment with the other Walters, I assume that someone still be knocking on my door. I'm just wondering what the process is for, I guess it would be the developer, not me, to have that property rezoned. And would there be any special considerations given to those owners, because it obviously supports what you guys are trying to achieve here, and that's higher densities in the Yonge and Davis corridor area.
Okay. Ms. Blanche, there'd be normal redevelopment process. Maybe we could briefly explain that.
Yes. If the lands are not included in the secondary plan, the normal process would be that if you were approached, the developer would then have to apply to amend the official plan to designate those lands as part of, for a higher density use than what the current official plan, because I think your property's in, it's in stable residential.
It's in stable, yeah.
And so that would require an official plan amendment and a zoning amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And a full public process.
Full public process.
Full public process. Okay, so it's probably something I'll take offline with you, but I guess my reasoning for this is because if you extend, you know, this line here, it includes my property as well and my neighbors. So it's something that, you know, would be logical to request, I think.
Okay, we'll take notes of that, and staff will address that in their comments and their reports. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Steve Rostron. I live at 677 Irwin Crescent. My question is about the Hollingsworth Arena. The last meeting that I was at was with Ms. Jane Tweeny and Mr. John Taylor. And there was a suggestion there that the town was going to take a good look at the Hollingsworth Arena as far as whether the wealth is there for sports or for retail purposes. And I'm just wondering if there was any furtherance on that as far as that's concerned, because I live just down the street from that, and a lot of us are concerned about the whole works. Because there's supposed to be proposed of a hotel and stores going in there.
I'm not sure where those discussions stand currently. Is there any member of staff that can help us? Mr. Prentice?
Mr. Mayor, their property owners in the area have, as has been presented to council at an open session last September, I believe, expressed an interest in developing along the Davis Drive frontage and potentially a portion of the Hollingsworth Arena site. And that is something that property owner is still investigating. And we have not reached any final application by them or final conclusion. But it's something that would be reviewed by staff and council and subject to a public process.
Great. Thank you. There are a number of things involved in all of that, and that's the town's need for ice surfaces, and so it will get the benefit of a very thorough analysis before any decisions are made. And as Mr. Prentice has said, that will be a very public process as we go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to please come forward? Your name and address, please.
Speaking in front of a bunch of people, so bear with me. Debbie Heathcote, 200 Penn Avenue. This is the continuing saga of Walter and all that, but I'm on Penn Avenue. There is a stretch between Tim Hortons on Davis Drive, the big field, and then there's 8 semi-detached houses that run up that hill where the new retaining wall has been built. I see that, and I've checked, that that area is actually designated as residential with possibility of commercial, because you can have a hairdressing outlet or some sort of private business already in that section. What I'm looking at is, because our lots are so deep, how long would it take, just like the guy said about Walter, for someone to want to come in, squash their houses, and build, say, condominium townhouses in a higher density, because it goes, pardon me, okay, gotta breathe. It goes, you could have 2-story and 4-story, or with permission from the town, 6-story in that section. Now, with the properties being so deep, I can see that if they were built farther back, that this whole angle thing would work out there. What would be allowed in that section?
Could you help us in
Because
maybe?
it's 182 feet deep.
Could you help us by maybe pointing at the map there so that we can get a better understanding of the property?
I was trying to read this little card with all the colors on it, and I took it to work and made it bigger so I could see what you guys had written on here. And we are the mustard green and the blue in that section, whatever that means. And what am I pointing at?
Yep. Could someone point to that map
Help me.
for us, please?
Here. Okay, I am, where am I? I am right there.
Nice house.
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
And you see this mustardy color? Isn't that what allows?
I think that's just the border, that color, is it not, Ms. Blunt?
That area there is Penn Avenue. Now, and then I went into, I don't know what site online, and the south side of Penn is residential commercial, and the north side of Penn is residential. I'm wondering how long it would take, or would it ever be developed? Do I stay or do I go? Because this has been a long 4.5 years.
Ms. Plott?
Difficult to predict, Mr. Mayor, how long it would take for a developer to show interest in. There's a number of homes in there. Is it 8?
There is 8.
That are on fairly large lots. It's also a grade separation, as you may recall, from Davis as well up to Penn. So whatever development happens in there would have to front on Davis and take advantage of that height. So I think it might be a bit of time before we see something happening there. Those homes are not smallish homes either, as I recall in there.
You haven't lived in one.
Oh, no?
They're
Okay.
small. There's no storage.
No.
I bought the house for the property, not the house. And then you guys took some.
Bottom line, it's difficult to predict. We're providing the opportunity, but difficult to predict.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward, clarify items, ask a question? Please come forward.
Hello. My name is Don McKee. I live at 227 Lancaster. I came here tonight really just to learn some stuff. I don't have suggestions as to what should be done and so on. I've got to admit, I took a look at the materials online on the town's website. I have some background. One of my sons has a master's degree in planning, and so I get dirt and water around the house for years. But this is complicated stuff, and I'm certainly not qualified to suggest what should or shouldn't happen. It does scare me somewhat, however, in that I have dealt with real estate and so on in this town for 35 years, and when I started, I have a law office, but when I started, the Planning Act was more a question of who you knew than any official plan. Times have changed, and I'm glad to see that you're looking at it in a comprehensive way and making a detailed plan. But it does scare me a bit, too, because it's a bureaucracy. And I opened the stuff tonight, and little things jump out at me. One of them is the underground utilities page that says you require an additional 5 meters of boulevard width on Yonge and Davis to bury utilities. And I'm thinking, we're just going into our second year of that travesty on Davis Drive. And you can blame the region all you want. The fact is that if the town goes ahead and digs it up again and widens it again, you're going to thoroughly urinate off the population. It's something that should have been done the first time. I've got nothing against burying stuff, but I really think that there should be some serious consideration within the plan to minimizing the inconvenience to the current citizens of Newmarket. I know that where I live on Lancaster, we're going to be quite inconvenienced with the loss of ingress and egress through George Street while they do all those buildings on it and everything changes, and we'll just have to endure it as time goes on. There'll be traffic problems and so on, but the town really has to look at doing these things with a view to minimizing the inconvenience for the people who live there right now. Thank
Mr.
you.
Shelton, I know that we've done a very thorough analysis of cost and timing with respect to undergrounding hydro, and maybe you could provide a little bit of insight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The undergrounding of hydro would absolutely have been the way to go. However, the costs are extremely high to do that, and the funding sources really lead right back to the tax base. So the strategy that has been adopted as part of this approach is to make provision for potential undergrounding of hydro sometime off into the future. So you're probably looking at 20, 30, 40 years from now. But this is the time to try to plan to facilitate it in the future and to embed it into the planning document so that property conveyances take place as part of developments.
Well, that may mean it's well in the future, but it also means that not only am I going to be inconvenienced when they do it, but I'm going to have to pay for it. And it's not very much consolation, to tell you the truth. It's not your fault that it wasn't done when they did Davis Drive. But those are the types of mistakes I'd like to see avoided in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Sheldon?
Yeah, if I could just add to that, hydro lines are not the responsibility of the Region York. They are the responsibility of Newmarket Tay Power, which is 93% owned by the town of Newmarket. So, but there's not a funding source. The Ontario Energy Board does not permit undergrounding of hydro, those costs to go on to the utility rate. So again, if the municipality wanted to see it done, it has to be financed by the local municipality, meaning the town of Newmarket.
Currently. Yep. Thank you.
So just to follow up on the last gentleman's point with Davis and the undergrounds, and I realize it's extremely expensive, but if you will, and I know this is outside the town's responsibility, but still affects the town, the Vivas project was supposed to originally finish at the end of 2014. It's projected that it will take an additional year, so the end of 2015. So we'll have to endure that on Davis. And the original plan was to start on Yonge, from Yonge and Davis to Yonge and Mulock later this year when Davis was done. But the plans, if you go online, the website will still say that they'll start Yonge this year before Davis is done. The point I'm making is there'll be construction on Davis like we have right now, and at the same time there'll be construction on Yonge from Davis to Mulock. And the whole point of the original plans with that was to finish Davis first, that's done, and then to start Yonge and Newmarket and Richmond Hill at the same time. But the wording on their website, it certainly suggests that Yonge Street and Davis will be construction at the same time. So that's an issue. Even though it's not a town of Newmarket issue, it affects people in the town of Newmarket.
And it's not a matter of the planning that we're discussing tonight, but there will be different levels of construction and different levels of activity as they turn the corner and go south. As you saw first with Davis Drive, there's an awful lot of utility relocations that take place initially, and then the construction on the roadbed and the reduction of lanes will establish. I'm confident that the bulk of the work on Davis Drive will be done before it has the same level of disruption on Yonge Street. So it's just a matter of parallel processing some of the activities and different degrees of activity as we go south. So, and all of this is weather dependent, contract dependent, material dependent, and so we can't manage everything, but that's generally what the intent is. But if we could direct our discussion to the planning aspects, I'd appreciate it.
Of course, that was just it related to last gentleman's point about the Davis and being underground and then convenient. So it did relate to what the last person was saying. To transition to that to something even more pertinent would be for page 25, slide 319, the transit and TDM. So it mentions there the indoor bicycle parking. I was just curious. There are many different ways of doing that. I was just wondering, was the idea of, because I know, I'll take an example, the York Region Administrative Center on Yonge Street, north of Eagle Street West, like northwest corner basically by the Eldred King Gardens, they've had there for years an indoor bicycle parking. It's mainly for staff, and most people don't know about it. But my question is this indoor bicycle parking? Is the idea is that there's actually going to be a specific door, and you'd have specific people who have a key or a pass card that are going to unlock it and like open it and close at certain times for the staffs or when they come there, the beginning and end of the day? Is that the kind of model that we're going to, so we're going to take something that's already in use now and we're going to sort of apply that to other facilities? It could be this one, could be other ones. And I guess my other sort of question is that, is it envisioned that there's going to be a two-tier system, that there's going to be sort of indoor bicycle parking for staff and then maybe for customers or visitors, or I was just trying to, or is it just going to be like a one-tier system, and I'm just trying to figure out how that's going to fit into buildings that are already built, such as this one that doesn't have that. So the whole question is, where is this going to go? And it's a possible consideration because obviously one of the issues sort of this is with job creation and creating jobs and quality jobs. There could be, that could create potential jobs, just like you have, valet parking, or you have, your a coat check type of idea. You could have that sort of idea where you're actually creating jobs in a new market where you have X person doing this for this times, and it might not just be that particular job function. There might be other job functions as well. So I guess my question is, when it does list the indoor bicycle parking my question is, what's that going to?
Maybe I could have Jason address that for you. Jason?
Mr. Mayor, the intent through the transportation demand management strategies is to look at reducing the number of single occupant vehicle trips for the people either primarily living or working in the building. And what a TDM measure will look at that goes beyond just sort of basic bike racks on the sidewalk, which is kind of your minimum standard. The two key words in that policy are indoor and secure. So it's indoor, it's weather protected, and it is a secure facility. So typically that's going to take the form of a caged area in your underground parking structure. With keyed access to the individuals who are using those facilities. That's the typical one. There's many models that exist, but that's the most typical. And the idea is to provide that as a facility to encourage cycling for individuals who are living there if it's a residential building, working there if it's an office building. It's trickier for retail facilities to provide that kind of facility. So I would think that it'd be primarily residential and office that would take advantage of that provision.
Yep.
And new construction,
Yeah.
yes, talk about new construction.
Okay.
Okay, and the transit incentive programs, it's still under the same page, the last bullet point. Just if you could elaborate on the transit incentive programs, what would?
Sure. Jason? Through you, Mr. Mayor, the form that usually takes is, for example, a new condo gets built, and the builder will provide the residents with a transit pass, a free transit pass for 1 year. Or transit information packages like route maps and schedule maps. That's the most typical transit incentive programs that are offered.
Okay, so I didn't know if they meant like right now if you have a monthly bus pass or something that's longer in duration, then you do get like a tax credit for it. I didn't know if that was part of it or if it was.
No, this would be for sort of the new resident moving in order to make sure, kind of from the day they move in, that transit's an attractive option for them, that they would have the builder provide to them a 1 year or 2 year free transit pass that they can use.
Okay, and I guess my final question, because I realize there's others. So on the following page, it talks about the different parks and how there's a goal of 0.7 hectares of neighborhood parks for every 1,000 residents. How's the average person going to know that? I realize there are staff who are qualified and they can actually determine here's the residents, here's the hectares, but I guess how's the average person going to realize that? Is there going to be some sort, or in the next point is the goal of 23 hectares of neighborhood parks and urban squares and plazas within or immediately adjacent to the urban centers. Is there going to be an idea of a new standard, at least within Newmarket, if not York Region, and saying, you know, this park or this space is X size and there's going to be a standardized sign? Because one of the issues is if you take Fairy Lake, we all know Fairy Lake, and I know it's outside the area, but it's still a valid point. That's owned by the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority. So their website will tell you how many acres it is. Nothing wrong with the acres, nothing wrong with the imperial system. But then when you're using this in hectares in a metric system, or if you look at the York Region forests, I know they're in Whitchurch, Stouffville, East Glenray, and Georgina, but those are in hectares. And I guess the point I'm making is if it's going to be hectares, it should be hectares, and there should be a standardization for not just these plans in Newmarket, but York Region, saying we can actually compare apples to apples. We can actually compare a hectare to a hectare and not hectares or acres and that sort of thing.
Okay, so. Thank you. Thank you. So it's just a matter of making sure that we're consistent across our municipality, and every effort, I think, is made to be consistent with York Region's measurements as well. But in terms of determining the park space and the standards, these are the standards that we're proposing in the secondary plan for consideration. Okay?
Okay. Is there any consideration for the function of the parks? Like just because you build a park, like I know there's the Riverwalk Commons, that's a again, classic.
We are going through a recreation master plan, so we are doing some master planning, and that's all part of the public process as well. So I now have you at 10 minutes, so I was going to ask you to wrap up. Thank you. Next. Go ahead.
Marissa Tellerico, 85 Queen Street. My question is about the angular planes, and I was just wondering, what is the rationale around having them oriented away from the street? So I mean, like the highest part of the street going further away towards the residential area. I'm just concerned about the impact it'll have on the pedestrian realm along the corridors, having the tallest parts of the building being on the street, because traditionally it's oriented the other way. Like, for example, I know that the clock tower proposal on Main Street is being proposed stepped away from the street, whereas on Davis and Yonge here we're proposing the opposite. I was just wondering what the rationale is.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so the intent of the angular plane is it's taken from the, I'm going to forget my geometry, the point part where it comes to the ground is sort of from the low-rise residential area, and then measuring up to where to the building across the street. And so the idea is you're pushing, you want to mask the height away from your existing residential building in order to reduce the potential for shadow impacts and kind of overhang and sort of your sky views. So it's to sort of push to push the taller portions of the buildings away from those locations where you're abutting an existing single detached.
But then would you not be creating more shadows on the street, like on the corridors that you're proposing to,
Jason?
revitalize in some ways?
No, I mean that would, the application of that angular plane would then reduce the shadow impacts.
For the house.
On the residential.
On the residential, but not on the corridors, like on Yonge and Davis.
Sorry, yes.
Having the highest.
Yeah, so, but you have to recall that the angular plane policies apply, but the maximum heights also still apply. And so in determining those maximum heights, we also took account in terms of the shadow impacts that would be on the street, which is why you don't see 40-story height limits. Well, one of the reasons why you don't see 40-story height limits on Yonge and Davis Drive is because that would cause significant shadow impacts on the street itself. So you have to kind of balance, you have to layer both the angular plane and the height limits onto any future development. And those two are intended to work in tandem to minimize the potential for the impacts that you're talking about.
There's also maximum floor plates, and so that you're not seeing a whole corridor of those buildings. Yeah. So there's some maximum floor plates. There's also spaces between towers that will permit the sunlight. And I think there's a different application with respect to the clock tower inn, and perhaps Mr. Nethery, you can speak to that, and that is the limit of the heights that is currently permitted on Main Street. Mr. Nethery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. There was some interest in that particular property to try to respect the historical nature, which in that area was more characterized by 2- or 3-story buildings. So what they were considering at the time was the provision of a podium that would look similar to
the storefront.
Right, and then if there were any additional stories beyond that they might be stepped back a little bit, so that if you're a pedestrian on Main Street, particularly on the side of the street where the clock tower is, that you would probably only see the massing of the 3 stories, and it might not be until you stepped some distance away that you might see the greater height. And that's perhaps a little bit unique compared to what we might expect to see on Main and Davis, on Davis and Yonge. Although we do have some policy in there that speaks to creating podiums for the built form up to a certain height, and then the towers emanating from that.
Just out of curiosity, like what heights were you looking at for like the podiums? Like 2, 3, 4 stories?
Wasn't it 6 stories?
Maximum 6 stories.
Yeah.
Max 6. Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have a gentleman over here and someone over there.
Good evening, it's Peter Mine. I own number 40 Walter. On your street network page here, does it not show a short walkable block on the north side of Walter Avenue?
Short walkable block, did you say, sir?
Yes, if I read it right in your
Do you know what page that's on? Is there any way we can get the presentation up on the screen and use the the mouse from there just to so that we can okay. And then if we could move the mouse over here, we could provide we could advance the presentation so that everybody's looking at the same page, and we can use the mouse as an indicator of the areas that we're looking at. Okay. Maybe we can do that with Jason there. Okay. Good. Okay. Right, that might make it a little more. Doesn't go that far?
Bob's got the magic touch.
No? Well, maybe we could have Jason sit there with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or have some,
And perhaps another question while he's setting this up. Is there any projection what this is going to do to property values? This whole development, I mean, if the south side is developed into, be it single, 2-, 3-story apartment buildings, is there an explanation what will happen to property values on the north side?
Personally, I don't want to speculate on what property values would or wouldn't do. I don't know what if there's any general experience that Jason can give us. It's property values is not a matter of under consideration in the Planning Act, but maybe you could provide some insight in some of your experience, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, through you, Mr. Mayor, we didn't do a land value forecast in terms of what the impacts would be, and there's so many factors that come into play. I wouldn't really want to try to.
Perhaps just a land value in relation to high order transit you could speak to.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, the things that are going to, if your proximity to higher order transit is going to increase your land values, typically proximity to, if you have good proximity to retail and commercial services, that's going to result in increase in property value. And then any increase in land use permission, so any increase in permissible heights or densities, is typically going to increase the value of the parcels.
It might be advisable to seek independent advice from a realtor and get their perspective on it.
Do you want to point to your area?
Or a property appraiser. Yeah.
You can use the mouse.
No, good luck. Right here. Okay. Right in this stretch here. Is that not a road of some sort?
What's that indicator?
Yes. So, sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to your question. Yes. So there's a few locations where we've identified private lanes, which would be primarily to service the development itself, for access to their parking areas, to access to their loading areas. But in a few locations, and this being one of them, imagining in the future multiple developments in this location, making sure that the rear laneways are integrated so that you actually provide a bit of a traffic circulation benefit as well. That you could, so it's not a full public street, but it does facilitate your traffic circulation in terms of how you design and integrate your private laneways. So that's what's being indicated there.
Where is that in relation to Walter Avenue? Because as I see it, it is pretty much Walter Avenue.
So this site would be it'd be rear of the existing parcels fronting onto Davis. So the rear of those Davis frontage parcels. So it would probably parallel Walter.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think there's another gentleman. Yes, please come forward. What's your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Roy Smith. I live at 717 Irwin Crescent, behind Hollingsworth Arena. Looking at your land use map, well, let me just start by saying back in '74 when we moved there, the Irwin Crescent that we live on was a more than a laneway which abutted onto Huron Heights Public School for the model homes for the developer. And across the street there was nothing except grassland. Subsequently, Hollingsworth Arena got put in. Subsequently, that street was opened to Huron Heights High School for traffic. Now, looking at your map, there is a commercial frontage on Davis Drive, and right now, that is being used completely. We don't need any more depth to that. So there is no need to infringe on the property of the Hollingsworth Arena. I would like to see that particular parcel of land where Hollingsworth Arena is situated redesignated, as you have it here, as a park or open space. That's what it should be. We don't need buses turning through that parking lot onto Irwin Crescent as they currently are. If you want to leave Hollingsworth Arena where it is, fine. Other words, take it down and restore it to its original open park space. We don't need any infringements on our area.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward. Give us your name and address.
Hi, my name's Kevin Jarvis. I'm also at 85 Queen Street. I'm a planner by training and practice, so I like to think that I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. I have 3 questions, actually, I'd like to pose to consultants and council and whomever. The first is one of the slides showed some connectivity arrows between the study area and Glenway.
Could I ask you to speak up a
Sorry.
bit? Thank you.
One of the slides showed some connectivity arrows between the study area and Glenway. I'm not sure if we can bring that up or not, but I'm just wondering if the recent decision at Glenway has been considered in the development of this. Yeah. I'm just wondering if the recent decision at Glenway has been taken into consideration in the kind of formation of these connectivity corridors.
Mr. Nethery.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, the decision on Glenway was quite recent. In fact, I haven't seen the written description or decision yet, whereas this exercise has been ongoing for a number of years. So I couldn't indicate to you that the document that you see today is taking into account specifically that decision. That said, the reference to connectivity in and out of other areas around the centres is appropriate and considers that. So if, for example, and we haven't had a chance to speak to our consultant about this point, but if, for example, there was some need to revisit some of the policy framework as a result of that decision, that would be appropriate to do, and we will be canvassing that conversation. But as I sit here today, I don't know that I'm seeing anything at this point.
So would those discussions be had before this is approved by council?
Mr. Nethery?
Mr. Mayor. Rob was just advising me, because I'm colorblind and I can't make out these things, that you're looking at, in particular, where the extension of Millard into the Glenway community and the green
arrow.
The green arrow there. And that's, I mean, notwithstanding whether or not Glenway expanded, didn't, or remained a golf course, I think that's still an appropriate connector into that community, particularly to bring people into the centres as much as getting them out of the centres. Yeah, as a pedestrian connector.
Okay. My second question, also on the 45-degree and 22-degree angular planes. I'm just wondering why it was never considered to just do a site-by-site shadow studies for each development that goes in, instead of saying all developments of this size must meet this angular plane. I mean, why not look at it on a site-by-site basis so that you have that kind of constant...
Jason?
Yeah.
Through Mr. Mayor, there are requirements for site-by-site shadow impact studies, so that would still have to be done. What the angular plane gives us is frankly, gives us a good approximation of what those studies would, the kinds of angles those studies would be looking at. And it was a response to concerns about height, maximum heights alone not necessarily being enough to make sure that you're not getting some of those not just shadow impacts, but there's other impacts as well in terms of a sky view and overlook, and just sort of the appearance of the street wall if you're in an existing residential area. So some things that a shadow impact study is not necessarily going to get at, your angular plane can provide that sort of additional lens of design consideration.
Thank you.
And I'd like to ask a follow-up question based on what you just said about that. Kind of echoing what one of the other speakers spoke to, is this focus on the angular planes and the shadows not impacting the existing residential developments that are kind of set back or within the communities surrounding this area. And I understand that you have to be sensitive to those existing residential uses, but at the same time, there's no language or discussion of being sensitive to pedestrians that are walking along Yonge or Davis. I mean, if we're talking about turning this into a transportation-oriented development, having more pedestrians in the area, I would just like to see more language and more discussion around pedestrian-oriented development, and not just having walls of buildings fronting onto Yonge and Davis, which I know you'll have spaces in between each building, but still, it could be discussed more.
Jason?
Yes, through Mr. Mayor, I think the response given earlier around the design of those buildings, with buildings being set back on a maximum 6-story podium, that means sort of your maximum street wall at grade for those tall buildings is going to be 6 meters. Then you've got a 1.5 meter setback before you have your taller tower portion of the building. And the tower separation policies, all those are designed very consciously to create a very good pedestrian environment on the street, as are various other design policies, including the transparency of the at-grade uses, the types of uses you have at grade, the streetscaping policies. All those are designed to create a very strong pedestrian environment on both Yonge and Davis. So you kind of have to look at all those all those policies in their aggregate to see the kind of environment that we're trying to create on those two streets.
Thank you. Final question, sir?
Final question, yes. If we could go to the slide that shows the BRT and the rapid transit way and this one here with the stations. Yeah, exactly, with the stations. So I mean, I'm not a transportation planner, but I would be concerned that the stoplights at the ring roads that are just to the east and west of Yonge on Davis, I'm wondering if those might be a little bit too close to Yonge, given that the rapid way is. Had the rapid way kind of given their input on the spacing of those stops, and is that a sufficient distance between each stoplight for buses on that route?
Jason?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that certainly was given consideration. Looking at sort of the region's signal spacing requirements on both Yonge and Davis was taken into account into looking at those signal locations. The one on the west side is a potential signal. It's important to know that the actual precise locations of some of those intersections and some of those new streets being introduced, at this scale of planning, they're still approximate. It would have to wait until the time of an actual development application when we look at what is, especially at that particular site, where that's predicated on a redevelopment of the mall site, which is going to look at its own sort of interior street patterns. All that's going to have to be taken into consideration, sort of figuring out the exact final configurations of those roads. So for now, the indication is that there would be a signal at that crossing. Precise location of that crossing would have to be determined at the time that an actual master plan for the mall site is being brought forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Okay, well, perhaps then we can go back to the queue. I have Councillors DiMuccio, Councillor Twinney, Councillor Hempin, and Councillor Emanuel. Councillor DiMuccio.
For coming tonight, and some really great questions and discussions. My question through you, Mr. Mayor, is to staff. As you know, we've recently undergone quite an exercise with Glenway. And I think a lot of the people here have questions of how how that has really impacted what we're going through right now, which is a secondary plan. I've asked staff for a public consultation in regards to Glen Way's experience, and that's coming up by the end of this term. But just to reiterate, this exercise we're going through is something that is required by the province every 5 years, and so we are identifying areas in our secondary plan that will affect some property owners. And throughout this process, we have seen a lot of these property owners question or even challenge what we've designated their properties for. And this is pretty much what we have gone through with the Glenway experience. And so it really does matter how, I guess, what decisions we make and how that affects our future. I think it's normal. I think it's expected that some property owners understandably will challenge some of the areas we've identified and some of the plans and some of the restrictions we may have imposed. And that's normal. I guess my question, though, is how do any of these future proposals for development really play into the sustainability of this plan? In other words, in light of our recent OMB challenge and experience, how are what we are doing today, is anything different, or at least will secure our, I guess, our vision for the future? How much pull does this council have and this plan have in relation to any future development with this particular area?
Turn that over to Mr. Nethery, since it's an overall planning question.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The pardon me. The nature of this whole plan, I think, it's fair to say that it does represent a more sustainable approach to land use planning than what we're historically used to in the past 30 years or so. It's got a much lesser emphasis on ground-related, land-extensive sorts of uses, and a lot more interest in taking advantage of that bus rapid transit system that's there, and encouraging higher or at least medium and higher density uses for residential, but also to encourage mixed use opportunities. So it really seeks to provide some options for people, both in terms of their living and working relationships, and also how they might get around. If you live on the one extreme of a low-density municipality, you might think twice about walking or cycling. But if you're only 5 or 10 minutes away, you might very well take some of those options and decide to leave the car at home. So in our view, and never mind whether or not it conforms with places to grow and all that sort of thing, because I believe it does, but I think the point is that we're trying to establish a new way of doing business in terms of how the planning is done. And to my mind, that does represent a more sustainable approach to land use planning.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. That clears up a little bit. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say as well is some of the concerns that we've had from property owners, some of them are, you've imposed too many restrictions. Could there conceivably be, if there was a planning application and we've adopted this plan, could there conceivably be a challenge with that developer and the plan that we adopt today? And if so, would we basically be going back to what we've sort of gone through with the Glenway issue?
Mr. Nethery.
Mr. Mayor, through you, the councillor is quite right. There are a number of folks who have submitted correspondence to us and asking us to think about their comments in respect of, in particular, some density stuff and some height stuff. You'll notice there was also some folks that were interested in how their individual property rights might be impacted by the roads that are being proposed as well. So our task is to work with those people initially to try to see if we can resolve those issues, and I'm optimistic that we can at least make some of those go away. But also, we still have to think about this document and whether or not it needs to be tweaked a little bit yet to reflect some of those observations that we've heard. And I think that's entirely appropriate and legitimate. For example, you've probably seen that the region has expressed some concern over some of those density things in the same sense that some of those individual property owners are. They're the approval authority, so we need to make sure that we can get them in a comfort zone so that they will be able to approve the document. But all of that said, folks can still appeal the decision as it relates to their individual properties. That's typically what would happen. They wouldn't necessarily appeal the whole document, although arguably they could. What often and does happen, though, is that if there is an appeal, it would be focused in on a particular location. We've certainly seen that before. And indeed, even going down the road more, once council has approved a document, it's conceivable that someone might come in with an application that might seek some modification to that, and we'd have to think about that as it came in. Although we're in a much stronger position to enforce the provisions of this document if it is approved, because of the very comprehensive approach that we've gone through. And one of the points that you heard earlier is that we will be seeking some advice from an outside legal consultant to ensure that there are no vulnerabilities, or as few vulnerabilities as would be possible. Although, as I've said before, you can never come up with a document that isn't appealable or isn't amendable.
Thank you. Councillor Twinney?
Thank you, Mr. Nethery. Actually, it's a sort of you've mentioned some of the things I was going to bring up. And just to go back, there was a comment made earlier this evening, and I just want to make sure I had it correct. It was with regards to built-out form for the difference between the population growth projections from the prior height and density that we had, and then going forward to the new height and density that we passed at our last draft. Did you say there was a difference of 1,000 in population that built out? That's the only difference between the two scenarios? Was that correct? Did I have that right?
Between two drafts, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I think that was generally the order of magnitude, but it did reflect a different sort of built form. And
Right.
One of the things that happens when you sort of go to a lower density, you are now looking at a different kind of built form.
Right.
So it might be a little more heavily weighted toward things like townhouses as opposed to condominium apartments. And as you get into some of those other units, the persons per unit number goes up. So en masse, then the actual numbers don't change a lot, but the physical look to what the community might look like may be a bit different. So some of those are the points that the region are asking us to think about.
So, yeah, and that goes to my, we just, got this document tonight that was, some of the comments we got through email, which, I haven't had a chance to read them all, but a lot of them have come in the last couple of days and today with regards to concerns laid out by a number of stakeholders on the changes in height and density, and one of them being the region. And obviously, like you said, the region's going to have to approve this document as it is. So we're going to need to have some sort of dialogue with them to ensure that they're in complete, in agreement with the secondary plan as we move forward, I'm assuming. I just want to bring up also, I'm just wondering what the next steps are with regards to, because there are a number of concerns with the changes in height and density that we did bring forward. Also, I noticed that there is a concern with one of the properties, and I've seen this actually come up in the past, and I don't know if it's been properly answered. I don't think it has, with regards to the secondary plan cutting through a particular property on Mulock. That seemed kind of strange as well, whether, I think they're asking whether the property was going to be included or excluded, but, why is it sort of has the secondary plan going straight through the middle of it? So just wondering what the next process is of going through and ensuring that all these concerns are addressed that we've had sent to us.
Sure.
Next steps, Mr.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in a very short period of time, we will have to see if we can resolve some of those issues. And I think what we need to do is start with the big ones and start with some of those questions that have been articulated by the Region of York, because once we can get to an understanding in that regard, then that will help us answer a lot of those other individual ones that you've seen in there from individual property owners. And then there's always going to be the individual site-specific ones, like the one you just mentioned on Mulock,
right.
And we'll have to take a look at those as well.
Okay, because I think it's been around for some time, and I'm just wondering, if we are going to address, the concerns of that particular one.
Yeah, that's fair. When we've offered to have some dialogue with those folks as well, and we're still open to do that. The difficulty with the regional comments is they're brand new. We've been sort of hounding them a little bit, looking to get those, and because they have a one-window approach, they need to assimilate all the comments of that agency, and it's a big one.
Okay, yeah.
So they've given them to us simply as quickly as they could, and we're grateful for that. But it hasn't given us much advance time. So in fairness, I think we will need to have that conversation with them.
So so through you, Mr. Mayor, next steps is we will have that dialogue at another committee of the whole, I'm assuming, meeting?
I believe, Mr. Mayor, it will be necessary once we've advanced some of those discussions a little bit further that we will need to come back to you.
Okay.
It may or may not be necessary to hold another statutory public meeting or formal public meeting. We'll take your direction in that respect. But certainly we'll need to come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hempin?
Thank you.
And thank you for the presentations. I'd also like to thank staff for, we've seen residents with the little posters in their hand, and all those posters were sent out to the whole town. And it's some really good information. I see people from Ward 4 here and people asking questions about Walter and Penn Avenue. And it's been a very open and transparent process in that we've really notified everyone. We have lots of good questions here. So I want to thank staff for doing that, and I think it's so important that that happens. I have a number of questions, but we see a few people in the queue, so I'll just maybe ask one and I can ask the others later. Kingston Road is designated and mentioned as a ring road, and I'm just wondering if somebody could maybe explain to me what a ring road looks like. Right now, there's 2 lanes of traffic, one in each direction. Is it, maybe I'll listen to the comments first if that's going to be intentionally widened or changed, and what changes will take place. Jason?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think the notion of the ring road, it's if people think of a ring road and think of like a ring expressway around a city or something like that. That's not what we're talking about here. It's really the functionality of a ring. They are local streets built to the town's standards for local streets. We do talk in the document what sort of the general rights of way are for those for typical local streets. So that is what we're talking here. So it's not it's not a through kind of a throughway or anything like that. It's just a ring network of local public streets.
Okay, so for an example, as Kingston Road, it's a functioning street right now. It has a high level of volume of traffic. I'm just wondering, by designating it and calling it a ring road, it's a road that's functioning as it is. Are there plans, or is it suggested that it may be widened or changed in any way? Maybe I could hear from Marion, and if you could, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Plott?
Yes, there's some indication with this lesser application, for example, that George Street would have to be widened to about 23 meters. And to
I
accommodate...
apologize. I meant to say George and Kingston, so thank you for
George
clarifying that. Thank you, Marion. I appreciate that.
So I can see that whole concept of George and Kingston being widened to accommodate the ring road concept. We also include in the secondary plan cross-sections, typical cross-sections that will show generally what that road will function like. And in some cases, they have parking on the side, in other cases not. I would suggest in the case of George Street in Kingston, it would probably not have parking. That's a very busy section. I just encourage you to take a look at some of the cross sections, and in the plan they look something like this in the back of the plan.
Okay.
And I think that'll help visualize what the ring road will look like, and actually the collectors will look like.
And when would it be envisioned that some of this work would take place, that these changes would take place?
I envision as development proceeds. You may recall the holding provisions with Slessor. We talked about making sure that as development proceeds, certain infrastructure gets put in place. So the same would apply with the roads. So as certain developments proceed, we have to ensure that those roads are to the standard to meet the necessary standard to address the transportation infrastructure that will be needed at the time that development goes forward. So I see it happening incrementally as development proceeds, and in some cases it may have to be done a large portion may have to be put in place just because it makes sense in advance of some development.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Emmanuel?
Thanks. My question is in relation to, it's just one, the parks and open space that are designated on Schedule 3 and in the report. The intent, these parks and open spaces, that they would be public parks and open space, so they require acquisition by the town. There are some that specifically are sole property owners. We'll take Mulock Farm, for example, northwest corner of Yonge and Mulock. Obviously, if the intent is public parks and open space, that requires town to acquire. My fear is if you've got on any of those parks on the corridor, if you've got an unwilling seller, you've got two options. You either explore other potential properties to accommodate your park needs, or you expropriate. I guess my fear is if whatever the future councils may, look at on any of those lands, if there's not a willingness to provide through negotiation, and if there's no desire for council to go through an expropriation, so you'd have to look at relocating those parks somewhere on that corridor, my fear is you've got very clear properties delineated as parks and open space, and understandably when residents are making decisions on where they're locating their properties in relation to those identified areas, and then those things may change. Because there's that scenario, I just worry about having almost definitive language, and it should almost be clearer that conceptual, perhaps an asterisk on the schedule itself that would identify that process. I just worry about its management of expectations. And again, any one of those properties, if they're not willing to go through a negotiated process with the municipality, and council is not willing to go through an expropriation process, we may have created expectations. So at the very least, I think clear language in the secondary plan, whether it's on the schedule itself or in the section, on how that would conceivably, that process. More just comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to something that was brought up right at the beginning of our evening, and that has to do with the affordable housing that's being mentioned, and $400,000 plus home ownership, approximately $1,100 a month rental. So these are goals that are set for us, or targets set for us by the region. Is that correct?
Ms. Blount?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
That's correct. So are these going to be enforced in any way, or by who? People are going to be asking us about this, because it does come up, and it's come up with the residents in Ward 1 a few times asking about this.
Ms. Blount?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the expectation is that we start to take affordable housing seriously. Historically, I think municipalities haven't. The provincial policy statement has established, that policy framework, which has been embraced obviously by the region, and now we as the creatures of the province and the region are now embracing it as well. I think we have to work very hard with our development community to achieve affordability and affordable housing. I think it's going to have to be a partnership and a strong working relationship to really put the affordable housing on the ground. And I think it's, as I say, just a partnership that we'll have to work through. I don't know that there's easy answers to it, except a lot of moral persuasion at this point.
Okay. Just a follow-up to that, then, if despite our best efforts, if the market does not naturally start providing what we're defining as affordable housing, and I know that definition will change because we're looking many years down the road, will you be making any recommendations, or perhaps it's too early for that, but making recommendations in terms of incentives? Are there good models in other parts of the York region where they're having success in moving towards these targets? I'd hate to just say, well, if this is really a goal, and as you said, something that we need to take seriously, I hope we're just not relying on the goodwill of the development community.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is policy direction, so there is a bit of clout there to it. So we do have to implement that policy. So it's just a matter of working through and working with incentives with some of the developers like we are now with our tools for intensification and our pilot project on Davis Drive, that we're looking at ways of making it work through a win-win situation.
Okay, so final question, just follow up with that. Because, again, everybody understands our secondary plan here. We're looking far in the future, which is great. So perhaps not now with the documents and materials that we're going to be receiving within the next few months, but perhaps the next council or some point in the future, we can expect some sort of toolkit to help us achieve that?
Well, we do have currently the tools for intensification that could be upgraded. And that's certainly something that we're looking at with this pilot project we're doing on Davis Drive as well. So I think there's more to come on some of those tools.
And I think in part as well, the pilot project is talking about partnership with the region and some concessions that would make the business model work. So there's been a fairly thorough examination of the drawbacks in making affordable private rental accommodation available. And
We're talking about affordable private rentals,
Yes.
and looking for a way to make that work, and looking for a way for the market to deliver that to people here in Newmarket.
And we've got one pilot project going. I'm hopeful that will be successful. Thank you. Councillor Kerwin.
Well, just being last in the queue, we've been here since 1:30 this afternoon, and we listened to some interesting presentations. And the one that we have here, and you can get a copy from the region, it's public, it's called the Upper York Sewage Solutions, to allow further growth and intensification in Aurora, in Newmarket, and in East Gwillimbury, and of course in Georgina. I suggest that everyone should try to get a copy. I know Regional Councillor John Taylor, the mayor, would get copies of this and have them here in the municipality. But we talk about affordable housing. This is an intricate, costly solution to allow intensification in 4 municipalities. Someone has to pay for it. We're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars here. It's the development industry that has to pay for it. And if the development industry has to pay for it, then there are increased costs to houses. That's why it's affordable housing becomes then inconsistent. Someone has to pay for it. That's the development industry. That's the person who buys a house. And those costs are the reasons why houses have gone from $30,000 when I came here to $800,000. And therefore, the equity in your home can't go down. It's impossible, actually, unless there's an absolute collapse, because the cost of construction and to implement a very sophisticated system of water and sewer and gas and hydro and communications and everything else is literally going through the roof. And Newmarket is a battle zone of construction. No matter where you go, Bell's putting in new lines, Rogers is, Enbridge is, the whole thing. And every year those costs go up. So just I appreciate you coming out here tonight. And as I sit through here and I gain more information, I am fearful, like my colleagues, with regard to affordable housing. And to me, affordable housing is property that I buy and I have myself. That's my investment. And we're seeing units shrink to 400 square feet in the city of Toronto. 400 square feet, less than that, At times, that's Hong Kong all over again. And it's just because we have no more land that's actually on the market to be developed, because we haven't put the infrastructure in yet. So I really thank you for coming, and I listened very carefully tonight. But I can't see, as the gentleman asked about equity, I just don't see it shrinking.
Thank you. Good. Appreciate everyone coming out. What I'd like to do then is to have a motion to receive the presentation and the deputations. Councilor Emanuel. And correspondence. Now, are these, Ms. Plante, are these two packets of correspondence separate, or is one included in the other? They're separate. So the deputations, the presentations, and these two packets of correspondence which were circulated, one earlier this afternoon and one later today. And so that's Councillor Emanuel and Councillor Sponga, that was. All those in favor? That is carried. Mr. Nethery, before we adjourn, just briefly again for the benefit of our viewing audience and the people who are still here, next steps and what is the likely timing of those next steps?
Mr. Mayor, we will need to assimilate what we heard tonight. As I mentioned as well, we have to try to wrangle through some of those agency comments and other comments, and we will need to come back to you sometime. I think Marion optimistically said May, so we'll hold her to that. Our goal is to see if we can have this back to you in a final, formal way by June at the latest. So if folks have left contact information and they are still interested, we can make sure that people are made aware of when it's coming back.
Okay. Now, earlier in my comments, I'd indicated that this was not a statutory public meeting. So there will, once we address all of the points issued, a report to Committee of the Whole with a recommendation for a subsequent statutory public meeting. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that will be up to council. We've already held the statutory public meeting, and we've had a number of informal meetings, and this one, even though it was structured very much like a statutory meeting, was another one of the informal meetings. So it will be up to council to decide, and frankly, that will probably have a lot to do with what the nature of changes, if any, are coming out of it.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion to adjourn. Oh, boy, we've got everybody moving that. Councillor Mann, Councillor Spong moving that. Let's vote for that now. All those in favor? Thank you. It's been a long day. It's been a productive day.